Isn't that awesome? As expected, let's go ahead and there I am. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And can you believe it? It's show 115 here today, and it's another Saturday. What do you know? Feel like we just did this, but I'm excited. You would not believe all of the things I have ready to show everybody. It just goes on and on and on. We're going to be here a long time. So you already know. So anyway, as you know, this is the one and only podcast that exists in the whole world that talks about how we have a binary solar system, like what we have, you know, as far as many planets, at least 7 passing between Earth and our sun every day. And that's pretty close. And as you will see in the pictures that we're going to be sharing today, it's incredible. So, and we are honored every week to have the one and only person that knows about this information, which is Samuel Hofman. And he joins us to tell us everything he knows about these planets and more, like aliens and such. So it's always going to be a full show when we have all of this information to share with everybody. So speaking of Sam, let's go ahead and get him on here with us and see how things are going in Montana. Let's find him here. There he is. Hey, Sam, how are you?
Hello, everybody. It's 55 degrees in Montana. It's sunny with clouds. A precursor. Bear with me, everybody. I'm a little under the weather today. I don't feel great. I'm having issues with the pollen, and I'm, a little. Even my lungs hurt and all of that. It's like pollen season up here, big time. So do bear with me, and I hopefully will be informative to everybody and not whining and complaining too much how crappy I feel. So anyway, hi everybody. Glad you're here.
What's the temperature there, Sam? What's the temperature
55.
Again?
It's crisp,
that's
55, but it's very sunny.
Yeah.
And it's nice out. Cool. And the dandelions have turned, and now all that pollen's in the air. And I spent all day yesterday with a sinus headache, and I feel horrible. And now even my lungs hurt. Just taking a deep breath hurts. So it's like a lot of fun.
Right. We
get out an N95 mask or something. I swear,
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, go ahead. Well, I was just going to mention that there's a resurgence of the COVID, or the C virus. We'll talk about that later. N95 mask reminded me. But anyway, we have other people in the green room, and
sure,
we do. And lots of folks in the
I was going to mention
comments.
one thing. It's 81 degrees in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now.
Wow.
Which is, I guess, normal. But, next week we get a cool front. And it's going to be dropping into the 50s at night, 70s and 60s during the day. Well,
there is about to be a major heat wave that is going to literally run all the way up into Minnesota and Canada. It's happening right now.
Well, what I saw was people commenting about how your part of the world was actually warmer in places than like Louisiana. It was
right.
kind of the opposite effect going on in temperatures.
Yeah, it was way too warm the other day here. It was already in the 80s already, and we don't normally have that ever.
Right. It was like that. Sure. Well, we'll play it by ear, see how it goes.
And of course, a lot of people suffering from major tornadoes yesterday, and we'll cover some of that information here in the next few hours.
Sure.
And a lot, and more to come yet too. So
scary. Yeah, I know where I live. We have had warnings all week. From the weathermen, and about storms all across Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas. It's a big area. Tornado Valley is no longer just a couple of states. It's now like 7 or 8 states. That's Tornado Alley has expanded.
Yeah, it's angled up. It's no longer horizontal. It's angled literally. And of course, today from Houston all the way to New York City is going to be having horrible weather today and tomorrow and Monday. So if you're in those regions, folks, this is going to be a wild ride. And we pray for the loss of life that occurred in Kentucky yesterday. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. You can drag Christoper and
I see
Gillian
him.
out of the green room and stay away from the
Gillian,
Doritos,
let's go ahead
guys.
and
You'll
get
end
him.
Yep.
Well, let's go ahead and bring Gillian in. It looks like she's finished with her snack. So let's bring her in from Scotland and see how it's going. How things are. Where she is. There she is.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Gillian. How is Scotland?
Oh, I think I just looked it up at 14 degrees Celsius, which is 57.2 Fahrenheit.
Okay.
Lovely,
That's
pleasant,
almost like
peaceful
Sam.
day. Yep.
Yeah, that's nice. Like a light jacket. You need a light jacket. You're set.
Yep, just a light thing
Yeah.
to wear, but that's just me. I mean, it is 9 o'clock at night here now, so yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
Although
I
you
know.
wouldn't believe it. Looking out the window, it looks like 5 p.m. in South Africa, you know.
Wow. Really lit up.
It's bright so long, but that's how it is in the summer, isn't it? I mean,
Right. I don't know. I mean, it gets dark here about 8:30 to 9 now.
and
You
in
know.
Montana, Sam?
I didn't catch what you said. I'm sorry.
When does it go dark in Montana at night? How long does it go?
Oh God, 9-ish, 9 o'clock at night. And I've been noticing, of course, there's. I really think the illumination is on the bottom of Saru. I think Saru is sneaking up faster than we're recognizing. She's
It's
right
always
in line,
green,
and
a
of course you may have
soft
noticed
green, a soft green, a different green from the
a
Pacific.
green blue. Yeah, and the site drawing came out 2 days ago for you folks out there. Get a copy. Run to Facebook, get yourself a copy, keep it on file so you can be able to see the planets early and easy. And they're getting smaller, so it's becoming easier over time. Christoper did a bunch of good work this week. Yeah. And I noticed the colors are a little bit different. I saw that Nicole had reposted them as well, and her color scheme was a little different than these, but I think I used a different blue color pencil. By the way, I don't use crayons. I use colored pencils. The ones we got from Gillian.
No.
Yeah, and you may notice that the Saturn yellow moon is slightly smaller this month, but his Saturn is way bigger. And Casper is visible. We saw Casper all week long last week. And the green asteroid is moving into a different spot. It's very close to the lead asteroid. And you may notice that I drew in some of the smaller asteroids around the lead. And we aren't naming them, but because we haven't seen them enough to even get their pattern down. But I'm keeping it in mind what's going on, and we know they're there. And the asteroids are getting bigger again. And here we go for the 180-day cycle and all the craziness of Uri passing over the top of us and all the stuff that's about to happen. All the electrical events. And you may notice the tan asteroid.
More than what there is, like fires and electrical appliances going off.
Yeah, there's a lot of electrical going on with the sun. And we've had another CME of, it was an X2.5. Now, granted, the one we have to worry about is an X10. But yeah, there was another big one, and that should be hitting us right now. As a matter of fact, we're going to have electrical everything going on the Earth. And that, was exhibited in the storm that went through Minnesota and all of that yesterday morning at 9:30 in the morning and Central Time. And they got, oh, God, Christ. And that's a back rotational lightning storm, low pressure thing from hell. And we have footage of that. And so people, again, don't buy that lawn furniture. And if you have a bouncy house, or if you have a trampoline, be sure to keep those staked to the ground, because it's flying trampoline season again. And again, it's going to happen today, tomorrow, and all the way up into Monday. So be ready for extreme weather in the Midwest, all the way up to New York. It's going to be nasty.
Yeah.
And they're warning people already, and they're calling it a major warning.
There's a lot of those going around, lately. With, like we were talking before the show about the big. Let me get Christoper on here first.
Right.
I don't want to just leave him hanging.
Right.
Let's do that first.
Right.
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute. I'm out of snacks, and I'm in this.
Oh, no snacks! Oh, man, I just ate all my snacks. Hi, guys. How you doing today? How's everybody doing?
How's Vegas doing, Chris? How's Vegas?
It's been great. I woke up this morning. All the planets are around. Uri's in the northeast and the north, and Atu's
Yeah.
moon, and Atu is passing in front, pretty much passing in front of Uri, and Yellow Moon is doing awesome things. It's great.
Yeah. Don't you love
Yeah,
it?
so,
I love it too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be doing it all day today. So maybe
Oh, good.
my phone is still acting up, so maybe we'll get to go outside. I don't know.
I had trouble with Facebook earlier today where nothing was working, and I noticed like you're posting and you get double posts, and I that happened to me, and then it wouldn't let me do this and it wouldn't let me do that first thing this morning. It's like, okay, what's going on? So electrical, be ready for electrical crazy.
Yeah, definitely. And I just got a notification from somebody from last podcast like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I got some weather warnings that were 5 days old today.
Yeah, that's not cool at all. So
what's with that? We keep getting everything, and like I seen 15 hours ago everybody's aurora pictures, or by the way, do you know there's an aurora? I'm like, not unless I can go back in time. Well, I can't care anyway, because when I sleep because that's what you do on your time off. You just chill out, do stuff, grow stuff, play with your dog. Oh, we went to the dog park, but do you know that there's weather warnings about how dry it is here? And the fire brigade went past here because they said that up at the woods there might be smoke coming out again, because there was I've never seen that. I wonder if they've seen that here, but they claimed
careful.
Yeah.
Well, there's fires in Portugal and Spain right now again, and they just had major flooding as well. So there's a lot of forest fire scenarios going on around the world. Israel is still burning from what I see.
I thought I seen a building burning. Was that just a joke, or what was that?
No, it's probably just more stuff on fire, and that they have a drought going on too. Karma, stop bombing the crap out of those poor people. And our wars are doing great, I mean, they're popping up all over the place, and you don't get me started on that. And that big, beautiful deal that they're trying to get through Congress right now, which will be the bane of the existence of the populace of the United States. Anyway.
Yeah, I know, it's like the trade wars, because I've seen a couple of the shops here said, oh, we're terribly sorry for the inconvenience of there not being such stuff here and this thing here, and I don't even know, there's empty spaces on the shelves. There was barely any vegetables.
Really?
And they claimed it was because the shop's online system had been hacked, and somebody had hacked in and put all different prices on all the objects.
What? No.
Yeah, so people would go in and they're going to pay their bill, and to make the shop not look very cool, they've gone and re-entered all the numbers on the computer, but with different amounts. So when people go and put their stuff through the till, it's not the till person's fault. They're just the innocent young student or whoever it is doing the thing at the time, the till job. And there was this guy, he was so irate in front of me, he's raging. He just bought one item and he looked well off. He wasn't poorly dressed or anything, not like the poor soul that was sitting outside the shop. I felt really bad because I didn't have any money or something to give the person, because I don't get cash. And, they're not shame. I've never really seen many people doing that here. But yeah, anyway, like I was saying, there was these gaps on the shelves. And I don't know if it was because of just them being hacked, because the shelves were empty.
Well, there's huge uncertainty going on, and people don't know if to order or to order too much or to order too little. And then, of course, there's just a big chink in the supply and demand delivery thing going on. Shipping is way down on the West Coast. Trucking is way down on the West Coast. So it's already, regardless of whether those amounts are in place or being yo-yoed and back and forth, up and down. There seems to be a very large push to make people very uncomfortable. It's like it's on purpose.
So everybody in
Don't let that get you.
in the live chat, if anybody else has seen anything like that, please let us know. I'm very curious to know if this is the pattern that's forming, if it's in other countries as well.
Yeah. Well, we've
They're all
gone the
saying
2
they're
weeks
back.
now, and it was expected that within 2 weeks, and now 2 weeks ago, now that we're going to see supply shortages, and Walmart announced they're going to raise their prices, and Target and Home Depot, and everybody's going to fall into line with that, and here we go. And it's all because of this self-imposed shooting of oneself in the foot for one person around the planet has created a trade war. And I think we should actually stop letting that one person have that much authority. So people, wake up, don't turn your head, get involved. Anyway, I'll stop there. Get involved.
Yeah, we'll get in trouble,
Yeah, we got to stop this crazy shit because
I hear you, but that entails exactly what? Like, how are we supposed to prevent any one person or more?
First of all, protest.
Being horrible.
Peaceful protest. I'm not saying violent protest. Peaceful protest. When I was a kid back in the last recession, when I was little, I was like 9 years old or something. And the milk prices, all of a sudden they doubled the price of milk when I was a kid. And we were walking down the streets with signs in our hands as children with my mom and all kinds of people. We were protesting, and they actually did something about it. So, protest. There's a scheduled June 14th protest around the country. I suggest you look into that. It's the we're not here for kings protest. And there's more to that, but I'm not going to give that fame to the other side of the story. So, protest, complain in peaceful, polite manners. But we have to, call your congressional seats. Your House of Representative, your Congress members. Give them a phone call, write them a letter, step up to their door, tell them you're not happy with it. We got to put some change. We got to fight back for our system. We can't let one person ruin the whole world. Well, Judy, you can't warn that man of anything, or that man can't warn everybody else either. It's not going to happen. It's already the die has been cast, and the broken armor, the broken circle, whatever you want to call it, is already happening. And hi, Judy.
Hi.
That's your mom, isn't it?
That's my mom. Yeah.
Yeah. You have a brother also, I hear.
Yeah. Samuel. Yeah.
Hi, Judy.
I thought you had somebody like Bryce.
A brother called Samuel.
You kind of cut out there a little bit.
You have a brother called Samuel.
Oh, I was. Do you have a brother named Bryce? Because I saw Bryce Kuchuris.
No, that's.
I thought maybe we should.
That's one of my cousin's sons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering.
Bryce. He's a young man. He's about. I think he's in his early 20s. He just had a baby boy, so that's pretty cool.
Oh,
congratulations! Right.
Get ready for no sleep.
Right? Yeah.
First-time parents. Oh my God, they're never ready. They're never ready. I wasn't, and I was a second-time parent when I had these two last little kids. I'd raised Alexander, and he's many years older, but and now then I had the two girls. Oh boy, talk about no sleep. I still haven't. Nova's 18, and I still haven't recovered from her.
Nova, you watching?
I know, right?
Yeah.
It does get better finally. I mean, mine. I can't believe my youngest will be 30 in August. It's not the baby. They're all in their 30s at that point. So.
Oh, we are so old.
That's crazy.
I was watching, a YouTube clip where these actors are now from such and such a movie and such a TV show.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. Those people are all so old. What the hell happened to them? And then it crossed my mind and it went, wait a minute, I'm that old too. Holy shit,
No, it's always them though. It's hard to believe that they've aged. And you think about it, and you're like, well, it's been 30 years since that show was on, and they're probably 30 when it recorded, or 40 anyway.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
freaky,
don't feel
isn't
like we age as much. I don't know. Do we? I don't think we do, actually.
Well, my neighbor, and she was very kind, and I told her, that my birthday is coming up, and I'm going to be 64 this year, and she said, "Oh my God, I thought you were in your 40s."
Hey, I'll take
And I
it.
was like, "Thank you," and I don't think she
Yeah.
was trying to be just nice. I think she really thought that I'm in my, I did get a little younger when I started doing the Om chant shit, and my hairline grew back. And although right now it's not doing great, so maybe I should do more Om chants. Sit out on the front porch and let my neighbors think I'm crazy. Om chanting on the front porch, and wow. Anyway, yeah, bear with me, people. By the way, last week I was a zombie, so it was a great show. It was a really good show. I really liked it. Show 114, 113 were good shows, but very embarrassing. And of course, Christopher put out that thing, and I'm, gruff talking, and I can barely speak, and I'm like chewing on my tongue, and I'm going on about, genetic memory through all of human history, and I'm glad that you post that stuff.
Okay, yeah. That was from last year.
Embarrassing. Rebecca and I were talking about it in the green room before the show. It's really embarrassing to hear myself talk sometimes.
Oh, stop! That was from a episode last year. Like, sometime it was during last May, so it's a year ago. So, and then I think I re-recorded it, so maybe it kind of jumbled your voice up a little bit.
Oh, no worries. But and then you put out a new one right before showtime, and I didn't get to see that yet, but. You posted it, but I haven't watched it yet, and I'm rubbing my eyes right now from all the pollen
this week. So, and then of course, like a couple hours before we start the show, there's all sorts of activity happening in the sky. So I had to get a few pictures this morning.
Right. Yeah, I'm. As I was saying, I'm
happening here.
I'm rubbing my eyes with all the pollen in my eyelashes right now. I want to scream.
Darn it.
And I had to open the windows because it's getting hot in the house. So and then laundry soap and
Oh boy.
I think that my dryer tube may have become disconnected off the back of the dryer, and I'm getting all the humidity in the house. I had to open the windows, and now I'm rubbing my eyes again. I can't win. I can't win.
You said you had dandelions.
Yeah, all the dandelions have turned, and they've gone to seed. Yeah. So now it's like, wow.
It's very cloudy here. All right. I wonder. Well, I feel like we should look at the comment section and see who's here. I haven't hardly glanced at it. I've been busy. But look who's here, guys. The first name I see on my end, it's Sharon, our friend Sharon in Australia. Hi, Sharon. How are you? Good to see you. She's number one. No, anyway, cool. I'm not keeping track, but. And then, yes, experimental. Look at that, 115. I can't believe it. I really can't. Yeah. I mean, think about that, guys. 100.
What do we ever even find to talk about?
115, not 10 or 20. No.
115.
Way over the. Yeah, we're pros at this point.
Yeah.
I'm not bragging, like Sam says. I am not bragging. But I mean, yeah, at least at show 100, we turn into pros automatically. So,
right.
But yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Experimental. It's good to see you. And yes, he's in the house, y'all. Dennis is here.
Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Experimental.
Always is, for sure.
Go.
And then look who's here. It's Nicole. She's in Colorado. It's 63 degrees.
Hey.
Partly cloudy, not too much different than here, a little bit cooler, but hi, Nicole. I'm sure the sky looks awesome. It always does for her. So how's that work out? I don't know. And then look at that. It's Nicole again in her group, Skywatchers Anonymous. That is a new group, a new sister site for binary twin solar system information and such. So you should join if you haven't yet. It's going to be fun. This is another place where we can all hang out even more. It's like, I just saw you and now I'll see you again. Good to see you, Nicole. And here, looky here. It's
Hi, William.
Hey.
William/Bill. How are you today? It's good to see you, Bill. He said, good for Jesus. That's right. That's how I found. That's how I met Bill, was through Jesus. Introduced me. So sweet. And I love your pictures too.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point that out. He's got some good ones. So, all right. Good to see you, Bill. And looky here. It's Audrey.
Hey, how you doing?
What time is it, Audrey? It's probably like 11:30, I'm guessing. You gonna stay up all night with us again? We'll see. But good to see you, Audrey. Good to have you. She's always here. She gets another gold star.
Hi, Audrey.
Another one. Yeah. So, and then next in line is our friend Alexander. He's all the way in Germany.
Hey, Alex.
Bet it's
How you
like
doing?
10:30 or so.
Great work this week as usual.
Always, yeah. And we have some clips from him to see later in the show. So we have that to look forward to. And that's how it is when you have a professional photographer in your group. It's pretty sweet. So anyway, good to see you, Alexander. Look here. It's Maria in Alaska. And she's a nice lady. I'm not, really, like, some people are just nicer than others, and she is.
And she's still doing volcano watch.
Super
Make sure that
thoughtful
doesn't
person.
go off.
Yeah, keep us posted on that. I'm sure that's
She's
a
more
little bit
worried
too
about
close.
her daughter though because of the tornadoes and storms.
Yeah, too. We got tornadoes here. We got earthquakes there. We got volcanoes out in the ocean, and anyway.
Wild.
There were some big earthquakes today.
Yeah.
There was a 6-pointer, and I can't remember exactly where. I'll go back and look at it. Some really freaky, weird activity going on at the South Pole. Also, the jet stream circle on the South Pole is strange. And oddly, on the North Pole, very little, which is weird. It's like they're acting opposite of normal. And, of course, what the sun is up to with all this, ejecta and the coronal holes coming down to bear, and there's one right now I think is pretty much just about to become facing us, so do not be surprised if your internet or your cable television or your phone or things don't work well, and let's hope and pray.
Sky didn't work.
Yeah, let's hope and pray that nothing serious happens in the next. There are some worldwide warnings going on amongst a lot of the, shall we say, the conspiracy theorists, although I don't want to throw that at them as that. There's a lot of concern going on right now in people, and don't let the negative get you. Don't fall into it. And right in the middle, be aware, but don't go nuts and don't go out and buy a whole bunch of stuff because Armageddon's about to happen or anything like that, and on your credit card, because then you'll find out, like I did in Y2K. I prepared. And I bought a whole bunch of stuff and dug a safe room under the house, and it cost me a fortune. And then I got stuck with all these food supplies. I get to give them away to everybody.
Right.
Pickle flour, and don't use old pickle buckets. They don't work because everything will taste like pickles.
Darn it.
Oh well.
Yeah, I made some really good dill bread for about 2 months. I was making dill bread.
Okay.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Right.
I was trying to bake it up because you got to use it. You don't want it to go to waste. And I tried to give it away to people, and they didn't want it. So I threw about 150 pounds of flour in the garbage.
150 pounds of flour.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, it's crazy.
It's probably about 6 or 7 garbage bags.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Can you imagine? God.
And
kind of, but
it tastes like dill pickles. It's not usable, I promise you.
no.
Oh man.
And I went cheap because I was getting those pickle buckets for 25 cents a piece from this guy that had a ton of them at his restaurant, and I was thinking I was going to get away with it. And no, you don't.
I was wondering if you could figure out a way to, if you put boiling water in it and soaked it, would that ever get the pickle flavor out?
I don't know. I didn't even try, and I should have taken in some soap and water, and bleach water would probably cure that. I don't know. Let it sit there for a week or so.
It tastes like bleach.
God, I'm just rubbing my eyes.
Crazy. But look who's here. Back to the comment section. It's Brendan. He's in
Hello,
Ireland.
Brendan.
Yes. It's like we're in the same room, y'all. All of us. We're all around the world. Here we are just sitting here hanging out. But hi, Brendan. It's always good to see you. And my goodness, it's Egg. I bet he's in New York today.
Egg got here early today. Hi, Egg.
Yeah, she's checking in early. Good to see you. I was just thinking the same thing, Egg, like we were just talking about. We're all here hanging out together. It's so fun. It's like a weekly reunion. Isn't that neat? And Jennifer is here. Hello, another Earthling. We're all Earthlings here,
Yes.
I think.
No, we hope so.
I don't know.
Well, you know, if we don't, I mean, we have some listeners that aren't Earthlings. You could always let us know. You know, I do wonder if they watch our shows up there in the cube, you know, or the long box. Hi, everybody up in the long box, and you know, everybody up there in the Empire Orb. And yeah, my eyes are watering. Oh my God.
Oh man.
Oh, and I got to stop rubbing them with my hands. I'm going to get out a tissue and start rubbing it with tissue. I might have to go wash my face again.
Poor Sam.
Well, you know, I never used to have pollen until after I had the C virus. Speaking of which, by the way, everybody, now that we're in the part of the show, we're still saying hi. There is a resurgence of the C virus in Asia right now. So if you know anyone in Asia or around Asia or Indonesia, Malaysia area, it is going crazy and people are dying again. So I don't know if it's a new strain or what. I didn't go into great detail, but there are warning announcements. So, you know, get out those M95s, people. It's still not safe to actually go in public yet. It really isn't. I think, you know, this is going to change how we live. I really think this is going to change our behavior. God knows it changed our fashion already, because everybody's into sweatpants now, or no longer business apparel, and it might be the death of the tie, and I really hope that's the case. If I ever put another tie on, it'll be too soon.
Right? Still don't know. I can tie, but
it's true.
Yeah, it's a pain in the pain.
Years ago, I had a boss that was regularly inspecting whether or not everybody shaved every day.
Yeah.
And being blonde, I don't have to shave every day, but he was right there. Oh, you got to shave every day. And then so I, you know, my Adam's apple was always raw. And then on top of it, I got to wear a tie. And so I've never gotten over that. You know, it's like PTSD from tie wearing.
That's trauma.
That's rough.
That's real.
Some posh schools make you wear ties. Did you have to wear a tie in school?
No, we had uniforms, but so they were brief. That didn't last long. No, I was always in the hotel or restaurant business where I had to wear a tie. And when I took over the bar, and there was none of that. We had cool T-shirts, and that was it. You know. And, you know, ran around in shorts. I don't think I put a pair of long pants on for like 2.5 years straight. Still went outside in the snow with shorts on, you know. Like, insanity.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
Well, you know, when you're active, you don't get too cold. There, but, you know, after a while there,
I don't know. I honestly really don't know what snow looks like. So, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah. But I see snow maybe once every 10 years, once a decade maybe, and so I'm just pretty much the anxiety sets in when I see snow. You know, like Sam sees a tie.
Yeah, well, we'll invite you up to Montana during our 40 below era, and which happens just about every year. We didn't have 40 below this year. We went down to about 30 or 25 below, and it was early for this year. It was very early. It's all gooped up. It's no longer what it used to be. It used to always be middle February to late end of February that would go sub-zero, 40 below. And now it's like sometimes November, sometimes December. And I should write that down and see what the difference was last year for the last few years. You could look it up, I imagine. But yeah, all of our weather is completely drastically changed, people. Again, we're no longer in Kansas anymore, Toto, because all the weather is. Oh God! Did you see this week what's going on in the in the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean and Mexican, you know, like Belize and all that? They're having a major heat wave down there right now as we speak. They're 110, 120 degrees down there, and it must be a steam pit down there. Right. And that is it's going to be in Minnesota. I think it's probably, if anybody checked the weather today in Minnesota, it might be heating up right now. And then they had a huge lightning storm go through yesterday. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to mute and cough here.
Yeah, mute and cough and mute. I'm going to get back to the comment section and keep on rolling. And I say hi to Karen, or I see Karen. Hi. And I did lower the music. I got it down to like barely. I have to keep it on a little bit, but because Sam likes it. But
No, I don't even hear it right now, so no problem.
I know. Sam likes it loud.
Yeah,
he'd be
yeah.
happy.
I like my background
Really?
Mozart.
I know, I do too. I like it too. So I'll be observant and try not to let
Oh,
it.
when we've got techno, we've got the old foot tap going on there, it keeps us upbeat, and
Isn't that fun?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That way I don't yawn.
On. Oh, and
Exactly.
experimental says pollen is really high in the UK as well.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's high up here in Montana, man. Because right now I got a tear rolling down the side of my face from my eyes watering, and I got a box of tissues right here. Here we go.
all right. Hi
Got
to
Vicks paper rub, and
now that's a new name.
That's a new name. Yeah.
So welcome.
Glad you're here.
Nice to have you. Glad you're here. Sure. And DJ is here. I knew DJ.
Hi, DJ.
Hi.
I was tempted this morning to take a Claritin, but I'd probably be a zombie right now if I did.
Wow. That's chilly, Jennifer. That's pretty chilly. That's nice. I'd rather it be cold than hot. I'd rather be 27 than 100. I'll take it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Lisa's your friend.
Marcus, he's in the Netherlands.
Hey, Marcus.
See you, Marcus. I knew you'd be here though. He never misses a show, guys. He's, as most of these.
Now, if we could just get another million viewers and subscribers, we'd have it made.
There's Alexander.
Gotta work on that silver plaque for Rebecca.
Look, it's Esri Colette, and I can't believe it.
Sam.
He was not too late. He was within the tardy time allotment. He wasn't too late. So it's Saturday again too. I know it just flew by. Another week. Every week.
Yeah. Be sure to buy your fans and air conditioners early this year because there'll be a run on them and they won't be available.
I have to usually replace like 1 to 2 fans a year because I run mine so much and they fall apart. They really do.
Yep, I had that happen a couple of weeks ago with one of my fans. It threw a blade and it blew up.
But they usually burn up.
Oh, wait.
Anyway.
I've never burned up a fan before.
Like the motor burns out and they
They're fire hazards too, by the way.
Yeah.
Get too much hair and they actually light on fire.
Yeah, they sure to dust your ceiling fans too, right?
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
That too. Esther is here too, and she is also in the Netherlands. So nice.
Hi, Esther.
Got a community in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. Let's see, DJ. Did we change the privacy settings on Facebook group because it doesn't show when you start? Nothing has changed, DJ.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on with Facebook. Montana Skywalker, all of a sudden, I lost control of that because my other profile got deleted in November. But I am now, and for if Deb or Matthew or Andy are listening, for some reason I post now on Skywatcher 2, and my posts have to go through the admin.
What?
Yeah, and so I'm being limited on numbers of our sister sites all of a sudden, where I have to have approval for my post. Like what, on my own site that I don't have control over?
Oh my gosh, that would just drive me crazy.
I think I'm being blocked in many ways.
Oh man, that's nuts. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm not laughing.
It's a never-ending fiasco anymore. I tell you.
Exactly. That's why I'm laughing. It's just what.
Yeah.
What else could possibly happen, right?
Oh God, knock on wood and don't say that, man. Because
I know.
Find out worse.
It's just every time it's something different, and it's just wilder every time.
Yeah, it's just insane. And I had somebody the other day tell me, well, didn't you know that Facebook is for fuddy-duddies? Only old people use Facebook now. It's so passe. It's like, what?
It's for old people.
Well, we're on all platforms. So
well, I mean, it is a different crowd from Instagram. I don't really do Instagram, but and TikTok there's a lot of people there my age or 30s to 50s on TikTok. It's not necessarily all kids. But yeah, Facebook is definitely known for being for the older, it's like the MySpace crowd.
Right.
Yeah, MySpace.
Honestly, Facebook is the best for what I've seen. It's the best. We've got awesome members that
We sure do.
Everybody,
it's perfect for what we do.
They know the rules. New members get in really fast, learn the rules really fast, and it's just a great site to be in. And sometimes on TikTok, people, I think a lot of new people see our stuff, and it's just, oh man, some comments that I get on my TikTok page are just, wow.
Out there. Oh, for sure. Right. Yeah, I definitely enjoy the community on Facebook a little bit more. I mean, I have, a good crowd on TikTok as well, but I like on Facebook how we can communicate back and forth with pictures in the comments. I wish TikTok would let us do that, drop pictures to people, and it's a little bit harder to relay this information without a way, but
yeah, Facebook does facilitate that quite easily.
And look who's here. Speaking of TikTok, it's our friend Donald.
Hey,
from TikTok. I mean, he's on Facebook too. Okay, but I met him on TikTok originally.
Yep.
So yeah, and
Glad you're
I always
here.
tell everybody to follow his page, but you should follow him. And it's Donald Poteet, just like that on there. I love his videos and his pictures. Donald, I went through a binge last night on Donald's page. I was just like looking and I saved all your pictures again. I think, Donald, I kept saving them. I'm going to have to make another slideshow. So
yeah, he's definitely getting the placement down and all of that too. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm happy he is enjoying it so much. Yeah, he's up to like 1,300 followers, and he only had, I want to say, a couple of hundred when I first found him and found each other. So that's a big jump,
Yeah.
So good job, Donald. Okay,
Yep.
And next is Sandy Cheeks. Sandy Cheeks / Catherine. She's here. Hi, Catherine. Good to have you. Always is. And Gray Guy. Gray Guy is here. Oh, thanks, Gray Guy. That's nice. You're in Arkansas.
Cool.
I kind of knew that. I kind of think I forgot that, but neat. That's not far from me at all. So good to see you. And it's cloudy here too. I was wondering if we're going to get rain. We'll see. Hey, Michelle in Indiana.
Hey.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Good to see you too. You're doing yard work, man. That's what I need to do.
And
I've been waiting for my shoulder to get better.
I killed all my plants, so they're like burnt to a crisp. I don't know what happened.
Oh no!
I've been watering them like every day and multiple times a day, and they're just fried.
Right.
Cooked. And they're not in direct sunlight. I don't understand it. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I kind of gave up on real flowers.
I don't want to we're a desert, so I need to plant cactuses right now. I'm not doing that.
Yes, that's true. Well,
yeah,
I hear you. Well, I'm glad your yard looks nice, Michelle. I need mine done too. So I'll get one of these days. I'll get out there. I gotta do it before it gets hot. I gotta, Okay, moving on. Can't wait. Let's see. That was. Hi. Is it Xander 17? Is that how you say that? Ander? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry. But that's another new name for me too.
Xander.
Yeah, I was thinking sounds like Z, I think. But welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Nice. And hey, it's Lori. Lori's here again. She's back, everybody. Good to see you, Lori. Now, our regulars are here, as is Richard. He's a regular for sure. Good to see you, Richard.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. Oh, look. It's Dubaloo.
Hey.
Dubaloo's here. How you doing, Dubaloo? It's good to see you. Good to have you, of course. And she says...
Yeah, I did omit that Florida is also very, very hot. You're right.
Yeah. And Donald got some... Don't tip me, Donald. I'm going to drop everything and go look at your picture. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Something about North Carolina. I guess something about North Carolina, Sam. That's where Donald lives.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you imagine, being in Florida at 110 right now with all that
Oh.
humidity they have? It's like you'd just be sweating and laying, in some air-conditioned pile, I can't even imagine. And here I'm complaining about how dry it is here,
Okay, back to the looky here. It's Ninja. Ninja's here. Peace be with you too, Ninja. Always good to have you here. It's like we're finally complete when Ninja's here. And Jackie. Jackie's here. I know that name. I know Chris knows that name. That's Jackie. That's Chris's wife, everybody. So good to see you.
Right.
Yeah.
Do I need to go to the grocery store anytime soon?
Get the right milk this time.
I know, right?
Comments and no.
Read the label.
Yeah. Well, cool. I love it that you're so close to the grocery store, Chris.
I know, right?
I would dig
Give me a
that.
reason to leave.
Yeah, it's nice. Like cross the street. Yeah, cool. Oh, yeah. Well, we're all caught up. That's everybody. So welcome. Good. She says, show your shirt.
Oh yeah, check it out. She made me a shirt.
Hey, wow.
Pretty cool, right?
Look at that. How'd you do that?
I'll have to find out how she made it, but
Yeah.
she went online and found a website, and she
Okay.
it was pretty cool.
I was looking at that too. I found
I guess I have this little I have this little stand for the computer, but I can't. If I mess with it, it's gonna fall apart. So I can't sit up. I can't.
Be a bar stool. Well, that looks super cool. That looks very nice. Yeah, I was playing around with, on Amazon, you can order any design you want. You just put it in there, what you want. Anyway, under $20.
That's pretty cool.
It wasn't much to basically do what we have right now, but it just tells me it's endless. I just, whatever we want. Anyway, one of these days I'll probably order one and see how I like it. So
yeah, it's pretty comfortable. Nice material. Right. It's cool.
Right. Yeah, cool. Well, good. That's awesome. So, okay, well, now what, guys? We did that. We said hello to everybody. Oh, let me I figure let's go ahead and look at these images that Sam sent. Let's start there because that's kind of where we were. Mm-hmm. Just going over the current, situations with our weather.
Yeah, scary stuff happening, and it's week after week after week, people. This isn't the occasional thing. This is the regular thing now again. It's the new norm.
Yeah. Bear with me. I had to refresh it, so let me get it pulled back up.
You guys should be very thankful for the mute button. I've been sneezing already the whole show.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm just grabbing the mute. I mean, I've been on mute longer than anything else today. Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, there's that coronal hole. Let's see. The date on that is the 16th. That's yesterday. Yeah. So that is moving to the right. So that will be facing us pretty much now and tomorrow. And that, of course, increases the earthquakes. Now, it's in the southern hemisphere, so it's entirely possible we'll see large earthquakes in the southern hemisphere of Earth. I'm not sure that's exactly how it works, but I believe that's the case. This is a smaller coronal hole than we had the week ago, or that big nasty one that was, last month that caused the major earthquake in Mandalay and all of that. And those folks notice how it's off the news already. Those folks are still suffering from all the devastation there. And, there's a lot of people out there around the planet that are getting wiped out, and we don't get to hear about it. So people look this stuff up. Go and look around. This, of course, this is over the top of you there. This is Oklahoma and northeast Texas. But outbreak on Monday. So, again, today, Saturday, Monday, there's going to be really nasty storms again in the east. Multi-day severe threat. So do focus on it, people, because it could, be at a theater near you, as they say. And again, in Kentucky, there was a lot of folks. I believe it looked, and I was looking at the trees, and it looks like F3 went through that one town in Kentucky, and we've got some video footage of it. So
Yeah, we'll do that next. Okay.
it's dire, and this is the Omega block that is going to kick in. Now, these rotational storms are dangerous. These are these cutoff lows, and they're under-reporting them, the severity of these things.
Wow.
The jet stream over the North Pole is weird. I'm doing a Ricola already. Dry throat. Maybe that'll help with my sneezing. I don't know.
More of that.
Yeah, look at that. That's that Omega, and the jet stream goes right down in between those two, and that's what causes the centrifuge. Now, Chicago had a major sandstorm, which I thought was weird. Last time they had that happen was in 1934, and it went through yesterday, which was that with the after effect of the stuff that blew through Kentucky. So,
Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be nasty, folks. And of course, what's going on the West Coast as well? There is that heat wave is going to rise up through New Mexico and go all the way up to Minnesota.
Hi, Jerry. Jerry's
Jerry.
here
Hi, Jerry.
in the UK. How are you, Jerry? Good to see you.
Thank you for your letter, Jerry.
I never got mine. It got lost.
Oh.
It's sad. I know. He's told. Well, it's a card with a kitty cat on it. First, for starters, I want to see it. But anyway, I keep thinking it will just recirculate and come back around.
Yeah, that does happen. It does happen.
It does. Right.
Look, there's a thing stuck in the machine. Okay, and then they get it in the mail after it got late.
It'll get here. I know. It'll be here.
I've had a few of those where it looks like the machine ate it, and then they try to tape it back together and then mail it to you.
Yeah. Strange. It's just what's strange is he's mailed me a few things, and almost everything he sends, there's a hiccup to some degree, like a long delay and such.
Yeah, well, that customs, the UK, Australia, Canada, England, has some pretty strict customs people. They're very touchy about their stuff.
Something.
Here to be.
Hey, Stacy's here. Hey, Stacy.
Hey.
Hello. Good to see you.
Yeah, end of next week. Look at that. I hadn't even heard on that one.
Yeah, this is next week, right? And see, why is it that Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri can't? We have been under the red zone for weeks and weeks now.
Well, the weather comes in off over the top of the Rockies, dumps down in the Central Plains, and that's where it remixes and then forms all this. Well, also what's rising up out of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, that never used to happen. That moisture flow, what they're now calling a Southern Pacific flow, like it was normal, and it's not. Hello, Stacy. And that influx is going to continue with these. It's the washing machine of cold and then hot, wet. And they're jamming together, and this is what's creating these huge storm situations. And it's going to be dangerous all year, people.
Yeah.
Look at that, 118 mile an hour jet stream winds.
150 miles.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So let's see.
That's
your
crazy.
trampoline's gonna fly, man.
Yeah, this is what went through Kentucky and wiped out a lot of folks yesterday. And again, you got to see this footage. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I dare hope.
Same. Let's see.
Yeah,
I mean,
look
that's
at
like
that.
the entire country almost
Right.
under a tornado.
Even southern Idaho. Look at that. I mean, wow.
Like the whole world is under a tornado watch. No, that's what.
Unbelievable.
Strange, isn't it? The area is just getting bigger
So
and
far,
bigger.
not us.
Right.
Wow.
It's the number of.
Right. It's not like it's unheard of, but this is unprecedented. What's
Right.
happening? This is wild.
We have far worse weather than everybody, with the exception of what's going on in China right now. Those guys, oh my God, they got nailed again last week.
It's
Sideways winds, And when I first, started studying the Nibiru thing, and they were talking about these high winds that were going to come wiping out, all mankind, and they're going, 300 mile an hour winds. I never believed it. But now that we're seeing 150, 118 mile an hour winds go through air, and last year we had 118 mile an hour wind go through Missoula Valley, remember? And it tore the shit out of it. And the other day, you guys, some of the siding came off my house. And I had to go ladder and chase it down the street and grab it and put it back on, and a little construction adhesive. And so, people, and I've got trees. And so if the siding, my vinyl siding's coming off my house, it's going to happen to you too.
Yeah.
I've had roof damage 3 times now, and it's been fixed as best I can. It cost me a great deal of money. Also, we had to have a fundraiser just so I could replace like 3 different sheets of that edged aluminum is not cheap, especially when it's 18 feet long.
Right.
So and that was a bitch getting home. I had to have it delivered. That cost me like $80 or something, like $85 to have it delivered. Increasingly likely this weekend into early next week, Oklahoma to North Texas. Yeah, and that's going to be all the way up to New York. People, yeah. And here's that heat wave. It's all going to be blowing up from the Gulf of Mexico. So you ready, folks? We're in instant middle of summer. Click, they hit the switch. Forget spring. We're going to go right to summer.
Oh my God, I'm not ready for this.
And there's Stacy's up there in the Great Falls area in eastern Montana, and they're going to have some weird, severe stuff too, from the downward north thing going on versus the cross southern thing. It's a big screw up. This is not the weather we ever used to have.
No. Oh.
What was this one?
Maybe Planet 9. Well, thank you, ABC News. You're only
right. At least they got the color right.
Yeah, you're only about a decade off. New evidence. Yeah, we know it's there.
Evidence. New evidence. That's funny.
Yeah. They have a 9th planet. Well, yeah. Don't forget that entire other solar system and star that you're not even aware of.
Right.
No, look how I love this. This is how they're titling this. Attempt to dim the sun. Well, we've known about sea trails since the 90s, but guess what? Now they have to publicly announce it to soft disclose to us, because when that second star becomes visible this summer or this fall, then they're going to see, we do need to do this. So they're getting us ready for stuff they've already been doing for 2 decades. And then hidden and lied about. I guess maybe they have to pay for it. I think we have a monster growling somewhere.
I think it was a motorcycle out my
I know. I was joking. It was like,
okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that was the last
in Gillian's living room. What?
No,
no poltergeist. Okay.
No.
In the choo-choo train. Just
not today.
Not today.
That's right.
Wow.
Spirit activity walking through my living room has been way up. I'm seeing actual full shapes now, not just the quick blobs that are going by. I'm seeing actual walking shapes going by.
Oh.
Yeah, and I'm trying not to pay attention to them, but they're way more evident. I was talking to my kids about that. It's like, did you guys see this lately? And they go, yeah. And I said, okay, well, let's not talk about it. Because when you mention GHOSTS,
right.
They come around.
Okay.
Looky there. It's Robert Smith.
Hey, Robert. How you doing?
Wow.
Saw your picture.
That's awesome. It's awesome because we have a slideshow of Robert's picks to look at today.
Yay.
Some of them, a good amount. So cool. I'm glad you're here, Robert.
Yeah.
Good to see you. And David is here. Hi, David.
Hey.
Hello.
David.
Glad you're here.
And
All
Xander?
right.
There's Xander here as well.
Yeah. Yep. There they are again. Hello. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that video that you sent me, Sam, of Kentucky, and we'll see what that shows. Okay, see what happened. Because
yeah, Sandy was mentioning
I didn't even know about it.
non-drug over the counter. Yes, but it still makes me tired, and also I don't do well with antihistamines at all. I take one antihistamine and I wear it for 3 days. So I try to stay away from antihistamines. They don't do me any. But I do still get tired from Claritin.
Yeah,
which you're not supposed to, but I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're getting tired from Claritin, gosh, I can't imagine what Benadryl does to you.
Oh, out.
Yeah.
I have to get half a Benadryl, otherwise I am out. Good night. Sleep I go. And Benadryl is a great way to take a nice soft disclosure sleeping tablet with it. Not without taking a Sominex and wandering around for 3 days after. Yeah, if I take sleeping medicine, I'm a zombie for days. I don't even take aspirin. It eats up my stomach. So it's not worth it.
Right.
So if I don't have to take a pill, I won't.
Right.
I saw the doctor about my shoulder.
Huh?
I've had an MRI, and it's called adhesive encapsulitis, aka frozen shoulder.
Yeah,
is what it's called. Anyway, he said basically, even if I did nothing, it would thaw out over the next 2 or 3 years. Which means I'll be able to be normal again. But I forgot where. But anyway, he just kept on wanting to write me a prescription, and I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want steroids. No.
Oh, gosh, steroids.
No. Anyway, and then a couple of anti-inflammatory. I wasn't asking for anything to begin with, but they are very eager to send a prescription to your pharmacy. I noticed.
Yeah, that's how they do medicine now. Here, take this magic pill that's going
to
cause kidney infections and your immune system and possible death and liver failure, and we laugh about that. We watch these these commercials, may cause this, may cause that, it's like, oh, I want to take that pill.
Right.
No,
it's scary. My wife's anti-rejection meds cause kidney failure. It's like, they're nephrotoxic to the kidney, but she has to take it to avoid the transplant from rejecting. So the side effects are just unbelievable. She gets tremors, and her hair falls out randomly sometimes. I mean, more so when she first started it, but just the side effects are awful. So yeah. It really, I think when most people, that aren't taking medications, they just don't realize like how detrimental it can be just to take, some drugs just taken by themselves can be so toxic. And
like Neurontin and gabapentin, stay away from those. Those are really bad. And and then they tell you, well, you can't be on this very long, but yet then they write you a prescription for 3 straight years.
Right. It's, I guess they have to outweigh the benefits with, how it's going to help you as opposed to the side effects, I guess, which is crazy.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in natural path first.
Yeah, it reminds me when I went to the doctor with Taylor once. It's been like several years ago, but he was having chronic stomach problems, right? We're trying to get to the bottom of it, and it was like so clear that they had this agenda that they were wanting him to have an antidepressant. I mean, we were there for stuff, and over and over, are you depressed? How about, have you tried all these I can't even think of what they're called now, all the names and that's like, no, but you know what I mean. It's the same thing as what we're talking about. But it's like, what? No. And he never went back to the doctor after that, practically. He just was so turned off by it.
Yeah, I had a diagnosis recently where my doctor was saying, well, I think you have, this cancer. And it turns out it's my back, because it's my back is out, but they don't even look at the spine. They don't. They to medical doctors, it doesn't even exist, and because of the chiropractor crap. And here I'm doing my own chiropractic, because I'm doing yoga, and as long as I do my yoga regularly, my back is okay. And then I can breathe better. And she's going, "Oh, I think you got lung cancer or something because you're not breathing well." And I'm telling her, "Yeah, because my ribs cage is not expanding because my back is out." And she just completely ignored that. And then she scared the hell out of me. "I think you have lung cancer."
Oh, gee. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then I went and had the tests, and then they're not conclusive and you don't have any notable black spots in your lungs. Well, duh, I knew that. It's my damn back. My rib cage isn't expanding, so I'm not getting the full breath that I need.
You get
the C virus.
Do you like pain on both sides of your spine in between your scapula, like your?
Oh, it feels like I got a dagger in the middle of my back all week.
It's awesome.
And then I'll lay flat and I'll put, do the yoga poses and I'll put my arms up in the air, and then all of that spine area is straight and flat, and you can hear it. Take a breath and it goes pop. And then I do an upward roll, and then it goes crunch, crunch, crackle, and it hurts a little bit. But then for the next 6 hours, I'm fine. And then I'll sit screwy at the table, drawing something or writing something down or typing or doing dishes, and there it comes back again. Then I have to go lay back on the floor and put the hot pack and all that. And I can do glucosamine chondroitin, and I have it, and I should be taking it because that will emulsify those joints so they will get better. But I'm not been sleeping. My bed, I need a new mattress. I need this and I need that, and I need so many other things I don't have money for. And I had to borrow my neighbor's lawnmower the other day. Thank you, neighbors.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, I have 3 lawnmowers. I can't get any of them started.
No, oh, man. I didn't know you had 3 of them.
Well, I have 2 push ones, and then the new one that is the riding lawnmower, and the clutch went out on that one. So, yeah.
Man.
Oh, I got to find a guy who can sell all 3 of them to him.
I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, just randomly, I had this thought. I wonder how tall Sam's grass is getting.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad. And so the neighbor was doing his yard, and I went over there and I said, "Hey, my worst part was between his house and mine. That area is really hot, and the grass there was at least a foot tall." Yeah.
It grows so fast.
In between the two, and the rest of the yard, that's the majority of the yard is out, away from his house, but it was so thick in there. I thought, God, if I don't get to it now, I'm going to have to go out there with one of those handheld size to, cut the straw. I mean, it was so bad. And I did get it mowed, but in another week, I'm going to have to do it again. So,
right.
Again, people, cards and letters, $5 at a time. I'm trying to get a lawnmower.
Yeah.
I'm poor, and the government is still screwing with our benefits. I again did not get half of the benefits this month, and I'm hoping and praying that it comes. Yeah, they're screwing with me. It's horrible. I'm living in hell. I don't know if it's going to be okay or not. I cannot actually count that they're going to take care of my benefits every month because I've had nonstop trouble with them since December.
That's right.
Thank you, government. And all the idiots that are screwing everything up right now. It's horrible what's happening, people. And by the way, this is a good transition here. For those poor folks in Kentucky yesterday, FEMA is not going to show up. So if you want to play that video, Rebecca.
Yeah,
I can get that. Yes. Let me get it. Mm-hmm.
And
Robert, thank you for the CBD idea. I used to make CBD bath bombs, they're so nice. I just hadn't done it in a while, but I should do that again. You'll sleep so good.
I actually have a jar of that cream, and I had forgotten about that. I paid a friend of mine bought it for me before it was legal here in Montana, and now it's illegal. I have a jar of that, and I never think to use that because it actually topically it's CBD. It's really good on a backache. It really does work. I think I've used it once, and for that reason. And look at this. Look at the background too. Look at the clouds, people. This is what we're looking on the ground here. It's locked up in
orangey, dark orange, yellow.
Oh my God! Look at that.
That's Saru. That's the bottom of Saru.
Wow.
It keeps stalling in me. I've only seen 3 pictures. Flash, flash,
Oh,
flash.
it's moving on my end.
Yeah,
Me
it's
too.
moving here.
Okay, then it's my internet connection. And for you new folks out there, the reason that you're only seeing my little circle in my fucking mouth is because my internet is so bad that I can't run my mic and my camera at the same time.
That's terrible. I had not seen any of this.
And if you look on the horizon line, you can see where the path went right through the middle of the trees. Trees on one side, trees on the other. This tore a path straight through them, and it was a long, drawn out tornado.
What was the strength on it? Do you know, like EF?
From the look at it, I was looking at the trees. Now, if you look at the trees, they're standing, but there's no branches and no leaves left. So that is easy F3
Incredible.
on the Fujita scale, and you need to memorize how that works. If it's twisted and torn off at the ground level, that's like an F5. This could be in between an F3 and an F4 because look, there's no branches left, and the bark has been stripped off. Now, according to the other part of the Fujita scale, we're looking at that's a flat plate right there. These houses have been ripped to the foundation. Now that is the measure of an F5. So this is probably an F4. You know, I was going to say F5, but the trees aren't ripped and twisted off. So it's probably an F4. But we're looking at toothpicks all the way down to the foundation, people.
What time of day did it hit? Do you know, like nighttime or daytime?
Mid-afternoon, I believe, and then evening in other places. I'll have to look that up. That's a pertinent question. Thank you, Sharon.
Shelters to go to. Is this an area where they would have had shelters, or is it just like?
Oh well, yeah. In Kentucky, I don't think they have a lot of storm shelters in Kentucky because they have a lot of hills. So generically, as a rule, they aren't a major tornado state. Although this year they have been. Thank you, Sharon, very much, and I hope I get it. And you know, we got to get. I hope I get enough money to buy a new lawnmower before fall sets in. But I'm going to have to ask my neighbors for a while, I guess. So the 3 of us, and it was a power drive mower, and I did have to push it, and it was very, we felt good. We did good exercise. So, and I did get away with it, and it didn't kill me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think that may have directly had something to do with my sinus problem yesterday as well, because it was the day before that I had mowed, and like on Wednesday, and then Thursday and Friday I was down. And it's amazing how stiff you get just from pushing a stupid lawnmower. Well, I'm getting old, guys. It's kind of time's creeping up on me. I better do a more Om chant, man.
Yeah.
Got to do that healing and get young again. And it does work. It really does work. I mean, my neighbors were, like, I thought you were in your 40s. It's like, oh, yeah, thank you. And I don't think she was blowing hot air up my skirt, as they say, either. Look at that. Down. Oh, there's a free air conditioner. And these people, they lose everything. They lose everything.
Who helps them?
Well, nobody anymore. FEMA used to, but a certain current Republican administration has decided to put FEMA out, along with many, many other services, like food banks.
Wouldn't it just be like up to each individual state at that point?
Yeah, but the states can't afford to do this because these red states are all already fiscally irresponsible and below and behind money, including, believe it or not, the state of Montana, who was supposedly fiscally sound a few years ago, is now in the rears. And that was because we had a Democratic governor and we had good congressmen. And now that that's gone, we don't have the money. Where's the money going, people? Where is the money going? Follow the money, just like
they already it came out last week saying how many $1 trillion got spent for underground bunkers.
Underground.
Well, yeah, the Pentagon has not balanced its budget in 7 years.
Did you approve that? Did you okay that? Because I didn't even know they were doing that. I'm just
Well,
saying they're going to
they've
do
been
what
doing
they
that
want to do.
for 40 years.
I'm just saying that's a lot of money.
Oh yeah, well, I have
and I
missing
drive down
money
the
too
street,
from-
and it's like I'm driving in a covered wagon. The roads are so terrible here.
yeah,
It's like
we got
whipping my horse.
shorted a bunch of money from the government from Social Security for my kids when their mom passed away, and we still haven't seen it. Where'd that money go? And I can't get a hold of anybody. And all of our sort of people, we're watching the demise of our system, and this is worldwide. It's not just the United States. We are watching I said this last week. They have flushed the toilet, and we're watching the water spin. Here we go. We're going down the toilet, people, and these people are going to be out. There's not going to be any help for them. And Kentucky is a very poor red state.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Look at this damage.
And they talk about fiscal responsibility. No, this isn't fiscally responsible. All of a sudden, the money is vanishing. And look at Florida. Oh my God, there's, DeSantis, his wife, is in a bunch of money trouble. And a whole bunch of insider trading happened in Washington, D.C., people, right before the tariffs were always, there's all these scandals coming up with great deals of money missing. This is, and I hate to say it, but this is the shuck and jive. They're saying, "Oh, we're going to do this," when the exact opposite is happening. People, there is a great fleecing of the world right now. Money is vanishing around the world. And here, have a free $400 million plane. Talk about bribery. Oh my God! And anybody that's got half a brain knows that's illegal.
Huh?
Anyone who ever took civics class or political science. In my neck of the woods, it's mandatory. You cannot graduate high school without taking political science.
Yeah.
So every high school student knows what's going on right now is illegal, and it's still happening. And I'm not trying to do a political harp thing here, but damn it, people, we are. All of these people are suffering, and there's nobody going to come to help them. Yeah, look at those trees.
How can you fix that? How can you fix that, though? These poor souls, and look at that area is utterly destroyed. Everything is people should have been planning 10 years ago. The government knows this is happening, and they know that they're not going to be able to stop it. And part of the problem is, and anytime you look into those secret CIA reports and stuff, and they're around, you can look them up. They know this shit's coming, and they know that and I hate to go on about this. There's depopulation happening, and it's on purpose, and they want it, and that way they'll have an easier time controlling of us when the shit is done hitting the fan, and then their new world order and all of that crap. And I shouldn't even say that on this show, but look, see, it's spun. So that's an easy F4, and these flat pads just laying there, that cement, that says F5. So we're talking a real high-ranking F4 went through here, and it was drawn out, and it was hundreds of miles instead of the 5 miles that they used to be.
Right.
It's an actual footage of it.
Yeah, this happened yesterday in Kentucky. And I'm sorry, I did not write the city name. Yeah, I saw this. I was behind the gun sneezing today. I went to Walmart and everything today and got the pizzas for the girls and got all of that ready. And oh my God, $5 for ketchup. And
it's crazy. I can't afford two things that match. It's like, it's awful.
Oh, I read a horrible article about rice in the United States containing toxic heavy metals and stuff like this. So people, we really have to start thinking about where we're buying our food from and what we're buying. And me, I cook from scratch.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden I can't trust my rice.
Yep.
Holy shit.
It's like everything. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, people, we got to start growing our own food. Let's go back to farming. Get a collective together, get your farmers together, get your neighbors together, and choose the crops you need, not what the government tells you to plant. And that's all screwed too. With those poor farmers, there's going to be many, many bankruptcies this year. Double. Yeah, look at that path.
Jeez.
Straight. You can see the path that it took.
Look at it. It's destroyed. It's like, is there actual footage of the thing when it was on the ground?
There probably will be in the next day or two, and I do write it down, and I go back and I look a couple of days later when stuff shows up on YouTube. We have that additional video with the green snorkel, and there were many sightings where everybody said the sky turned entirely green. So people close past. And there's a lot of people that'll talk to you. Well, you see tornadoes. There's a green sky in tornadoes. Yeah, but not illuminated central open core.
Yeah.
There's never an open illuminated central core in a supercell. It's dark, it's black, and you see nothing. But if you see an internally illuminated green open core, you're watching tiny little planet Nepenthe go by Earth. And the big 3 asteroids are right beside her. And as that thing goes by, they spawn tornadoes. Wow. We've seen it for 8 years, 10 years, ever since 2018, 2017. So we know this shit is real. And by the way, I like that you did do the video on the AI, Christoper, showing that because I'm sure there's a lot of people saying now that AI came out, there are people saying,
that's why I made it, because
AI generated photographs.
And they were like, you're going to ruin your credibility and all this stuff. And I'm like, no, but no, we don't post anything that's AI. So
yeah, and we've been around long enough to know better. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when people fight with you like that on TikTok or wherever, you have to address it, because then they'll go away, walk away and go and tell somebody else, oh yeah, them, they use fake AI stuff. And then if you don't address it, and that was just perfect when it came out. But I mean, these asteroids must be pulling some serious G's when they go past here.
Yeah.
Well, and we have direct proof of that. Even Ryan Hall, like a month ago, was talking about how these debris fields were being lifted up to 55 and 60 and 70,000 feet, which is, like 3 miles up into the atmosphere, and supercells only go to about 40,000 feet. So there's no way that could be happening from a supercell. The distance between of 35,000 feet tells you there's something higher up that's pulling all that crap way, way, way into the upper atmosphere. And they've been talking about that for 3 or 4 years now, and they've even proven it. So people, when you're seeing debris fields going up to 5,000 feet, that is not a tornado. That is a cell that's something that's dragging the atmosphere over the top of us, which is partially why I think some of this is occurring. I think these are close past Nepenthe passes or asteroid passes that are causing a strong percentage of these. Now, some of it is natural, some of it is normal, but at these magnitudes and the intensities, F scale 4, F scale 5s, which are used to be pretty rare, and now they're regular. So people, look at these kindling sticks. We have to rebuild our houses differently. I'm saying hobbit holes. Get some dirt over the top of your house, and that way you'll have a roof. Because notice the grass is still there, right next to this house. So if they had grass over the top of their roof, they would still have a house.
Oh my God, there's cars flipped over. They're bent in half. The cars are bent in half.
I was just going to say, I've just seen a car. We went over the top of a car, and it didn't even look like a car anymore.
It was bent in half. Like, what? Oh.
Dude, what does that?
I was going to say hi to Tracy, and she's about, I'd say maybe an hour south of me, and she's saying that tornado warnings are starting.
Yeah, today it's going to be northern Texas and
checking the radar, Tracy.
Eastern Oklahoma, and then parts of Arkansas and Missouri, and here we go again. And it's going to be tonight, tomorrow, and Monday. And
they're popping up.
And with the number of warnings that are coming out from weather stations around the country, I think it's going to be very severe.
Oh my God! Look at
Samuel.
This.
Yes.
You know how we've all been recently watching Mr. MBB 33, whatever. And he's busy talking about flickering lights all over the place. And I remember Rebecca saying once that her lights are flickering in her house.
Mine too.
And
let me show you that.
Also, the purple lights. Why would the lights be purple?
Well, Jesus this week got captures of Attu and Attu's moon beyond Earth at night.
Yeah, it's great.
Which is exactly what it's expected. And now remember the sunlight on the moon, the light on the moon that we see from Earth.
Yeah,
Mr.
this.
NBV333,
Okay,
you've been
that's
showing videos
Jesus.
like this, and I have never seen this. Salt Lake City, I don't know, 6, 7 a.m. in the morning. This has never happened, ever. That is so weird.
Yeah, it's been happening at my house too.
My
I
little
think that's
skylight
directly.
as well did it the other day.
I think it's planetary effect. It also might be the CMEs. I mean, we are being inundated with coronal
That's crazy.
ejected material inside Earth's atmosphere. And remember, now I saw a Schumann resonance reading that was 20, which is
There's
twice normal.
Rebecca's.
Anyway, I just got my live access removed on TikTok. What were we even saying? Nothing.
We were talking about sea trails and sea virus.
Yeah, like 30 minutes ago.
Well, appeal it again.
I'm gonna appeal it. I'm gonna, we'll get it. We'll get it. For misinformation, that's all it says.
Yeah, I got that happened to me this morning when I posted a video I made. It's like community guideline violation.
That's
Right.
annoying.
Yeah, after all,
And
didn't you guys know that we're posting disinformation?
I guess so.
Yeah. I mean, there couldn't
According to
possibly
who-
be 7
who
other
makes
planets
them
in the
the
star.
authority on
I think I used somebody's voice that I didn't I didn't use I didn't ask them to, for their permission or something like that. And it says it doesn't matter if you ask them for permission or not. You can't use other people's likenesses, but it's just my likeness. So how does that work? I don't understand.
Hey, Kaylee,
Just
she
gotta
was
appeal it.
watching on TikTok, and now she had to.
Yeah,
at least you know where to go. With that.
Sorry.
Now, remember, we've also seen a lot of those orbs.
Wow.
Yeah. Electro orb things.
Right?
And-
Start your own rave party. Look at this.
Have you seen the ones that
Like
are like
Vegas.
balls that walk about like they're
Yeah, we
electro
watched
boys?
it last week.
I love blackberries. Yum.
Hi,
Glad
I
you're
love
here.
blackberries.
Good to see
Hey.
you.
Well, we have a lot of those in Montana.
Yeah, look at Memphis, Tennessee. Look at it. Looks like Vegas. What's going on?
Now, remember, those orbs were setting off car alarms when they would pass by and short them and zap them. Yeah, tell me this is normal, people.
This is all the starting signs of something like really
Right.
tremendous that's
Right,
happening.
and-
It's going to
and,
happen. Something bad is going to happen.
Nostradamus speaks about a tear, an opening in the sky, and we've seen evidence of that all week. And there's people posting when there's this straight line in the sky, and that's the edge of Uri, by the way, cutting in. And I saw the bottom of Uri today in the northeast sky, and you could see the whole perfect circle bottom. There wasn't any clouds, which was weird, but you could see the illuminated bottom of Uri today out my window. And it's like, yeah, it's really there. And every week we go through this ourselves. We all doubt what we're doing, and then we go, but there it is. And so then we don't doubt. And for those naysayers out there, guys, we've been doing this so long that our story would have had so many holes in it, and it would have popped like a balloon if we weren't right. And we are accurate. We, like Chris's video says, we take the time. We don't take the first one photograph or the first 5 photographs of something and come to it's aliens, or I'm not going to say it's aliens, but it's aliens. No, we take a long time to come to our fruition and our summation of our information. This is all time proven, people. We've been doing this for 15 years. God,
yeah,
15
can we see
years.
Chris's video? Can we share Chris's video? I mean, that's also got to do with these asteroids that he talks about, that he's just given evidence and said AI didn't do any of these pictures.
Oh yeah, and these are those
They're also
naysayers.
real. I mean, these
It's
naysayers
amazing, and
don't
I'm not trying to down them, but it's amazing how generically, averagely stupid people are. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a sad way. Unfortunately, people are so much going on. You've got to spend time looking for this. You're not going to get the answers on CBS News. You're not, and you're not going to get it from Mr. BPB 333. Although I wish he'd, come to our show and we can show him some stuff. And there's a couple of other people, and I took some notes for Christoper, and I've got a couple of people. We'll talk about that privately, but I have a couple of people I'm going to send you their videos because I want you to see how they do their show. Because I think it'll give you some ideas.
Okay,
And I like your videos, Christopher, but the one thing that's missing out of your videos is you.
Yeah.
You got to. I know you're shy, but
Yeah.
step across that edge, and
I'm working on it.
And I like that you stuck yourself in a couple of those videos, so that's good. And same thing with Rebecca. Rebecca's best videos are the ones that she did in front of her TV, and she was showing it while sitting in front of her TV. Those I like the best of all. So,
Yeah,
and I know you guys are embarrassed to do that, but those are your best videos.
I know, it's rough. It's hard.
Yeah.
I did record some the other day, though. It's like, I haven't shared it yet, but I did. I'm trying.
I'm always looking for your next video.
I know.
Every day I look for you guys' new videos.
You know how it is, Sam. To be seen on camera or hear your own voice on
Embarrassing
video.
to listen to yourself talk. I know. I had a big dose of it this morning.
Yeah. And it's really not that bad. It never is as bad as you think.
Right.
Right.
I broke a sweat and I cringed and I said, "Oh my God, did I really say that? Oh Jesus!"
Arson's here. I know Arson wouldn't care either. They'd be like, "Cool."
Well, the thing is, sometimes I get into these rants. We've been talking for 6 hours, 8 hours, and we're totally delirious and we don't even know it. We've been going on and on and on. It's like Jerry Lewis telethon here. Where you're sitting down on the stage instead of walking. You can't walk anymore. And I liked very much last week's show. It was a great show. It was informative. I liked what we shared and how we went about it. But yet at the same time, I was such a zombie. By the time we ended, I just got to get off. I can't keep talking, man.
Yeah, it was a long show last week.
Yeah,
it was
7 hours last week.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I thought it was.
Oh, and again, speaking of, I'll give a shout out to Jason at Town Pump. It's his birthday today. Happy 25th birthday, Jason. I hope you're listening to the show locally. He said he does, but and Leroy at the other Town Pump. How you doing? I haven't talked about you in a while. And thank you guys for being tolerative or patient with that crazy Nibiru guy. Comes in and tells you about the passing planets that nobody believes is up there. Right. I can't say nobody because there's a lot of people around the world that know that they're up there.
All right.
I think Chris is going to dinner or early lunch.
Yeah, break. Needs a break.
We'll let him.
Yeah.
Little scientist.
So,
there you go.
Go ahead and I want to play the slideshow we have for Robert Marshall Smith.
Okay, cool.
He's here. I know he's
New Zealand.
Yeah. I believe he's here. So I don't know what the time difference is. I don't know what time it is for him. So I don't want to, it's
tomorrow.
It's
already tomorrow there. It's probably midday.
Look it up. New Zealand time right now. Okay. Oh, it's morning, 9:39 in the morning. Nice. Okay. Sweet. All right. So, okay. Well,
a couple hours different than Sharon's. I think like one time zone or something. I'm not sure. I'd have to actually look that up.
Yeah, it's actually quite surprisingly big, Australia. And the time zones even like.
I think they have 2 time zones, and then the farther east you go. Okay. I always wonder where they end the east and they start the west. Where does that line go in the middle of the ocean? Where from Japan to the United States, because Japan is in the east, and yet California and Oregon are in the west, and yet they're facing each other. So where's that line in between?
Each other. Right. Interesting. Okay. I think he's here. I think Robert's here. He was. Let's go ahead.
Well, I believe Robert is probably a person that would come back and watch the show later again anyway, so we'll mention him. Hi, Robert.
Maybe.
I hope everybody goes back and watches the second time, and that way we get your view count up. Don't just watch the live show, and if you can't watch the live show, be sure to catch it on YouTube under Nibiru Followers Anonymous page on YouTube. Right. Like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Mm-hmm. Yeah, none of that shit is working. And by the way, there are a lot of people that are being unsubscribed, so always check your subscription, and it's happening. Even Dan Hurd from from Herd Prospecting. It's a guy I watch. He's a prospector. He mines gold and stones and stuff. Hi, Dan. Even his subscribers have been removed too. So it's going on to a lot of YouTubers. So if you haven't seen your favorite YouTube show, maybe you know why now. And I'm watching Escape to Rural France and quite a few other shows. I've got my regulars.
Here we go, guys. This is Robert Marshall Smith captured. A lot of it, the first ones are his, and then there's ones he's found on a sky cam towards the end.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Round
Okay, look where the light is coming from. That would be
Yellow moon.
yeah. Well, no, that's not the yellow moon. That's Atu and the red asteroid.
But the first picture.
Yeah,
I
same.
mean, I'm just. Yeah. Okay.
The light is coming from.
The light was on the.
Yeah, I know, and that's where I was like catching myself, going, "What am I looking at?"
I'm gonna back
It
it
could
up.
be the yellow moon with lead asteroid in front of it. It could be, but it's
Where is the sun?
over to our left.
You reckon? Okay.
Okay. So that would be yellow moon. Yes.
But, yeah, look at the size of it, though. But okay,
Or
we're
is
talking,
it yellow moon and Atu's moon? Is it?
no.
Are these the same?
It's-
Everything?
This is a hard call, but look at, it's definitely an asteroid in front of a moon. Absolutely. It's an asteroid in front of the moon. We don't know which one because down there, their light angles may be different. And I'm sure I answered him with that photograph, but
Yeah.
Look at that.
yeah.
Confusing.
Yeah, they are getting, some of the patterns are changing, and it is getting confusing. That should be the bottom of Nepesi with the big 3 from where it's located, dead center over the sun. That should be the side of Uri
so
with
close.
Lorraine is the small circle, and then the asteroid and Pappy is in the middle left, and the skull asteroid is in the upper left corner. This is again, I believe, the bottom of Uri. Maybe it's really hard. He's in a different angle. But yeah, this is a planet. We could say planet, moon, asteroid, planet for sure.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, like you
That's
tell me
all-
these are our
that's
normal
serious.
skies ever 10 years ago. They're not, people.
Wow.
Yeah, these are directly overhead passing planets, people, and asteroids and moons, and that is definitely the ion tail right there from the Saturn's yellow moon. Saw that this morning, as a matter of fact, and it was reshaped just a lot like that, but a little bit different.
Look how weird the sun is. And look at that.
Yeah, well,
thing
that's a
behind
cut in
it.
from Matim. That's why it's haloing out, because Matim and Mary Moon are cutting in. That again looks like Atu's moon.
Oh, very perfect.
Yeah, look at the dark, and the orange. And these unbelievably colored skies that we've never seen in our entire lifetime are all happening now, people, for a reason.
Look at that circle right there, that little one, like on the right there.
Wouldn't it be scary if there's more planets than we know of?
Like, have you seen
Oh,
any-
I ponder
have you
that all the
seen
time.
any
Like,
different ones, Sam?
how accurate are we? But and then again, Saru could be coming in and screwing up everything, and we're not judging it. It's entirely possible. We're like right there. I totally believe that Sarah was cutting off the top of that with that shot. That's a cutoff flare. God, asteroids. Wow.
Scary hot guy. Look at that. Is that Yuri?
No, it's on the wrong side.
Ooh, look. No, look, it is like on the wrong side.
Yeah,
Is
well, okay. Well,
right
maybe
above-
Yuri is cutting over across all the way down in New Zealand at their angle. You could be right, Gillian.
It just looks like
Now
it.
that
Like
should be Yuri right there because it's on the
things
left.
planted right on top. Look at it. But
Yeah.
we're,
It's all changing so quickly. It's getting scary because I don't want to lose track of what's going on. And then, of course, our skies haven't been. We had rain all last week.
have
we
you
didn't get
seen any other different kind of ones, like when you were preparing for the drawings? Like, has anything else come?
Well, I don't prepare for
Forward.
the drawings by doing that. It's pretty normal. Everything I saw last week and everything, and I did sit down at the table and I had a little bit of a struggle. That of course is the bottom of Nepacity. You can see the Nepacity
Oh, the
core there.
zigzags. Yeah, you can see the zigzags.
But no, I don't prepare like that. I don't try to copy stuff I see per se. I just actually sit down and I draw what I see in my head, and I move the shapes that I'm going to draw in around. Sometimes go, no, it doesn't fit there. No, it goes here. So it's sort of a brain thing. That's probably the long box cube up in the upper middle. See that? There's a little micro clouding.
Yeah, what's that?
That's probably the
Long
long box cube.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, look at that.
That is Saturn's yellow moon, and you can see the flame-like clouding, and the cube is in front of all of that.
Yeah, look at it.
Yeah.
Smoky looking.
Light orb
Hides
included.
hides nicely in there, doesn't it? Yeah.
Again, people, there is a entire blockade fleet parked over the top of Earth. Yeah, that is definitely bottom of Atu's moon.
Yeah, they're bubbles.
And see how dark blue it is?
Oh, look at that little puffball.
That is the lead asteroid. That circle right there at the bottom left. You can see the stripes.
How can that little wee thing be looking desperate?
Because it's getting smaller because it's going away from us.
It's just at a different angle down there. Look at
Right,
that
it's
big
going.
hole.
It's in its orbit, and it's now headed to the left because it has gone in front of us and so close to us. Now it's going away from us and hooking to the left.
But what have you seen any extra planets?
I see effects, and I don't want to jump across the street and call it that, but no, I haven't really. But I am concerned that our information is accurate, and I do occasionally sweat the thought that I hope that we're not inaccurate. I'm pretty sure we're highly accurate because we watched the planets come in when they were way smaller, and we didn't have any unknowns that we could account or not account for. Although Matim is coming in, and I'm sure there's a bunch of smaller asteroids that we've never really accounted for that may be bigger now. I don't know.
Look at those. You can see Uri on the left there so clearly.
And again, on that shot, Matim was coming in from the left. Yeah, these are not in any way, shape, or form normal clouds, people. These are planets.
Look at the streets.
That's
There's like other stuff behind the puffball fire cloud. Look at that.
Oh,
Jeez. Big blobs up there.
Now, I have seen a couple pictures this week that's the snailfoot dropping down. The red asteroid is involved in the middle of that, and so is the cube. Now, I've seen a couple of video shots from some people that really had me like wobbling my brain out. I do believe that the sun will actually shine through the atmosphere of Uri.
yeah.
It's the only way I can account for that. We know that there's one for sure band of the outer atmosphere of Uri that's almost see-through. So I believe that was what we caught again. Because I got last week I got 3 pictures that looked totally like Uri had crossed over, and yet the sun is shining through it.
Look at that.
Yeah, it was messing with me.
Oh, it's beautiful.
You can see Matim plainly in this one, dead center just above the trees on the middle. That's a cut-in halo, double halo, because of Matim again. On that dark spot behind, on the left of the sun, is Matim.
Oh,
There you can see Matim again.
That's great.
And the red asteroid's above the tree. And boy, it sure is warm in here for being 62 degrees outside.
Yeah, I'm kind of burning up too, Sam. Look at that. Oh, God.
Look at that. Wow.
Weird
That's got
photos.
eyes. Weird. Yeah, I know. It looks almost like a face, doesn't it? Mm.
Yeah, that's one of them where it looks like the sun is shining through the edge of your earth. I got really warm all of a sudden. I hope I'm doing okay. Ominous.
Everybody's gone away, Sam.
Yeah, we lost them.
Gone walkabout.
I keep having to check my mute button because I've been hitting it so often. You're gonna find me where I think the mic's on when it isn't. I stopped sneezing. That's a good thing.
I'm
That's a good
actually here. My son was talking to me, so
Yeah.
yeah.
How's
Yeah,
that?
they have a definitely interesting view down there on the southern hemisphere.
Yep.
Look at that silver.
That looks like necessity in the normal place that I would assume it is.
Look at the brilliance.
Wow.
around it. Look at it. That's incredible.
Now, question is that illumination right there, that white at the bottom, is that the base cloud of Saru?
Okay.
Now they would have a really good view of it down in New Zealand because they're in the south and Saru is in the south first thing in the morning. And that is the Tan asteroid, most likely. And a sky scribbler.
Scribbler looks a bit dizzy.
Yeah, and I noticed they're doing that here again. When something's about to show up, they come out and spray.
Face on a stick, man. Look at that. That's wild.
I chuckled that they're announcing that, yeah, we're going to have to block some sunlight. Well, yeah, they've been doing it since the late 90s, so what else is different? Again, blue. Note the blue.
Yeah,
The blue asteroid is on the right-hand side of the sun, and the blue planet is on the left-hand side of the sun. You can see right there on the left is Matim. Cutting in. That could be the Skull asteroid, dead center. Wow.
Not often you see the great big shaft right through it.
Yeah, the shaft light, that's a cutoff. That's a cutoff shaft. Oh my goodness.
That boxy looking thing.
Yeah, that is awesome. That is most likely, okay, the light's coming from the right, so that is most likely Atu's moon. Look how dark that is, though. Atu's moon. Weird stuff going on there, Batman.
Yeah.
You don't say.
You know, and I know a lot of people go, oh, all these guys are talking about is clouds, but we have known for over a decade what we're looking at, people. It's been long ago. We're not guessing. It's long ago fact. It's not theory, it's fact. These planets are here. These asteroids are here. The second star is here. Heard you that one. Oh boy, that's a tough one to get people to even listen to. The moment you say we have a second star, they think you've lost your mind. But those planets can't be planets with people living on them unless they have their own star. And they're not Planet 9, Planet X. And that just kills me. They're all leading forward. And these are supposed to be reputable news services. Planet 9. Oh my God, people. If you really knew the planet count in our binary star system, 2 stars, all of that would go out the window. It shows how stagnantly ignorant man is as a whole for the reality of what our true nature is. It's just amazing. trying to think. Are these Roberts or
Yes.
yeah, New Zealand.
These are pictures that Roberts submitted.
Wow,
Yeah. Again, look at the water, people.
I love that.
You can see
one.
the side
That
of the
was
planet.
So good.
That's
And that
just
one
Saturn
too.
standing there, and there's the
Wow,
Saturn yellow
look
moon.
at
You can see the stripes of Uri on the left,
Yes,
plain as
that's
day.
great. Wow. Oh,
Oh, good Lord, look at that.
I would say that is probably very red is Saturn.
Florida.
Saturn is getting very large.
whoa.
Okay, that's open core of Saru, absolutely.
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
Saru
my
has
goodness,
a brilliantly
huge.
bright,
We need
very
We
thick
need a
open
picture
core.
of that. We're getting excited here. Woo.
Yeah.
Well, I've been
Get a
saying for a
picture.
couple of weeks, I'm sure that she's sneaking up on us faster than where you. And that yellow and orange again is also indicative of Saru. So you've got blue Uri and Saru coming in. Look at the size of that blue area.
Katie Joe's here.
I can't.
And she's in Florida. Woo,
Well,
good job. I saw she graduated.
Yeah,
I was like,
good job.
Yeah.
congratulations.
I think my poster
graduate
blew.
yet? Doesn't seem like it. I'm like, didn't she just start school? Guys, she graduated. Anyway, congratulations, Katie.
Well,
That's
how
awesome.
fast time flies
Excited
by.
for you. I
We've
know.
been doing this for a while, and my kids grew up in that whole
Just
trend. Look
started.
at that orange again. That's the bottom core of Saru. I swear it is. With Nepacity in front of it.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
We're going to tell us everything as we collect. Not. No.
Oh,
Oh,
wait.
Planet
Look at
9.
that. Look at the two suns.
Yeah, now look at that's something cutting in front of the sun.
The other sun. Yeah, ours.
Yeah.
In front of it.
Well, we're still waiting for all of that. Again, I saw a Star Wars clip this
Wow.
week where they're showing the two suns, and I just went, yeah.
oh.
And this could be two suns right there. We're looking at a very wide sunlight thing here. Thank you, Robert.
Awesome, Robert. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right, good.
Yeah, it's about time that everybody wakes up to the reality that this is really happening, and we're not the fools here. We're not idiots. We're not jokers. We may have fell off the turnip truck, but it wasn't yesterday. And someday I'll have a drawing done with cartoon done of me sitting on a turnip truck, I guess. Back in the old days,
Right?
I had to walk, through a blizzard, to school, uphill both ways, Old jokes.
Definitely.
Good stuff. All right. I have that clip that you were talking about, Gillian, about what Christoper made, where it's not AI. So
there you go.
I haven't got to see it all the way through myself. I was watching it as I was
I
saying.
was watching it as well, and then I went,
Yeah. But I see what he was doing. He was verifying that a lot of the pictures we use, that we share, so many people right off the bat just assume AI.
That's funny because, and they never did that until all of a sudden then they realized that AI was out, and then they started going, oh, well, that's got to be AI. And before that, everybody said, oh, you did that Photoshop.
You would think
I know,
it is.
even my youngest son, the other day, I was showing him a few pictures on my phone, and he cracked up laughing. He's like, those aren't real. And they were those asteroid pictures, the swirls and stuff. He's like, he thought it was so funny. And I'm like, no, they're real.
Or something that's like
they're real.
Like that.
He's like
a
does
claw.
not believe me. Yeah, okay. Anyway.
Yeah, how do you convince people when they, when their mind is made up that, we are the batshit crazy ones, and they're sane, and I'm not saying they're not sane. It's just we watched them. Yeah, we don't go out and farm our pictures. We have people around the world send reputable sources. And we ask questions. We want taste. We want directions. We want, information. Facts, not peer. And that's very true. And you cannot run in the peer department because then you don't see. Anyway, you go ahead and narrate, Christoper. It's your video.
Yeah, you got anybody can do this themselves. You just take a photo and the website's right there. There's several different websites you can use, and you just plug it in, and it's almost instant, and it'll tell you right away whether it's AI or not.
Look at the colors on those objects. How can you not see the shape of the object? How can you not see the depth of it?
More asteroids.
Look at it. It's beautiful. Looks like something on the side of Uri. Look at that. This one's incredible. Looks like a giant teaspoon.
That's the red and the spiral. Spiral in front of the red. This is an old photograph from many years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, and that's lead asteroid.
Gorgeous. Look at it. How can you not see it?
This is the red and the spiral going away from us.
That one's wild.
Yeah, that damages your sanity because you're thinking it's something that's dropped down, but it's actually going away from you like that.
I think that's the tan asteroid top center.
Look at that. That's
the
very
red
nice.
asteroid and spiral. Spiral's in front of the red. And this is underneath Attu and Attu's moon, by the way. They're connected all the time. They don't travel separately. They orbit the bottom of these planets, and they're always in the same position. And they move according to how the rotating, spinning planet is. This, again, is the red asteroid and the little sister in the front. And we know that because we've watched them for 8 to 10 years. That's the red asteroid in front of Attu and Attu's moon, even though it's dropping down. I mean, these are not fake, people. This is repetitive, absolutely, with the flat on the front end. That's the red asteroid again. We learn the shape.
Cameos all over the place.
We learn the shadowing. We've learned them. This one I love. People kept going, oh, this is the hand of God. Oh, this is the hand of God. Now he's going, okay. He's giving us the upside down okay signal here.
Right. It's okay.
You Google
that is wild.
That's what comes up under Google. They're calling that the hand of God. That's
right. And we've got, over the last decade, I think we got 4 or 5 of those shots where it does look like the hand of God, but what it is, it's part of the snail foot development of the asteroids, and the cloud reach in from the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon, and then it reaches all the way down, and then forms the snail foot. So that was mid-formation of the snail foot. Again, the red asteroid. Now this one I have like, what is that one? That could be a big 3 underneath Nepesi, I think. And this one, of course, that's an older lead asteroid, and this is older also, I think. But people, those are asteroids underneath the planets, and they're always there. And we watch them, and we watch them, and we watch them. And that's what we do and how we do it. Thank you for watching. And I really wonder what the average person, the average just Joe Facebook out there who's not been exposed to this information, I really wonder what they think. I really do. It just blows me away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and lens flares, that's always a hard one too.
Most aren't really looking, most.
Yeah.
And
most
then a lot are, but they think it's the government doing it.
Oh yeah, it's HARP. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's all machinery. It's
terraforming for the aliens when they come down and land and take over Earth.
It's a matrix flat Earth sky, the dome.
Yeah, I saw a
That's it.
I saw a combination video where somebody stuck a whole bunch of firmament videos together, and I'm going, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. Why are you wasting your time? And that's a crossover between religion and conspiracy theories that are running on, pardon the expression, QAnon people. If you are a listener of ours and you follow QAnon, I feel so sorry for you. I can't even imagine living in your house or tolerating you. I apologize. I didn't mean that in a bad way, but I do and I don't. I do and I don't. But I mean, wow. You got to look up where QAnon is from, people.
Okay.
Who originally started QAnon? And once you find that out, you'll go, oh, boy, was I stupid.
Well,
Hey, what if I had joined all those years ago and not given my real face and my real name, and you can call me R7, you know, that secret informant, former government insider known as
probably would be more well
R7.
known. You'd probably
Right? I was thinking the same
let's
thing.
try it.
Yeah. Put on some, Halloween mask and get in front of the camera every day.
Yeah,
Going,
big movie.
this is R7 with your secret message for today. The robin has left the barn. The robin has left the barn.
It's really true.
Oh my God.
You know,
The pumpernickel wore a necktie.
Stop.
Well, I'm making that joke because back in the days of freedom fighter radio for France, Free France Radio that was published from America, and they used to do all these codes to tell, and then the French resistance had this code book. So the robin left the barn means attack tomorrow at 7 p.m. or whatever, and they had these code books, and they would always put up these strange incoherent messages like, the pumpernickel or the necktie, something crazy. And I bet you, if I did that, I bet you'd have 10 million viewers.
Sharon
Exactly.
says she's made her alien head. She's making an alien head.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Oh boy, Sharon. The alien head. She's gonna do it.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
can't
God.
wait.
And going back to all those UAPs and I have a video on my personal page that I have to watch. I was starting to watch it just when it came time for the show, and because they've apparently opened up one of the orbs that they found in South America, and
cool.
so I'm going to find out what's inside of it. And of course, they were linking it to lizardoids.
okay.
Lizardoids.
And everybody's all freaked out about alien shape-shifting Draco lizard people invading, and that's where all the terraforming, and so that when they come, they can live here instead of with us. They'd be hot and they'd be warm and we'd be cold or whatever. All of that crazy shit just gets way out of hand, and people got to stop spreading disinformation. Oh my God, please. I'm still waiting for that Miami sighting to come back to haunt us again. It was pretty predominant. There was a lot of crap that went on about it. There was a lot of other stuff happening too that never got talked about.
Yeah.
And with the flashing, we were showing the flashing lights earlier. I think a lot of that has to do with direct.
Skype.
Yeah, it might be extraterrestrial. I'm not going to say it's alien, but it could be aliens. No, that's that guy from Greece. There's a lot of shit going on, people, that is unexplainable, but we do try to correlate everything for you.
So
And,
right underneath me.
Uh, it's so easy to go off center. I mean, we even do it here where we, oh, by the way, I took a dive into again more of what's going on with the pyramid thing, and then I re-looked at that, and the evidence that they have that has gone just crazy, batshit viral nuts. It's not even boiled down to a provable science. It's just a bunch of people that went hog wild over some, ultrasonic readings, and there's still so much more science to go through. I doubt seriously if there is something that goes down 2 kilometers underneath the pyramid. I don't even know how they would dig a 2 kilometer deep hole underneath that, without hitting groundwater and God only knows what.
Sure.
But there are unbelievable complexes underground in the Giza Plateau that are even before the pyramids, people.
Incredible.
And the pyramids were not built by the Egyptians. They were built by the demigods. All around the planet for a reason.
all
because
around
there
the
was
planet.
another civilization and previous other civilizations before us. And I totally believe they were broadcast power stations.
Wow.
Yeah, well, phi and pi, the equation that they used to build the pyramids actually is a hydrodynamic harmonic resonance equation. Phi and pi. Go look that up.
Yeah.
Phi is PHI, pi is PIE. I even have an equation for
Right.
that, and I don't even know. I don't even remember where I got it from, and I wonder how popular and how maybe I could change society with it. I don't know, but what I find mundane and normal, you guys all look at me and going, "Wow, I didn't know that." And here are the things that I think everybody already knows they don't. And with what I have seen over the last 15 years alone, all of us, Christopher, you're at a different level than you were even 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You know so much more.
It's crazy. I was just thinking that last night. It's been like 18 months now since I learned about all this, and I just can't. You can't go back. That's for sure.
It's
And then you learn all about. You learn about what's going on, and then it trickles down into other parts of your life too. So that's pretty awesome.
I didn't say, DJ, I didn't say pi is wrong. I didn't say that. That's nowhere near what I said. I said it's an equation. It's a cross reference between phi and pi leaning on each other. It's a harmonic resonance equation. Yeah, pi is an old friend of mine. 3.14, on and on. And
Right.
yes, would go 12 digits past, pi. Okay. Be there for a week. Yeah, I used a lot of pi in high school. And I'm not talking about from the oven. I'm talking pi as in chemistry equation pi, 3.14 and all of that. 3/4 pi or 3/5 pi is this. Pi is circumference of the sphere, and the volume of the sphere. You use pi all the time.
Jennifer has a question for you, Sam.
Have you heard of Ball's Pyramid near Lord Howe Island? It's growing 127 feet per day. I will write that down. No, I had not heard that.
Interesting.
Ball's Pyramid near Lord Howe's Island. Is that off the coast of Madagascar? I don't know. No, I have not heard of that. Oh, rubbing the eyes again. Pollen. Oh, I'll just keep my eyes closed and I'll be okay.
You're good. Oh, boy, there's so much to cover today. I got all these videos. I'm like, I can't decide which one is the best. But I found this storm chaser. He's in Nebraska. And I saved a bunch of his stuff, and I'm like, I think you're going to love it. Okay, so
do you have his name? Because I actually watch a lot of Storm Chaser videos.
Well, it was just Nebraska Storm Chaser. I don't know his name. Yeah,
maybe that's his tag. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for him in the future.
I found him on Facebook, so I think you'll like it. Let's get it.
Yeah, well, most everybody knows who Reed Timmer is, and I've sort of gotten a little bored with him and his mega expensive little cars. I like the guys that are still out there, getting their windshield smashed, and then they have to stop driving for 2 days till they get their windshield replaced. Oh my God, I would love to be a storm chaser, but it just I live in the wrong part of the country. Boy, that's a suspect shape. And don't always look at the bottom of a tornado. Look at the top. Yeah, now that's a smaller tornado, but look what it's coming out of. Looks pretty square. It could be
Yeah.
a drop. It could be the drop snorkel from Nepesi, but I don't see any green. Fisheye lens. Or flat Nebraska. Yeah, I worry about everybody today, tomorrow, and Monday again, all the way literally from Houston all the way to New York State. And there was flooding in Virginia this week, big time. They got so much rain, and that wasn't even on the forecast that I had been watching all week long. That was a surprise. And they had mass flooding in Virginia. People's cars washing down the streets in a matter of hours. Now look at the illumination. That is not normal. Here's green showing. Look at the rotation.
Sorry, I missed. Suddenly it just got chilly and cool.
Did you have a spirit walk through the house?
Just got like really cold.
Yeah, look around. You might have a visitor.
Nice. Hi, Mom and Dad. Maybe it's my neighbor.
Yeah, she could be visiting. I watched a thing on that the other day about how long spirits stick around after they pass away within the first year. It was an interesting video, mostly accurate. Funny thing is that I know a lot about that subject because I've been exposed to it all my life.
Matthew.
Yeah, I had a wind gust that went through my living room the other day, and there was no fans on, and it was cold.
Yeah, it was quite bizarre. Yeah, Jennifer learned something was happening. Matthew, you can't eat any more of these sweeties.
Oh, and speaking, Jennifer, thank you for bringing that up. We are, as of the 15th, we stepped into the next step of the Neptune Aries alignment. And oh my God, I went into what that is and the overall of the trines and all of that going on. And then we have a whole bunch of planetary alignments coming on right now, as a matter of fact. We're in the thick of it. And our normal planets are aligned in unusual ways. And if any of you are the believers of, like when Mars is in Aries, it's the god of war, and then Earth has all these battles and all of that kind of thing. If you believe in that stuff, there's a lot of that stuff going on right now in front of our very faces. And we talked about the opening of the sixth seal recently in many shows recently. I truly do believe that we have stepped into a rather chaotic period that's going to get better gradually. Now look at the colors. Look at the central illumination.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah. Supercells don't centrally illuminate.
Wow.
This is very, most likely, the very close passive necessity.
Wow.
Nepacity is very busy. I thought it was going away from us.
Well, it's a very small planet, and it's right over the top of us right now. So, of course, she's going to close pass over and over again every couple of days. Yeah, look at the height of that.
They seem to be at a different inclination now.
This, I think, is the side of Uri right there.
Okay.
Look at the height of that. Normal clouds don't go that high.
Nah, look at that thing.
Your cumulus nimbus would be just over the tops of those trees there. There's green again, illuminated inside. And I love those terms. Oh, it's a supercell. No, look at the illumination inside. The supercell does not illuminate inside. Planets that are overhead that are getting shined the sun on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's Nepacity, close pass rainbow. There's the 1, 2, 3 rings on the side.
Incredible. Like they're just walking over the top of us, like, woo.
Yeah.
And interacting. And I think the planetary passes and what's going on with the sun is part of all that flashing light stuff. Look at that.
Yeah.
Whee!
And look how high those lightning bolts are going. And it's
Wow.
purple, which
And
tells you it's
That's
high
purple.
atmosphere. Now, if it was white or blue or yellow, it would be low atmosphere. These are purple lightning bolts. This is way up there in the sky, people.
Incredible.
This is a planetary pass. And again, Jesus has captures of Attu and Attu's moon at night.
Yeah.
Strong, prominent, important. We're in a new world, people. Get ready. And I want to scream more, and I don't. You know, I try to hold my enthusiasm back because we're in deep shit, Toto. We are. When in your lifetime did you ever see nonstop lightning?
Not like that. Wow, that was. Look at that.
Look at the green.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and that's necessity green too.
That's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, it was me. If I lived in Texas or if I lived in Missouri right now or Ohio, I would probably be thinking about personally moving if I knew what I know. And I lived in any of those states, I would go, this isn't someplace I want to stay. And I'm not trying to, have people, rip their homes up and move, but I'd seriously think about, how we're going to live.
Look at these people just driving on by. Oh my gosh. Wow.
And yeah, it doesn't make the sense to think that these things could be that close, but they are. And it's mind-boggling. And we've seen it over the years, and it blows your brains out trying to figure out what you're looking at going, there's no way that thing could be that big without hitting us. We've heard that for years. Oh, if we were that close, we'd be dead. No, well, you're still alive, and yet we know these planets.
Oh, that was good.
We know they're here. I'm still sipping on a cup of coffee I made at noon. Wow. That's gotta be your... Yeah. My internet is hopping really bad.
Yeah, mine too.
I'm totally locking up. I think I'm back. I got thrown off. I don't even know if you can hear me now.
Yeah.
They tossed me out.
Is everybody on mute?
No, I'm not a fan of fisheye.
Oh, is that fisheye? Sorry, the
Yeah, you
dogs
can
have
see
been
both
restless
directions.
tonight. Have we gone out again?
Question is, how do we get on board over a couple of million people to wake up to share this? Everybody out there's got to, and yeah, I imagine we sound crazy as loons, but we've been doing this long enough. We know what we're talking about. It very much looks like Natu's moon. Wow. And they are moving quickly. There's a snorkel. And it is green. It's either a really big ass tornado or it's the drop snorkel off in the Pacific that will spawn a tornado.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, you're probably gonna have to do that twice if they're frozen. Weird. They should be in a little wrapper. Okay. All right, I was dealing with the kids there for a second. I can't hear anything. Am I dead and nobody else is here? What?
Oh, you're good.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
okay.
No, we're here now.
Because I was worried, because they were, they're in the living room. They're not even online, and I got booted out. Oh.
Maybe that's that layer thing's hitting now or something.
Well, we were all stalling, so it's entirely possible that stellar material is messing with the internet. CME material, that big coronal hole, all of that electric is all. We're all feeling it around the planet. The Schumann resonance is twice what it should be. So.
Yeah, suddenly I started to get like an earache. It was really very unamusing.
I had a sinus pressure headache from hell yesterday, and it was not fun. Not fun. And I don't usually get sick. It's really rare. But not the last couple of months, I've been having all these weird ass headaches again.
Yeah, I was too. I mean, I was really sick with that in April, and we can't hear you.
You're muted, Rebecca. You are
There.
muted.
Hello.
My headset, and it muted me automatically. Strange. I'm back.
Yeah, all sorts of weird shit happening tonight.
It was so quiet.
All kinds of problems.
So quiet. Like,
yes.
What happened? Bizarre world.
Really?
Where are we?
My headset quit working. Okay. I want to show you this. Did you see that video of those tectonic plates shifting?
Yeah.
It was from
Oh, come on.
the recent big earthquake, the 7.7 earthquake, and this was captured on video, and it shows the land shifting. Watch
Wow.
this. Watch this.
Jeez.
Yeah, everything
Did
just
you
went
see
to the
that?
right off in
It
the
moved
distance.
like 5 feet or something. I don't know.
What? Look.
Wow. Wow.
That's wild.
Yes, Africa is moving, and it's pushing everything else into a that the whole mid-Asian plate is subducting underneath the African plate, and we know that Africa is breaking apart. We know it's moving. There's going to be another sea between Madagascar and
That's crazy.
Eastern Africa. So yeah, and that's a vertical shift from Mandalay to down south there, where they had damage as well, where that Chinese unfinished building fell, and that whole area is moving. And that's the one I'm currently on. Again, Santorini and all that. I'm still expecting something nasty. Now they're going on about the undersea volcanoes off the coast of British Columbia and off the coast of Oregon. So that's the biggie right now.
Right. Crazy.
And I've been waiting for Stanley, Idaho to blow. We're still getting earthquakes that we could feel here. I can still feel the house moving up here, and we're a couple hundred miles away from Stanley, Idaho.
Wow.
And it is still giving quakes, and I can even jump real quick and look, see what's going on around the world right now. Since I looked at it this morning, maybe it's changed. Small asteroid captured. Okay. Scientists alert on massive undersea volcano. There it is again.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Juan de Fuego did move today. 3.0 under the ocean, and then a 3.5 in Petrolia, which is the corner in front of Vancouver there.
Look at that stuff. Look at that side focal.
Indian Springs, Nevada had a 2.6 today, and
Really? It's not far from here.
8 in Bunkerville, Nevada, and there was a 2.5 in Morro, Colorado, and in White City, New Mexico, there was a 3.2 today. So it's quite active now.
That's spiral. Look at that.
Okay, the 6.0 was in Peru today.
Okay.
I forgot where it was. Papua New Guinea 5.1 off the coast of South America in the East Pacific Rise was a 5.0 underwater. So yeah, we're quite active. And I'm clicking the wrong things here. Oh yeah, boy, and they're talking about that undersea volcano off the coast of Oregon causing some major damage if that thing were to blow. And we've been watching it for months.
Wow, another one.
Yeah, there's another cutoff. Those, of course, are asteroids under Uri. And that is the bottom of Nepenthe Close Pass in Texas.
Okay.
Asteroid in front of the moon.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Because the moon shines through clouds. It doesn't shine through us.
What's that?
Normal weather, possibly, and shining through. Oh boy, run, Junior, run! Get to your shelter. Sakurajima volcano in Japan.
As well.
Yeah, it did go up, didn't it? That's right.
Wow.
Yesterday in St. Louis.
Whoa.
No way.
And yesterday in Italy, or 2 days ago in Italy.
Everything's going off. Look at it.
Yeah, we're way up there in volcano count right now. We're like 20 over normal.
Start Turkey don't look too happy either.
No, everybody's,
Some people,
well, remember, this is the same flooding that happened in Portugal, and they go across directly on the longitude and latitude, and I guarantee you that, yeah, they're getting these superstorms. They're probably getting close past Nepenthe over on the other side of the planet as well. Like every other day.
Some part of the country is like flooded, and some parts of the country, everybody's away there on their holidays.
Yeah, holidays. We don't get those here in the U.S. anymore. Anyone who tells you they do are either rich or lying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had some of this. Somebody, Andy sent me a picture of what they believe was an asteroid coming in, and it was there. It looked kind of like the blue asteroid, but it wasn't. But then it faded out, and it was a very short capture. And there was no way for me to call exactly what it was because I didn't have enough information. But yeah, and the forest fires in Russia. Oh yeah, Russia's having huge forest fires, and they don't have the manpower to put it out.
Nice.
And this is
Why?
in the
Where's the
Siberia
fire
area.
brigades?
And my ears are ringing. How interesting. Somebody's talking about me, man. I'm still chuckling over smelling meatballs last week.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. And it was bothering me for so long, and I kept smelling meatballs. It's like, why am I smelling meatballs?
You're making me hungry.
Good old Jesus has got meatballs right next to his microphone, That blows me away that that shit happens, and it's just more information that says to me that this is accurate, and before internet I never had any way to prove what I was seeing or thinking or feeling that was not me. That is a diesel puff.
Yeah.
Everybody freaks out about that. That's when you start a diesel engine and it's got too much fuel, it'll pump it out, and that's a diesel puff.
Nice.
Now, dolphins do that underwater.
Yeah.
With air. It's a ghost. I swear it's a ghost. Yeah, speaking of ghosts, Casper, the asteroid, has been sighted a lot last week, which is why I added the rainbow shape of the cloud to the asteroid for the first time.
Well,
I never colored it in on purpose, but the sightings were so prominent last week that I spent a little extra time.
Got his wee suit on.
Bonner Springs, Kansas. Yeah, that's a diesel puff. It's rolling and rolling and rolling and going up and up and up and up because it's hot. And now it's going to centrifuge out. For those of you who ever blow smoke rings, that's what that is. It's a smoke ring. Still sitting here rubbing my eyes. No, stop. Keep your fingers off your eyes. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like I'm rubbing salt into my eyes, for God's sake. There's so much falling up here.
Yeah, diesel pump. Kaylee, it's where the smokestack on a semi truck or a large piece of machinery, the engine puffs out, the filthy exhaust fumes, and
it's got so much fuel in it that it's actually vaporized and it rolls in this oil. It's an oily puff of diesel fuel, and it rolls like a smoke ring. But it goes straight up because it comes out of the tractor top straight up, or semi. It's when it didn't burn, but it's got to get. Oh God, look at that! If that was my car, I'd cry.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
And people, if you are in a community, London, Kentucky, if you're in a community where you can join members of civil defense or even your local church, and talk to people about what you guys can do to plan ahead, especially if you're in a tornado alley scenario. Definitely. Now, Ryan Hall, y'all, sells an advanced National Weather Service radio system. Go to RyanHall.merch or something like that. I actually had it, and I posted it on my personal page, but I don't remember exactly what the what the thing is, but look it up. And if you live in tornado area, get yourself one of those National Weather Service warning radios. They're like $50. That could be the greatest purchase you ever made.
Yeah, no
For
kidding.
early warning for you and your family and your pets and things like that. And get together with your family and make a plan and have a bug out package where you can have fresh water. Now, there's also been a big, huge to do about bottled water from Walmart. And don't buy that shit. Stay away from those plastic water bottle, people. Get from the big stuff. Go order from Culligan 5 gallons at a time. Those plastic containers don't break down. They don't wake. They've had little creatures swimming in the Walmart water, and they tell you it's regular mineral water, and it's not. It's tap water, which has also been recycled. And you read those labels in the back of those plastic water. When you read recycled water, don't drink it. Not only that, don't drink the damn plastic because it's got harmful toxins from the plastic. Nicole was mentioning that plastic is showing up in polar bears in their bodies, and we all have plastic in our bodies now. And I really think that has a lot to do with Morgellons syndrome, where the plastic is trying to get out of our bodies because our body doesn't accept it. So people stay away from the plastic water bottles. Filter. Yes, it takes a long time to use your Brita filter, but you're trying to filter out the microbiological light, and no, it doesn't fill out medication. If you're pumping from recycled water, you're getting all kinds of hormones and antidepressants and God only knows what in the water. And I don't drink Missoula water. I buy well-fed Culligan water from another smaller town where it's clean.
Even though, because I did buy from a water source, like you're talking, the big 5 gallon jugs, but those were plastic bottles too.
Yeah, but it's a different kind of plastic. The white plastic versus
you
blue
can pay
plastic.
extra and get glass.
Or glass. Yeah, the decay ratio is horrible. And we shot ourselves in the foot in 1973 when we started injecting petroleum into ammonia and creating all of these plastics. And we killed ourselves a long time ago. We just don't know it yet. And that is a big serious mistake that we did. Excuse me?
Surely they could foresee that was going to be a problematic situation.
Well, even Edison knew,
Surely.
and Tesla warned Edison that if we used AC/DC power stations, that it would increase the leukemia rate in the country. And Tesla warned Edison, and they did it anyway for the money.
What about population control?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Well,
if
you look up the G7 or G10 or G20 population counts around the world, everybody's in decline.
Yep.
We are no longer making new people for the ones that are dying.
There are places in Europe, these countries will pay you to move there and start a family. So, some of them have stipulations like you need to start a family, but they'll give you a yearly payment and land and wild. Yeah.
There is guys, we are, I could go full conspiracy nut job on you, but I have to stay in the middle too, because I study all this crap and some of it does drive me nuts. And I have been suffering from the emotional tribulations that I have been looking up, and I'm trying not to let that carry me away down the street. But God, people, this is not the frickin' world that I grew up in. And yeah, I'm older than most of you guys here, and younger than a few of you here. And I'm glad you're all here anyway, no matter what age. But people, we're living in a freaky ass world, and I'm not just saying that. I'm not just coming up with some kind of hype or, to get views on our show. But oh my God, what we're living in right now is scary. It is. It's truly, and I'm sitting here financially just sweating right now, wondering whether or not I'm going to get, what we're entitled to that I paid in all my life for. And now they're screwing with me, and I don't like it. And Japan is offering free house to payment of $200K to move there for 5 years.
I'll go.
Japan is not very nice to white people.
Well, I can get a tan.
Great society, but you know.
I could transform myself. I could fit right in.
Yeah, my Japanese is terrible. I mean, about all I know is domo arigato, and that comes from
Yeah.
movies, you know. And watching the Shogun series, I picked up a little Japanese over, you know, that was what 25 years ago or so.
Well, let's see. What's next?
Heck, my Italian's better than that. My Spanish is better than that. You know?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I have several things. Oh, I have a slideshow for some insurance pictures. Let's look at that.
Yay. Yes, keep us going. I could ramble on all day.
Oh, well.
Is Sharon going to be on today?
I haven't heard from her. She's more than welcome. She has a standing open invitation. So, yeah, all she has to do is say the word, right? So anytime, yeah, but I hadn't heard from her, so I figured maybe not today wasn't the day.
Oh my God. Yeah, Rodney.
If you want to, Sharon, of course, but I'm going to play your videos.
Yeah, Rodney, we're not going to do politics today, and thank you, Sandy Cheeks, for correcting that. And holy cow, Rodney, I feel sorry for you if that's your opinion. I really do. It's not supposed to be them and us. It's supposed to be the United States of America. And if we can't talk about it in a nice, kind way, then we shouldn't be talking at all. Because, you know, guess what? That's how I was raised. If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
Like, it should be one. Well, it doesn't matter. Never mind.
Right. Yeah, more, you know, we could do a show on politics alone.
To say it just doesn't matter. Anyway,
I could recommend many different places to get different news. It depends on, and again, check your news sources. What are they feeding you? What have you been created? What have you been turned into? And I'm not trying to go there, but you know. Yeah, it could be new. Yes, but we do try to avoid politics. We do. We go there sometimes, but we try to avoid it.
A very clever way they've gone about dividing people. You know.
Yeah. 1939, 1938.
Clever. Here we go, guys. This is what Australia looks like.
It is so different down there.
Such a drastic difference in colors of blue. Look at
Look
that.
at the dark blue above. That's the planet. The light blue at the horizon.
Rebecca, Sharon says she needs the link. She needs the link.
Oh, okay. Sweet. All right. On his way.
Oh my goodness, I need my back.
There it goes. It's getting really dark here. Like in green. It looks green outside.
Looks like its coattails are dragging.
Yeah, when I look at Australia and New Zealand stuff, it spins me out into reality. Like, I know what I'm looking at, but not the direction I'm looking at it in. For the life of me, I can't figure out how people don't see these planets.
Sandy, we've messaged on Messenger. Me and Carol Ann have very little.
Yeah, note the illumination, that white. You kind of have to relearn how to be a sky watcher. You have to, learn about light, and you have to learn about the dark, and how to start, look at the opposite. Look at the dark areas first, and then work your way to the light.
Yes, I heard from Carol and Sandy Cheeks, but I think she's busy.
I think they're caught up in still remodeling, aren't they?
They're away doing something, I think, but I don't know.
Yeah, look at that line between the dark blue and the light, and there's no clouds in between. There's just an absolute light change.
I'm busy looking at the looks like a blue ball in the middle there, like somebody threw a giant blue ball.
And there again, that's Saturn's yellow moon for sure. And the Saturn is getting really big, and they're moving differently. They're coming in at a different angle within the last few weeks. Even that's
what I just said to you. I'm sure they're at a different angle. It's so clear here in the skies just now, and then sometimes it's like they come up on the side and then go away again.
A few weeks ago, you could see a Saturn's ion trail due south first thing in the morning. Now this morning I saw it, and it's under the sun and way lower than the sun. I thought, okay, what's the approach angle? How has that changed? But we've changed in our summer orbit, and they've changed, and so it's like, phew, it's confusing. It really is. Then you add, southern hemisphere on top of it, Roberts and air and stuff, and it's like, what am I looking at?
Oh, look at that.
That's got to be Uri with the asteroid heading away from us and down vertical. Northwest, 3:30 p.m.
Look at that thing. Wow. It's like cliffs in the sky.
Now, if she's pointing north in the sky, the sun is in the north sky at 3:30 p.m. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
That's the bottom of the Pacific for sure.
Yeah, that was playing with my brain for a minute there. Northern sky. North.
How could this be northwest if we're looking at the sun? How is the sun in the northwest sky? Now in Australia, maybe it is. I don't know. I love pollen. Oh, I love pollen.
sniffed too many, you blew too many of them dandelion bushes.
Yeah, well, I did go into Missoula today, and now I'm paying for it. Because you drive into Missoula and you can actually taste we have an inversion in Missoula, and you can actually taste the car exhaust and pollution. Literally, when you drive into the moment you drive into the valley, it's just like you get a stale, flat taste on your tongue. Love those car exhaust fumes.
No.
That and pollen. Yeah, that's contagious, Gillian. I am I'm yawning along with you there.
Yeah, well, I was kind of out putting my plants out in my little greenhouse thing. I've got trees growing, my potatoes are in potato bags, and they're shot right up by about a foot. They're quite big.
Yeah, we wouldn't even plant until right about now. We haven't, now's about the time we start planting up here. Where you guys already have your stuff in the ground a month ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah, everything's in.
I made a little TikTok last night using some of Jesus's videos.
I was going to say, can we see?
Let me show you.
Well. I mean, that video that he made was like just wilder.
Let me see. Oh wait,
If you don't dig up your potatoes, Gillian, what happens to them?
Probably just regrow themselves again.
You think? Oh, okay. Because I planted some like a year ago, and I never dug them up.
They'll be under there. You'll have shitloads
of
potatoes under
more.
There. Just dig up, sort of like dig it up, man.
Yeah, I got a dirt pile, and I had a couple potatoes, and I cut it into chunks and went out to the back dirt pile and planted them in, and I never dug them up.
They'll be in there because when we were at the allotment, they decided they were going to try and dig an extra allotment for somebody, like make 2 more areas. And when they dug in there, they found heaps of raspberry plants, strawberry plants, potatoes that were underneath that had grown out of somebody else's one and were running along the ground like mad.
Good to
and
know.
when they dug it all up, we just sort of grabbed it and put it in ours. So our one probably is full of stuff. I don't know who the lucky new people were.
I would have more community gardens available to people. That's a really good idea. It can cause a lot of problems as well. But they did it in a couple of different places in Missoula. But I wish we had one out here. I mean, it's not like we're short on land anywhere, especially public land. And some of that's going to be sold off here too. Oh, God forbid.
Here we go, guys. I'm going to play this while you're talking. It's short.
And it's like that, like that, like that, like that, like that, like that, like that.
Wow.
Oh, look at that.
It's like Jesus's greatest hits.
Cool. Wow.
Whoa, long walk.
Right? Incredible.
No way.
Every time I look at that lens flare always just grabs my attention. It's like, I wonder what that is.
I wonder what it's the circle of.
Yeah, I wonder what the lens flare is a lens flare of. Yeah.
Yeah, but look at the circle in there.
It's covering up the light. Yeah, there's the half Magellan moon, lead asteroid. Unbelievable, people.
Circle. Look at that.
You can't make this stuff up, guys.
And the thing up there, they're like the long box cube just straight down on top of it.
Yep.
Wow.
Okay. I see Sharon is here in the green room, guys. So let's go ahead and bring Sharon on and see how she's doing. Surprise. Or this was a surprise.
Morning, everyone. Happy
Hello.
Sharon. Yeah, we're Twinkies. Yeah, we're triplets.
Awesome. How is everyone?
Bad boy.
I'm
good.
How are you?
Fantastic.
Cool.
But he's got his own t-shirt thingy on, haven't you? What have you got on, Chris?
You got something special on, Chris. Show
Yeah,
us.
Oh no, my wife made it for me. She got my
system Skywatchers.
Awesome.
yeah.
And she said
How
there's some.
cool.
I got your shirt right here.
That's
Right?
so cool.
There's
See, look, wardrobe change.
Elsie's
Yeah.
gonna get in trouble off the teacher. She's
I
in the
know.
building now.
And I'm wearing a Montana
Yeah.
Skywatcher t-shirt today.
Chris.
Well,
He claims
been
he
Yeah,
knows
Jackie
it.
said there's something on the back of your shirt. Is there?
Yeah, she got, there's like there's a picture on it. I
Picture.
don't know. You can see
Yeah.
it.
Turn around more to the. Yeah, there we go.
something
Well,
of
She
this
said
kind.
it was a
One of these
cube.
pictures. She
cube.
said
That's
one
one
of
of
these
the-
Oh,
pictures.
you're
One of the
cute.
pictures I took of the cube last year.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay.
Very
It came out
cool.
pretty cool. I mean,
Well
I don't know. She
I like
said she
it. It
paid
looks
$5
nice.
You're all
for it. I'm
getting
like,
really
okay.
excited with t-shirts
Yeah.
here.
Yep. I can't wait
That is
until
so cool.
June 21st. I am just going to be going out there.
Great.
As you can see, I've got my paper mache started. This is my head. So I've got some clear white modelling clay, so I'll do all of the features on it a bit later. I
Okay.
have my microphone, so
Oh,
I'm just
cool.
about ready. I'm so
There
ready.
you go.
So where are you going to wear this at? Where are you going to? What's the plan?
You guys have something called Comic-Con. Our version
Yeah.
is called Supernova.
Oh, cool.
So all
Okay.
the personalities and celebrities come over here. And then it's a 2-day event, so it's over a whole weekend. I usually go for 1 day. My daughter goes both days because there's writers and all that kind of stuff that she likes to see. So yeah. I'm Michelle.
Yeah, you should
So yeah, I just can't wait. I am just going to go out there and wear my mask and turn on
get
the
a
microphone and
copy
make
of,
all these big beat
Christopher's
noises.
Nibiru video on hand. By the way, your Nibiru video is getting some views on your channel there, Christopher.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
well, I've been posting it all over for everybody regularly. So, Nibiru System Skywatcher YouTube. Look up Christopher's Nibiru video if you haven't seen it. It's awesome. And again, it should be at Comic-Con or Sundance Film Festival or the Nova what?
Supernova.
Supernova. Okay, yeah.
Supernova,
Oh,
yeah.
just play it again. You know you want to.
Well,
I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure out if I can get a little portable TV that I can upload these videos on, and I'd wear it around like a backpack and show people. But
There you go.
where can I get these things? I'm always thinking
I
outside of the box.
know. That's a good idea.
Boy.
There has to be some sort of tablet, at least, that you can play a slideshow on.
And a
Even
mini
just,
generator battery
I
pack.
don't know.
Mhm.
I'll think of something. Whatever it'll be,
Yeah.
it'll be on my back and it'll be on my
You know-
lab coat.
You know those electronic picture frames where it just plays
Yeah, yeah.
slideshow pictures.
Yeah,
That's all
yeah,
you
yeah.
need.
That's perfect.
And that's what I thought. If I
Yeah.
can just sew that into the back of my lab coat, have it playing all the time. That'd be great.
Right, on
Yeah.
loop. Right. Cool.
And I've got,
You
Those
have
are-
it
I've
around
got
your neck, like you know how they have their cards, and then you have one there, and you just go like, and then.
I still got a I've got a microphone, so I've got to keep that in front, so I don't want that obscured. And again, if I have anything, I'll have it on the back of my lab coat. So
Well, we
we'll see
expect
how
that.
we'll see.
We expect a couple of live or recorded broadcasts of you at your at the
Supernova.
at the festival
Yep.
where we can post them here.
Yeah, and see what people's reactions are. That's the
There you
most
go.
important.
There you go. And
And,
now that we're back in Australia after many years of being banned in Australia, I was banned in Australia, I think, for about 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah, well, after my little 3 phone calls from the Australian Federal Police, and
They're nothing. Don't
popular
worry.
guys,
They're
man.
nothing.
well, yeah, the first phone call they scared the crap out of me. The second phone call, I was starting to go, this is getting old. And the third phone call, I talked to him for about 5 minutes, and I said, okay, guys, this is getting silly. I mean, man has never mailed me a dime. I don't know why you're trying to do this intervention for the. Well, the family's very concerned, and they're trying to have a family intervention. And I'm going, well, I'm not a cult.
No, you're not.
Right.
Definitely
And
not.
I do not send any Kool-Aid to Australia. I promise.
Oh no Kool-Aid.
Mm-mm.
No-
We don't
no
Or
do
danger.
Kool-Aid.
Scotland,
We
I
have
didn't get
cordial.
Kool-Aid yet either. I never got them.
We have Cotty's cordial. We used to have a a commercial that used to go, "My dad picks the fruit that goes to Coddy's that makes the cordial that we love best."
I noticed that some of the snack foods that you sent for my kids, they were
Yeah.
rather unusual and interesting, different advertising than we use up here.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of them were
Yep.
cute. They were actually cute.
Yeah.
And you guys,
you'll probably,
you eat
I was going to
different
say, you
things
probably
than we do.
noticed that our ingredients are slightly different to yours too. There
Right,
not as many
right.
chemicals.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
we
you know,
had
you
very
wouldn't
high
believe the
percent.
difference between a McDonald's hamburger in Canada and a McDonald's hamburger across the water in New York State. I mean, it's just night and day. A Canadian
Exactly.
McDonald's is actually edible.
Yep. I
Here
don't
it's
eat McDonald's.
good.
That's what I
Apparently,
say.
their
Thank
sales have
you.
dropped about
Don't give me
30%
McDonald's, in my
worldwide.
opinion.
Jesus is on his way here, y'all. Just so you all know.
Yay. Good. Let him talk for a while.
And getting back to the shirts, I've already got orders ready to go out. I'm just waiting for people to send me their addresses. And I've got 2 different versions. I've got a dark version. These just need
Pretty.
logos.
Yeah.
And I have a new brighter version where I've got more colours.
Oh wow!
Look at that.
I like the green.
Nice.
Oh
definitely,
yeah,
yeah.
that's pretty too.
Now, are you
Yeah.
doing those
Yeah.
over ice?
No. Now what I do is I bind them up with fishing line,
Yeah.
and then I just stain them. And I
Are-
have a
are
kit
you-
for you too.
Are you
Samuel,
doing
I wanna
are you
send
doing
you a
them
kit.
dry or with soda ash, wet?
No, what I do is I soak the shirts in soda potash first,
Right.
for about a day, and then I take them out, and then I wrap them while they're wet, and then the dye sticks. And this
But
is
how
what
are
I'll
you
be
keeping
sending
the
you,
rest
Sam,
of
a
the
couple of
shirt
these.
so awesome? How are you
What's
keeping
that?
the rest of the shirt so white, or are you just splotching just small amounts of dye?
No, what I do is I do 12 at once. So what I do is I have them all bound up on a big platform, and I just go along and dye them in the spots that I want them.
Ah.
And then I rinse them out, and that's how they come out.
Yeah, I did about 20 tie-dyes this last month, and the black muddled in so bad that it almost makes them look dirty.
And that's
And
what
I'm gonna
this
have to
is.
change how I
I
do that.
used black on this one, and it looks grey.
Right,
Whereas these ones pop. The colours pop.
right.
So try and avoid black if you can, because it just
Right,
makes everything horrible.
And well, you know, the spider pattern, you know, you got the Mandela and the wigwag and the spider and,
Yep.
and all of those. And Shiloh did a wigwag, and her shirt turned out very well, but she stayed to the primary lighter colors, and we did not do the spider routine. With the spider, you dye, you flip it, and then one side you do all black, and those are
Yep.
horrible. They do
Yeah,
not
yeah.
come out. And I
Well,
don't know
that's
how
I
those
did
guys.
the grey. That's how I did the grey. I concentrated all the colours in the centre and did the black on the outside. And when you rinse it, the black just permeates into the centre.
Right.
So-
And I tried to do it with the cold sink to quit, you know, to make sure that the dye stopped, and it doesn't work. It still bleeds into everything, and then you end up with a muddy t-shirt.
Yep, that's it. But anyway, I'll send you a couple of dye kits, and you can play with these. These are all anhydrous, so there's no liquid. They're powders. You just fill them up to the mark with the water, and then you can
Okay.
use them straight away.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the RIT dyes. They're
No.
not as vibrant. They don't pop. And I was buying the RIT liquid dyes, and I don't like them. Now I got a
No.
bunch I don't want to use. You know, and they're, you know,
Yep.
they went up in price just in the last 6 months as well. And they used to be $2 a piece. Now they're $5.
Oh, well, here they're about $14 a bottle
Wow.
for RIT dye. Yeah, $14 a bottle. That's
Wow. Of
That's
course,
why I
it's
prefer a
import
kit.
season,
I
yeah.
can get how many? 5 colours for $10.
Wow.
Oh, good night, Audrey. Looks like Audrey's going
Yeah,
to bed.
they were $2.50 here a year ago, and then now they're
Yep.
$5. And
Yeah,
of course, you guys have to
everything's
pay
going
import fees there in Australia for American products, and all of that's going to get worse.
Where
Or
does this
come-
one
well,
come
you know.
from? Well, like everything, this is from China.
Of course, everything is.
But yeah, I'll send you a couple of kits with varying colours in it.
Cool. I
This
have
is
a
gonna-
bunch of t-shirts still. Got some V-necks, and I don't like V-neck t-shirts, but when I bought those in the C virus era, because you couldn't get the regular ones, and you couldn't buy socks either. Remember that, guys, when you couldn't buy socks? And I go through
Tragic.
stocks.
Hi,
Lots
Russell.
of stocks.
Russell's here.
Good night, Audrey.
Hi, Russell.
Hi, Russell.
It's like, yeah, Audrey's going and Russell's here. All right. Oh, sciatic nerve. Oh gosh, Audrey, miserable.
Yeah, it's miserable.
That
isn't
hurts
it?
so bad.
Yep.
I do know. I don't even know how I got rid of mine either. You know, I had it so bad, but I was doing these special stretches that I found on YouTube, and it helped so much. It had, anyway.
Yep.
Got lucky.
Hey, there's everything is on YouTube anymore. If you want to know it, it's on YouTube.
YouTube University. It's everything.
God, what did we ever do before YouTube?
Read
Go to the
books.
public
Go to
library.
the library.
Yeah. Well, by the way, the funding for that with the internet library has also been cut.
Mm.
You cannot
Yep.
you cannot go to the library anymore and use the internet because it's all of those funds have been cut.
Yeah.
Oh, and remember that great infrastructure pattern. You talked about your roads being horrible. Well, there was a whole, by the previous administration, there was a whole bunch of money that was allocated that had not been paid out yet for all of those infrastructure things, and now all of that's stopped and stalled too. So only a few done.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying they could have done it 5-10 years ago, and they
Right.
didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just saying. I mean,
Well, that's based on
administration
taxpayer
has
dollars,
done it.
and you know, I was talking earlier that Montana actually had a budget surplus a couple of years ago, and then we got a certain governor now, and it's all gone to hell. And
But where's the
you know,
money
we need new
going?
bridges. We need new roads. We need our schools paper. But anyway, we're starting down that path again. I don't want to go there.
No.
I will be right back.
Okay, Sam. Yeah. It's. I think it's like made to cause frustration, so we can't let that happen. You can't let yourself get wound up because that's the point.
No
Right.
fear. No fear.
Yeah, really. I'm not gonna let it get to me.
Because that's what I get when I get approached and start talking about the system. People sit there and go, should we be freaking out now? And I go, no. Just observe what's happening around you. There's nothing to fear.
Pictures. Yeah.
Exactly. Capture what you see.
Information,
Yeah, capture what you see. Yep.
I know.
Okay, Rebecca, back to you.
I hear you. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and start Alexander's video because I know it's
Lovely.
getting late, and I think he's still here. But
Awesome.
yeah, let's go ahead and get it rolling here for Alexander. Let's see.
I really wonder what they're going to do once these planets are more and more visible as they go into the nighttime sky, just like Jesus' capture this week. How are they going to explain that? I can't wait to hear what they're going to call it next.
What new cloud names we're going to get?
Oh, this one's great.
That was from
Amazing.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's Atu and Atu's moon, and you can see just like my drawing.
Just
We know
like
that-
your drawing.
The Texas cube is on the right hand side behind those white clouds, but
Yep.
that's the exact same pattern of that drawing that I did a month ago, and it's in the nighttime.
They're just clouds. They're just clouds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they appear in the same shape night after night after night.
Oh man.
Yeah, I got that one this week, Sharon. Somebody said, congratulations, you discovered the clouds or something like that. And I'm just like, oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah.
I've been dropping Sam's name everywhere. Live TikToks, you name it. Anyone that mentions the word Nibiru, you need to talk to Sam Hofman. You need to talk to Sam Hofman.
Yeah,
It's all my
it's all my
comments
fault,
were.
you guys.
You need
I'm
to
sorry.
Paul,
Argue
That's
with that. I mean, you cannot
Brown
argue
cloud.
with the picture. You can't.
No.
It's just clouds. No, well, look at that. Look at the horizon. As a matter of fact, that's a planet and the sky. There's
Yeah.
another one behind
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's got-
Yeah.
Yeah.
And guys, I sit here and it boggles. We've been doing this for 15 years and it's still, we're the nut jobs. Look at that. Oh my
Mhm.
God, That's a statin right there, and that's Uri.
Again, the
And
only way we're going to get this out to the masses is if the mainstream media picks it up. But they don't want to.
oh, they're
Because I know
probably
it's going to
absolutely
induce
forbidden
fear.
to.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're, because years ago the government even stepped in and corrected meteorologists that they couldn't say this and they couldn't say that, and they would be risking their license. Back in the old Mexican webcam days when you could actually decently get shots of the sky.
Mm.
Yeah, people, these are real planets. We're not kidding. And
We've never seen
everybody's
anything like
duty
it
to get
before.
this information out. What can we do about it anyway? Well, dang it, you need to know this. I mean, if you have family members, I mean, what if it gets really? I mean, look, ask the people in London, Kentucky today how they feel about not being informed.
Yes, everyone that no longer has a house.
All the
Right.
people in Spain.
How do they explain that to them?
Italy.
Oh, it's a natural phenomenon. No, it's not. Things are ramping up.
Oh yeah, and that's we were talking about that before the show, and we don't want to doom and gloom everybody, but there's dates of some pretty big things coming, and if you if you're not partially even aware, and you feel that something edgy is in your brain, and you're waiting for the other shoe to drop, we all feel it.
I don't think it's going
We
to
all
be an
know it's coming.
apocalypse, Rodney. No. I don't think it'll be an apocalypse. I think it's going to really shake everyone to the core. I know that much.
Well, I hope we get I was hoping for another Chelyabinsk, where we had another asteroid or whatever come in and explode, not kill people, but, letting them know that there's a lot more going on there. And NASA is not on the ball. And what they are announcing is always encrypted in lies and half-truths.
Cover up. Yep.
I watched this thing about the Space Force and some secret crap that's going on, and everybody always says, well, join the Space Force. Well, where are those people at? Where are they? Where are they? And we talked about this before. Are they studying in some, Quonset hut in the middle of some Air Force base in God only knows Texas? Or, there's more going on, people.
They're all hanging out at Pine Gap.
There you go.
Went for a party at Pine Gap this weekend.
Yep.
Frog Leap Pond or something like that. Yeah.
Some obscure place.
On Area 51 is like shut down now, and because it became so inundated. Hey, you want a good study thing? Look up Hanford, Washington. God, there's the study topic for you.
What a mess.
Hanford, Washington.
Hanford.
Yep.
Total disaster.
Hanford, Hanford, Washington. Look that up.
All right.
I'm still reading your Wayseers manifesto. That's huge. Massive.
Yeah, I did. I oddly somehow I don't even remember doing that. I thought I posted, or somebody did it for me, or my brain, or I was asleep and didn't remember doing it. But yeah, I posted the words. Oh, that's right. I think I talked about that. Rather than show the video, I posted the text of the
Okay,
video.
cool.
Put it on YouTube. Yep. I downloaded the whole lot.
Yeah,
It's a
people.
good read too.
We are in a transitory period where there's people that are waking up, and then there's people that are getting deeper in sleep. And I'm not trying to, separate people or point fingers or say good or bad, but people wake up. Wake up. There's so much going on right now, and it's really, really important that you get ready for this. If you have family and friends, and if you give a shit about anything, you need to know this stuff, people, because this is drastic. It's direly affecting us, and I mean, all of our health. I mean, how many of our dear close friends have we lost in the last couple of years over some of the shit that's going on?
Exactly.
And the toxins, and I don't want to be doom and gloom, but guys, we're in trouble.
We have to look at the reality of it. The reality of it's in our face.
Our food isn't safe. Our environment isn't safe. I mean, remember a few years ago, China was selling plasterboard for construction that had that was full of radon and full of radioactive material.
Yeah.
And it hit thousands of homes already, and they didn't recall it. They just warned people. If you bought this stuff, get it out of your home. Meanwhile, you're living in the middle of a radioactive house. And
Just
China,
paint the walls
now,
with
did
lead
they
paint.
do that
That'll
on
fix it.
purpose? I mean,
Right.
is there arsenic in our rice now that they're shipping us on purpose? I mean, people, we need to know. I mean, it's like, you know, I hate
You
to be
guys
that
have got
guy that
problems
says there's
with
so many
plastic
things
in yours
against
too, don't you?
us. Excuse me?
Don't you have problems with plastic being added to your rice too?
Yeah. Would you know that they're adding sawdust to Parmesan cheese?
Yeah, they've been doing that for decades.
Right.
That's awful.
And grated cheese
Yeah.
too.
And they
Hey,
call it
Tara.
anti-caking agents.
Yeah. There's people. We need to change our society. Everybody. We can't. You know. We can't think that
We
the number
can't
one
let
thing is good mascara.
manufacturers keep. Yeah, we can't let manufacturers keep using these bulking chemicals just to save costs,
Right.
because they're the ones that are affecting our health. They build up in all of our cells, and they build up in our liver, and that's where our liver gets into a lot of trouble. If
Well,
your
how
liver
many
isn't working
women
properly,
every day around the
Mhm.
world smear foundation cream on their face to do their makeup? Do you know
Never.
what's in that stuff? No. And you know, it comes from Maybelline, or it comes from, you know, Fabergé or whoever, or Estee
Mhm.
Lauder or whatever. We don't know
Mhm.
what's in that, and you're smearing that crap on your face every day.
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
my daughters don't even want makeup. They don't want it.
I don't wear makeup. Never have.
You know, and hair dye.
What
Oh
you
my
see
God,
is
hair
what you
dye.
get.
People, we got to stop believing everything they sell us, and we're smearing
goes
it on
to
our body, and
everything.
we're eating it, and it's killing us.
It's everything. It's
Everything.
shampoos, it's detergents, it's everything. Bathroom cleaners. Stay away from Clorox. Stay away from those Tide Pods. They are the most toxic chemicals you can
God, yeah.
use.
Yeah, they put a warning on it and a childproof cap. So yeah, they are toxic. I don't
Yeah,
use.
and
I
not only
can't
that,
use
because
Tide.
people
I
were
break out.
eating the things.
If I was to use Tide, I would be covered in a rash throughout my whole body.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, Sunlight
like-
soap is the best. Pure soap.
Yeah. And
Oh, and
those
then
plastic containers that all the laundry detergent comes in. If you
Yeah.
could just get rid of all of the trash that you throw away, and just imagine all of the laundry containers that we throw out every day. It's like it's just insane. The
And they're
amount
not
of
small containers.
No,
they're
they're
big
not.
2-liter things.
right.
yeah,
That's why
I
all the-
reuse mine every once in a while for water, for watering my plants, for this
Yeah.
and that. You know, you cut the top off, and you know, my God, those things are.
Yeah, they're good little handles, aren't they?
I bet you they will outlast anything around us. Is those damn containers? And yeah, we have to really.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I've been screaming about this for years. You know, ever since the Tylenol scare, they've got 8 strips of plastic sealing up this, and then one on the inside and one on the outside. And it's like, come on, people, let's come back to some level of reality where we can't live in fear of our shit, and yet we should. Oh, look, it's space. We've gone to Star Wars. Cool.
I love
Bit
it.
of background.
Something
I
different.
think I sent you a clip
Thank
the other
you,
day where
Tara.
it said
Thank you so
Harry
so much.
Potter was based on Star Wars. Hey,
Really?
Tara.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tara.
They did the analogy, and they said the brother who's an orphan goes to live with his auntie, and it's exactly the same as Harry Potter, who's an orphan who goes along live with his uncle and auntie, and his uncle protests, and then all of a sudden somebody else from his past comes along and rescues him. And I went, it is exactly the same as Star Wars.
I mean, I guess if the woman who wrote it,
J.K. Rowling.
pretty smart
Yeah.
to use that storyline. That's pretty wild.
Yeah,
I'm
but apparently
reading-
he studied quite a bit
I
of
can see
the
the,
magic side of it
correlation.
too, so to get the terminologies.
I'm rereading
Yeah.
Dragonlance Chronicles again. Somebody
Okay.
sent me a copy of it. Thank you again. And
Yeah.
I keep reading it, but then putting it down, and I shouldn't. But I find it reading best at night, and I should do more of that and less watching of YouTube.
Yeah, 2 o'clock in the morning is a good time to read. My brain is so active.
Yeah, I have
All those
found
years
that I've been getting up in the middle of the night, and I have way more energy to clean the house in the middle of the night than I have for months. It's weird. It's like, what's going on? This is not normal. Everything, our circadian rhythm is all screwed up. This these planets and the sun and all of this. I mean, anybody that's got half a brain cell should know that nothing is normal right now. Nothing, including stumbling when you get up in the morning trying to go for your first cup of coffee and just trying to get through the fog. Oh my God. And I cut my coffee routine because coffee doesn't even taste good. I mean, our coffee is horrible now. We're getting that from Colombia and South America and all of that. And coffee tastes horrible anymore. It's like, what has happened to coffee?
We know there's a shortage of beans and shortages of cocoa and all sorts of stuff.
Well, have you noticed the size of limes lately?
Lime.
We've got an echo.
Testing.
What you got for us, Rebecca?
I'm going to go ahead and play Alexander's videos for the week.
Okay.
It's probably pretty late for Alexander.
I know,
couldn't
maybe
resist
too
this
late.
guy. It looked like there was a whole bunch of little busy lights moving around up there. But then I thought, oh, maybe it's the solar thing arriving and it's color.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Alexander asked a question on show 114 that I didn't answer him back on. And we got to give him his own show. Of course, it'd be in German, but he's more accurate sometimes lately than me. And I thank you, Alexander, and I want to congratulate you for knowing your stuff as well as you do. And again, on 114, he had a question and I did not get an answer, and it was about smaller asteroids, etc. And it's also confusing lately, people. I am actually worried that I'm losing track of what is occurring, and I don't want that to happen. No, not me. No, I know everything. Not bad joke. I don't know everything, but I don't want to lose track of what I do know.
Shapes up there, look.
Right.
Yeah, that so looks like the green asteroid.
Cool.
Yeah, and the green asteroid, we got some sightings in this week where it was really big, and it was very blobby, and it was like, God, that can't be anything but the green asteroid. So,
just weird shit up there, man.
Yeah, that's weird. Andy sent me some pictures as well. I just, they're not clear enough to actually jump, and say this or that or the other thing, but it definitely an
That's
asteroid.
past 12 o'clock at night. Look at it.
How bright is it?
That be. Where was that, Gillian?
That's no, I just took it now in the north.
Well, that's Yuri and the asteroid on the left.
Alexander is here, everybody.
What is with that spiral right in front of the sun there? I wonder if that's the spiral asteroid hooking to the left now, which would be weird. See the spiral up in the upper right corner?
Yeah.
That's not ion tail. That's a spiral.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Check
Check that out.
Direction there.
Yeah, I got that as well because I showed it to Lorna and Lorna said to me, oh, look, that must be the spiral going across.
It's
She
the only
was
one that
sharp.
does that. I'm wondering if that's two sea trails that spread out, but
I've seen them do the sea trails.
yeah, they're doing
That
a lot
is
of them
sea trails.
lately again. But they have to right now because there's so much extra light coming in, and we are going to fry this summer. We're going to fry. Look at that spiral.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked about this last week, and I do think that the spiral and the green and the lead are all going to hook away from us and start heading the other direction to the left instead of the right, because they've been for the longest time all headed to the right. And look at that weird illumination on the right-hand side of the sun right there. Well, I'm telling you, that little second star, right? See how the illumination flares out right there?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's where the second sun is on the right-hand side. It shouldn't be. It should be on the other side.
It should be on the left. Yeah.
Yeah, because the sun came from the left, and it should go to the right, and it's not. And that's what
I was
scares
seeing
me.
that this morning too, Sam. I was confused. I'm like, is that a lens flare? What's going on? And I noticed it in several photos that I took over like a 10-minute period. So, and then I moved to different areas, and it's all the same.
What feels? No more food. You're gonna get sick.
That would be the lead asteroid right there. And I think Casper's coming in from the left. Because it's also, Casper and Lead, they're close to each other in some out views. That's why I drew in Casper as well as I did this time.
This is some incredible stuff. When it's alone like that, oh, it's so awesome. Wow, that's cool, Alex.
Reverse black and white.
Very cool. Look at that.
Rainbow.
Oh,
Wow.
That's an interesting new development.
yeah, very cool.
Oh, you've discovered clouds. No, these are not clouds, people. These are things in space. Look at that perfect circle.
Yeah, look at it. It's incredible. And look at the hot things next to it.
Uh, 3 hours and 33 minutes in, and I'm a yo-yo. Yeah. It's been a long week, people. A long week. And this financial crap that they're pulling on me is it's so draining, and I'm trying not to freak out.
Things are
Again, the red asteroid has moved. A few weeks ago, it was behind us, and now it's in front of us again. Weird stuff going on. And that would be the tan asteroid in the middle left of the sea trail in front of it. And perhaps Mary Moon there just left of the upper part of the sun. I've been noticing that too a lot. There's a thing, and I still think that's Mary Moon. I really do. And we call it Mary Moon because if I said just Mary, it wouldn't make any sense to you. But we believe that Matim has a moon. And this is the first time that we believe that, because this is the first time Matim has been this big.
Right.
And you can see just an edge of it in the upper left of the sun right now, that dark area. And it's been prominent for like a month and a half, 2 months, 3 months now. I need to start writing these things down so that I can backlog and look them up rather than just, serving memory.
Great work, Alexander.
Yeah, I do like what he's doing. And the depth and come in and come out of the color is just awesome because it gets you the opportunity to look deeper than just the one photo.
So much detail. You were asking before, Sam, 3:30 in the afternoon. Because we're going into winter, our days are shorter. So, of course, the sun at 3:30 in the afternoon is going to be in the northwest. If you recall, I said to you before,
Okay.
I've noticed that the sun is now coming up in the northeast.
Right.
So it's way, way north.
So your sun,
very-
when your sun sets, it's setting in the northwest. How interesting.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
our sun is still, to me, it's still setting in due west from
Yeah.
where I look. So
That's
it's
wild. That
well,
is wild.
northwest, when you're looking around from underneath the bottom of the planet, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that are the
And
arc.
we're smack bang in the middle of the continent. So if you go from Queensland to Victoria, we're smack bang in the middle. So, yeah.
Well,
it's
we
very
know the arc
strange
of the sun
now.
has changed ever since 2011.
Yeah.
So
But I've
makes
noticed
sense.
that over the years, over the last 5 years, it's drifted from east to northeast.
Weird. Yeah,
Because
the
I can
sun
look
started
through all my
coming up in the
photos and
northeast
have a
here
look.
2011.
Yeah, I can look at all my photos and I can actually see from where it's moved, from where the the flagpoles are, which is due east, and now it's all the way over the other side. So it has drifted for us.
Yeah, if you want to talk to people and you get new folks, new learners, start there. Point out that
How
the
far we've drifted.
sun no longer comes up in the right place, and that alone
Nope.
says that Earth is tipped, and something else is going
Six
on beyond that.
degrees we've gone over. It's
And,
a difference of
the
16
problem is-
degrees from here to here.
Yeah, if you can
That's
keep somebody's
fair.
attention for longer than 5 minutes, you've got it made. Because usually people will fold on you in the first minute and a half. Oh, this guy, well, nice talking to you. You have a nice day, or they'll go, well, what am I going to do about it? Or that's beyond my education, and I have so many people shut down automatically.
Nice, Gillian. Very nice.
Who's that one?
Yeah,
What is it?
Sondas Caldi, she says it's not mine, but it's amazing. She found this.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
about the
JD
size.
shared that last week.
Cool.
That is the size of the lead asteroid or the tan asteroid right now.
Getting
Kinda
bigger,
wild.
isn't
Asteroid
it?
is big
Sam,
right now.
It's that picture, Sam, I sent you that I asked was the Atu's moon.
Higher up.
You thought possibly.
Awesome. That's
It's
it.
that
Yeah,
picture.
Atu's moon is
That
getting
does look
smaller.
like an asteroid.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
gorgeous and it's very round.
Well, remember the tan asteroid is one size, and then in another country it's even bigger. And I really think, now that we're in the 180-day cycle, I think it's going to get huge. Remember how a few years ago, lead asteroid got so big we thought we were all going to die. And that was like 2013, 2014, 15. And so it's entirely possible the tan asteroid this year is going to be immense.
Yeah, those are wild, Jillian.
Yeah, I think you have a light edge of the side of Uri there, or the side, because you've got one going on Uri, and the other side is Saturn on the other side. And you've got asteroid illumination underneath Uri on one side, and on the other one in the upper right corner is probably the side edge of planet is Saturn, facially glowing. Because the angle of light is changing. They are going beyond us now, so we're going to see facial illumination at a better extreme than we ever have.
Let's see
Yeah,
how many people notice.
Tunnel holes
Oh,
are
got it.
just insane,
Yeah,
aren't
that's
they?
the coronal hole.
It looks like it's got smaller.
Yeah, it
Slightly
is smaller
smaller.
this
Yeah,
week
it's
than it was.
changed.
And that could be that same one being there and gone around twice now, around behind the
It's
sun,
our
came
ninth-
back around again.
Oh,
It could be
wow.
still
That's the
that
ninth.
same.
That's our 9th rotation since we've had
Yeah.
the coronal hole.
Right.
And it rotates the same as the sun, isn't it? Every 28 days or something?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at what the shadowing is here. That is definitely not the shadowing of lead asteroid. Lead asteroid has the stripes in the upper right, and this does not have that. God, this almost
It's got weird finger-looking things on it.
blob in the front. Yeah, people, when you're looking at an object, study the shadowing patterns, study the facial look of it. It's like I said last week, sit down and try to draw the normal moon that we've stared at for our entire lives, and yet I guarantee you most people cannot even draw the facial shadowing on our moon. So study these things, study the shadowing.
I thought it was Atu's moon, but
It could be. Because look, it's purple. The light, it seems to be coming from behind us. So this is, when I answered you, I really thought this was
the
Atu's moon.
location is right.
Yeah, the location
could it
is
be
right.
the-
The
could it
size
be
is
the
a little
tan?
small.
Could it be the tan asteroid?
I don't think so. Not there.
No.
It'd be farther. It would be the tan asteroid would be farther over to the right, because it looks like the light is coming directly behind us.
Right.
And the only thing that could be then, again, I've had all week, cloudy sky, so I haven't been able to look actually what's going on outside my door, but, I'm getting everybody else's.
Sorry.
But yeah, this could actually be Atu's moon getting smaller, although that would be very quick. Who knows what's going on? I shouldn't say that. We're supposed to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon
I
looks
mean,
like
that's
this.
kind of a cop out.
Wow.
The day before the full moon, I saw the moon like this, and then for the next 2 days, I didn't even see it. After that, that's what it looks
Yeah.
like.
Yeah. Now remember, there's a larger body behind our moon. We've proven that 8
it's
years.
also
ago.
got the shadowing. I'll show you. I even got a shadow of it. It's really cool.
That explains everything, as Ricolette. It's cottage cheese, the moon.
Yeah.
Now we know. Thanks, S. Ricolette.
You know, Wallace and Gromit, they went there and they had, some Stilton or
solves
something.
everything.
I love
Jillian,
Wallace
how
and
about I
Gromit.
just show your pictures? I could show Jillian's pictures. That way you can see them better. Some of
Awesome.
them, what you're showing is what I have here.
Have you got some? Okay, yeah.
I have it.
Because some of
Yeah.
them-
Might as well play them before
Because
she
some
gets
of them
Let's
have
do
got
it.
like the shadow behind, and I didn't
Do it.
realize when I took a picture of it because I was just so fascinated by the coloring being so purple, and I was obsessed with that. And then oh shit, what about the thing behind it? Sorry, sherbet.
Yeah, I do. I catch myself at at things that we forget all the time. That's extra. That's right there and right there and right there, and I forget to look because I'm caught up on the one thing. We all fall prey to that.
All right. Let's look at Jillian's pictures for the week. See what she caught.
Yeah, I think we ought to contact some of those naysayers, the big names out there in YouTube, TikTok land, and say, well, hey, how about you just actually, focus.
It's a kitty cat.
There's Grace. It's even got the belly bag.
That, of course, is the bottom of Uri. And asteroid dead center, top, middle. And that is Natu's moon. Notice where the light is coming from. Beyond Earth, being illuminated in the northwest sky.
Wow.
The Saturn yellow moon in the Saturn.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was cool. It's got the circle right there. Look, going right in front of it.
And that's the side of Uri again.
How recent
The
are these,
asteroid,
Julian?
that's the Saturn yellow moon.
Past week,
Past week?
couple of days, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was yesterday. No, on the 15th, that was. Sam's picture looked like that.
Wow.
Look at that. There's like a ball in there.
Well, that light angle should be Nibiru on the side facing Nibiru. Now, don't forget Imelsaru and Nana.
Yeah.
That could be them right there
No
at
way.
the edge of well, wait a minute, depending on where the light is. On the right-hand side, there, Nibiru has 2 moons. We haven't hardly even seen them.
Yes.
And that's the ion tail and lead asteroid. Yeah, that again, where the light is, that should be where Nibiru is right there. Over to the right. Notice where the light is coming from, far left. And that sunset, that could easily be Saturn's yellow moon right there. Now, Saru is going to be coming in on the horizon, just behind all of that. That's sunset. And I think we're seeing bottom planet illumination of Saru after sunset. If your northwestern sky is very illuminated, then the sun is shining on the bottom of Saru. And it would be weird if she came in on the right, but she kind of seems to be heading that way. But then Sarah was so big, she should be on both sides. Question, is that the green asteroid? Yes, that's where the green asteroid is. And look, there it is again. That's not a lens flare.
Yeah, look at that. Wow.
That's the green asteroid.
That's a good one, Jillian. That's good.
Yeah, he's pretty neat.
Yeah, he seems to be a lone wolf lately. He seems to be the only
That
one
is
that can be
blue asteroid.
cloudy.
See the center dot? And the lens flare. Oh, look, Jupiter and Venus. I don't know if that is for sure. That is. God, we're in a really interesting trine and square location of the planet right now, and it is going to change us, good and bad. We are going
Wow.
through cosmic change right now.
There's
That
something.
Okay, that could be the blue asteroid for sure. But now remember, Casper is on the right too, and we did see a lot of Casper this week.
See how you have that blue flare that draws out? People keep saying that's a simulator.
Oh God, that's still
I have
yeah.
to I have to keep correcting people on that. No, it's not. It's a reflection.
Well, they have a patent on that, you know. Well, a patent does
Doesn't
not mean
mean
it's
it
in
exists.
space and working. People,
No,
can,
it doesn't mean it exists.
we dealt with the sun sim for 5, 6, 7 years, and people, and and then if you go, okay, well, why would they need a sun simulator? Unless there was a very large planet blocking our sun, and they don't even want to step across that boundary. Well, it's just
See,
up there.
flare it again.
But why? Why would it be up there? And how would we power it?
Well, if you remember, they had all of that
sketchy
news,
thing on that left.
the news media about Japan
China.
launching a second sun.
Yeah, China.
No, China. That's it. That's
Yeah,
right.
it was still in the prototype stage. Still, they didn't launch it. It's still in their laboratory. And they
Well,
by the
CGI is
way,
pretty good
speaking of
these days.
laboratory, they did kick up a fusion engine this week or this month in, I believe, a German lab where they can power the entire planet with that generator. And they ran it for 8 minutes. So they're stepping
Yeah, look,
across a
there's
new
the thing
threshold
behind
of
there.
fusion energy. So
That must
I
be
think-
the longest time they've run it.
I think I sent you a clip too, Sam, of the Australian scientists here have now developed energy from light. They can run a motor using just pure light.
oh shit.
Wow.
So it's in your messages.
Okay, I'll relook. There, perpetual motion machines are out there where they, you can start one generator and it'll power the other generator. But the thing with it is you have to A, start it up, and B, it doesn't functionally create enough electricity actually to power anything other than itself. So now they need to work on capacitors and upgrade.
Oh, cute.
And that's the
There
one.
he
Is that
one with the
Theo or
bird.
Izzy?
Puppy ear?
That's
Ozzy.
the sick boy. That's the poor sick boy with a sore ear.
Aw.
Poor Ozzy.
You didn't spray your yard, did you, with anything?
Spray my yard, no?
Yeah, well, some people spray their yard with weed killer every year, and okay, because that's, if you have a pet, don't do it, because it causes 70% of cancers in dogs comes from the pro lawn care people that spray. And when your animal runs free and through other people's yard, you have no control over the pesticides they're getting involved in. And yeah,
And
people, we need
want
to,
me to walk my dog 19 times a day so they can see me. No, I don't want to walk my dog in weird places or places that's got other people or people's children. And
yeah,
my
and that's,
animals
we
wanna
also
run
get
around.
dogs, get worms from other dogs, and those new diseases that are everywhere. By the way, it is believed that the bird flu has spread to cats.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And well, it also spread to cattle and people, and they've had a few cases where people in cattle situations, ranch situations, where those people have died from the bird flu. Now, the bird flu it's a form of tuberculosis mixed with something else, another virus, and it's nasty. And this, of course, is what the egg price issue, where they were killing millions of chickens. And the problem with that is, when we start corporate farming and you jam 150,000 birds in one building, you're going to have sick birds. And then they're antibiotic feeding. Same thing with you. If you buy shrimp right now, most likely your shrimp didn't come from an ocean. It came from somebody's pond that is filled with antibacterial agents, and you're eating
Grown in ponds. Yep.
yeah, grown in ponds. And I don't even recommend you eat shrimp
Same
anymore,
as fish.
or any seafood from the Pacific Ocean, period.
Yep. No. And not only that, the mercury levels are off the chart.
Oh yeah. We People, we have to start growing our own food and making sure that our soils are pure and not toxic. And I'm hearing stories about all the leukemia going on in southwestern Georgia from the factories that are polluting people, and they're getting away with it because of the money.
Yeah, that is.
We only have to look at Aaron Brockovich to see what they've done in the past.
Yeah,
and the cover-ups.
Oh, it's horrible. Oh, yeah, people. Who are we letting run our countries? Who are we electing? These rich people. We got it, and they don't care because
we
they're.
don't even elect them, Sam. They're all.
Yeah, well, some of them aren't even elected. You're right, and we have to be very. Who are we putting in charge?
Right. And what's funny is when you put their product in front of them and ask them to use it.
Yeah.
For themselves. And then they look at you like, "Are you crazy?"
Hey, would you drink this water that you're selling to other people? Yeah.
You probably realize we had our elections the other day. We had our elections the other day, and they announced the winner before they even finished counting.
Yep, that's happened here a few times.
How does that work?
Well,
they were still voting. In WA, there's 3 hours between us and WA. So at 6 p.m. here, it's only 3 p.m. there. So they've still got 3 hours of voting to do. How can they elect a winner while you're still voting? I don't get it.
They should
exactly. And that's what's on question at the moment. But not a lot of people are actually going, oh, how did this happen? There's not a lot of people out there that know. People don't have their heads on a swivel.
I really wish people would reach back and take back their world.
I do too. I would much rather people gain their sovereignty back.
Well, we've gotten lazy. I mean, what do you see on TV anymore? Hair dye and lipstick, lip gloss commercials and adult diapers, and I mean, my daughter even said, "God, I would like to see a laundry soap commercial once in a while."
And what's the latest with these girls taking these drops to get tans? What are these Severin drops? I really want to look into what is in those drops to stimulate the melanin. I really want to see.
Yeah, and everybody's buying this new grease. Oh, where did you get your skincare product? And everybody looks greasy. It's like, why are you smearing all that grease on your face? Where do you get your facial products? I want to buy some. Like, no, why have you started putting that grease on your face? I mean, African American people, they have to have a moisturizer because their skin gets white and dry if they don't. But I can see that. But on white people and Asian folks and redheads, you don't need all that grease. And it has all taken place since the C virus, where all of a sudden everything has changed while people are, buy this $500 purse. I'd like to see a commercial for a can opener. Give me a can opener that'll work for longer than a month.
Yeah,
I
right.
have no use for a Birkin. No use for a Birkin. None. I can't see how a person would spend $35,000 on a handbag.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Are you nuts?
I have pockets for that.
Do you know how many children you could feed locally on $35,000, even in the school lunch program? And all of that, by the way, got cut too.
That's 2 years or 3 years worth of mortgage payments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I really don't.
Well, I think they're pumping that everybody's wealthy and they're not. Every commercial you see, they're in $1 million house, sitting around their kitchen table with their family, and this is a multiple wealthy family. They're not showing anybody I know.
No, and have you also noticed they're always biracial families?
Oh yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, they always have to be biracial families.
Right. Yeah, we've gone kooky, people. These are, and not only that, how many commercials do you see now? You don't even know what the product they're trying to sell you.
Right.
You watch.
Just look at that latest KFC ad where they take a person and they dunk him in a river and it comes out a chicken wing. Yeah,
it's like,
and they dump it in the gravy.
Right. Let's eat people. Let's turn people into Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
Just pulled that right out of my head, Sharon. That's weird. Yeah,
It's called
creepy.
synchronicity, Chris. Synchronicity.
Creepy. Commercial that was. That's all you gotta say. You know what freaks me out is like look at like all the products they push towards men. Deodorant, all of the stuff. It's full of all sorts of endocrine disruptors.
Absolutely.
I don't understand. I don't understand it. Why? It don't make no sense. So
And
They
facial
want
cream
it
for
like
men.
that, Chris. They
Right.
want it like that.
Real men
because
don't need facial cream.
right,
No.
like
But
what?
Chris, that's the whole point. They're trying to reduce our fertilization procedures. They're trying to drop our counts and make us infertile or even sterile.
Yeah,
That's what they're
and
trying.
that's proven. Like you know, over the last 30 or 40 years, all the data and statistics shows there's a steady decline in all of the, you know,
Well,
Georgia
look how many
Guidestones,
pharmaceutical
people.
companies are getting kicked in the butt, like Johnson & Johnson. They were sued over baby powder. And how long have we been using baby powder for?
Oh yeah. Well,
Decades.
yeah,
Decades.
talc is of course inherently radioactive with Earth brand. I can't think of the stupid name. It's the stuff in Southwest America in the desert. Everybody was out there picking up. God, come on! I can't even. I know what the damn thing is. It's a radioactive ground material, and I can't pull a stupid name out of my brain. I hate that. Welcome to my
Not
getting older.
iridium.
Uranium. Just
Yep.
basically uranium is
Yep.
also in talc, and
Yep.
this is of course what happened with the Chinese chalkboard, plasterboard, is that there was
Yep.
uranium in their talc and in their plaster, and it was mixed in, and people got sick all over the world, and they shipped it everywhere, and then they didn't recall it; they just warned people. So I mean,
Yep.
there's throughout half of the southern United States, there's all these
Hello, Eddie.
radioactive houses everywhere. People, we have to rethink how we do things. And don't be putting mascara in your eyes. Oh my God.
They put anything on your face.
Yeah.
I don't think I could stop wearing makeup at this point.
Well, I understand, but I mean,
I
it's
just
just
don't think it's going to
watch
happen, y'all. I'm not going to. I've been wearing it since like 15,
right?
45 years or 40 years ago. I just can't begin to like get on camera without it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then when we were teenagers too, Rebecca, that's what they used to push. Go and buy this makeup. This is a new fashion trend. Have your hair cut this way. Remember what it was like to be 15?
Oh, yeah.
We were so
Couldn't wait to
influential.
go buy more makeup.
Yeah. Look for
I
more
know,
natural
trust me.
ingredients. Look for
Nice,
more
easy,
natural
but I'm worth
ingredients.
it. Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead and put
Like
that dye on
mineral
yourself.
powders.
I do. Actually, I mean, makeup is one thing, and you can get it. It's pretty expensive, to get
That's the other thing. But
better.
the expensive
I
stuff
do
does last
go-
longer.
I do go the extra expense for hair products and shampoos, and I
You
don't
have to.
just put anything on my hair. So
Well,
Yeah.
Pantene has formaldehyde in it.
Yeah.
and
silicon
deodorant and
dioxide.
toothpaste.
Yeah.
So
A lot of hairdressers won't do your
I don't-
hair if you use Pantene.
no perfumes, no anything, no body sprays, nothing like that. So there's a little bit of positive feedback. But no,
Keeping those
cannot just-
chemicals back.
not wear makeup.
Right,
Sorry.
and
Keep
you
those-
know, and with there's two suns lurking on the horizon. It's like, what are we gonna do? You need deodorant. No, there's all sorts of things you could do, like just carry extra clothes with you. I don't know.
Hats, sunglasses, long sleeve shirts, and
Yeah.
it might come to the point where people are going to have to start living at night. We don't now remember, in Turkey and in Constantinople and all of those deep underground cities that those people died. You don't dig an underground city for no reason. And we
18
were hiding
levels
from the
either.
Romans. No. You're hiding
18
from the
levels
Romans,
there
you
is.
leave.
Darren UQ?
I hear you, Esri Colette. I'm the same way. I can't stand air freshener smells. Even
Yeah.
there's a doctor's
I bet.
office. I went to that I don't know what they were trying to cover up the smell of, but you know those plug-in Glade plug-in
Oh
deodorant.
God.
Anyway, it was on
Western.
every single outlet in the whole building. I was just like, "There's another one and
It's like,
another."
whoa.
I'm like,
You
I mean,
can
I was
put-
just like holding my breath. So I got outside
Yeah.
practically. The
You
whole
can
building
put-
was
you
full
don't
of
wanna
it.
know. No,
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's bad. Bad.
Well, we have to step back on how we're doing things. Convenience isn't necessarily correct. We need to go back to, you know, growing our own food and trading with our neighbors. And yeah, I mean, when was the last time you had raw milk?
You know
Right.
what,
Oh.
Sam? You know what? See, people have forgot all those skills of growing their own food.
Yep.
Really, I mean, they've taken generations to slowly lose that. You
Well,
know,
what's
because
I
they
don't
scary
want
know,
is,
to
can
say
you
the
imagine?
grocery
human.
store. Grocery store has everything. Why would you grow it anyway? You know,
Well,
it's like,
can you
the whole
imagine
point-
if
the whole-
tomorrow you had
Yeah.
to, and then you didn't know how, and you had no
right, and now
seeds
we'll have to.
available?
And nobody knows how. Now that's
Yeah, but the whole
Imagine
point
the
of
trouble.
consumerism, is to keep you coming back. So therefore, if you don't do it yourself, you're relying on them. And when the system breaks,
yeah.
who's there to take up the
Right.
loss? So that's where the chaos comes in.
But
People
it
don't
was
think that far in advance, you see.
right. But it was like, you know, it's our parents, you know, jumped on board with consumerism. I mean, my mom, I was a little tiny kid, and I know I watched her, you know, gradually go from cooking every single thing to, you know, buying more stuff
Sure.
ready to go.
Convenience
You know what I'm
food.
saying? Right.
Yep,
And
convenience
so
foods.
it started then, and now I see where it's progressed in 30, 40 years. And anyway,
And the quality of the food.
Oh.
and most
Again,
people
it's-
don't really know how to cook like they used to anymore. You know, like that's a false start.
Sometimes it's
You know, and
2007.
egg to me
Everything is
doesn't
just like
taste the
take a
same
can of
anymore.
soup and dump it in, and take a can of this and dump it in. You know, it's like stuff that's already ready to go. You're like, you know, here's the sauce. Dump it. Nobody knows how to make their own soup or their own sauce from, you know, not
From
nobody.
scratch. Yeah.
I know whenever I hear, oh, put a can of cream of chicken, and I'm like, scan, I'm ready to go. I mean, I like cream of chicken to a point, but I'm not going to put it in a dish. I'm not. I don't. Cause I
No.
never like it when I do that.
No,
Um,
I'm very
never
much
like
like you,
it.
Sam, from absolute scratch, because then you know what's in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I still buy cans
That's
of beef
pretty
broth and
too.
chicken broth, and when I make a soup, I use
Yeah.
basic broth, and then
Yep.
the number one gravy, if you ever wanted to make the best gravy in the whole world, is you take the bottom of the pan fryings from your carrots and your celery and your meat, and then you
Yep.
add a little bit of water and heat that up, and that's the best gravy in the whole world. And you cannot get
Yep.
that out of a jar or a packet.
Right.
If you want a bit of thickening, a bit of corn flour.
Yeah, when I was at the hotel and I was cooking occasionally at tableside, we would actually go and make our own gravy. We'd cut up carrots, we'd cut up celery, we'd cut up pieces of meat, and throw a little broth in on the bottom of the pan, and then slap it in the oven for an hour or two, and let all of that crap cook down. And then we'd run it through a strainer, and you'd have the gravy mixins, and you have real gravy that actually tastes good and isn't toxic.
Caramelized veggies. Yep. Beautiful.
Caramelized veggies. And nobody,
Yes.
I mean, yes, it takes all day to do that. I mean, but I used to prep from early in 5 o'clock in the morning just for lunch.
You know what disappoints me, Sam, is it takes
What?
you all day to prepare it. And it's gone in 10 minutes.
Right. And then other people go, are we having that again?
10 minutes, and then everybody liked it.
Exactly.
I still do my roast beef
Always
and
like that.
carrot and potatoes and
Yep.
throw in a handful of peas, even though Nova doesn't want to eat the peas.
Mm.
Oh, you have to have
I
greens,
complained.
Nova. You have to have greens.
Well, yeah,
complained to my
Shiloh
daughter
likes
the other
peas.
day.
They live on green beans. Shiloh
Yeah.
likes peas, and Nova doesn't. Nova likes carrots. Shiloh can give her or eat them or not. And
String beans are very good for controlling diabetes.
have you ever had clove honey carrots?
Beautiful.
That's,
Garlic, sesame, string beans.
yeah, that's a Christmas thing for us. It's clove honey carrots. And the other day I made them and no, oh, it's just like Christmas. We're having clove honey, honey, because I got more
Yum.
honey, more local honey.
Beautiful.
Oh, awesome.
Nice. I forgot honey again. Damn.
Well, God, that's you pay $25 for half a gallon of honey now.
Yep. Unless you go
So
out
I
to
bought
the
I
hive
bought
and
the
get one.
$6 bear.
Go and milk a hive somewhere. Get a
But
I,
then you
I
gotta
would
be
love to
careful
have my own
because
bees,
it's full
but
of
you know,
corn
my,
syrup too.
oh God, don't even get me started about corn syrup. Oh man, that stuff is so
Yeah.
that is such a negative toxin. It's a negative. Anyway,
And that's prime sweetener in everything usually.
yeah,
It's
Corn
everywhere.
syrup.
It's
carcinogen.
everywhere. Corn syrup. And
Carcinogen.
dyes. You know, blue. I
Yeah.
can't even get hand soap or dish soap without a color in it. Even the clear dish soap has blue in it. The color blue is in clear.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, I probably could again pay a high dollar on Amazon and find something, But even the stuff at Walmart or whatever that is geared to be all natural, it's
Yeah.
not.
I buy Dial antibacterial soap. It
I know,
smells
but
like tea.
I'm
I
just
love it.
saying, no yellows, no blues, no reds. No,
No,
the
very
hidden
orange. Yeah,
colors.
yellow and red.
Soap has color in it, like
Yep.
dish soap. It's green, it's blue, it's orange. Anyway,
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
just a
Other
marketing
company-
ploy.
so you're sitting there rubbing this dyes in your hands every time you wash it. It's like they're sick. They're sickos. They really
Yep.
hate us, Sam. I'm not giving them any leeway either. I'm on to them. I already know they're out to get us.
Yeah, I love how you have
The
a
only thing
higher
that makes
level.
any kind of sense, really. It's like, what?
Yeah, they're coming at you from every angle. Your food,
How much money do
air,
they need?
water, everything. Just bathe in
Mhm.
these dyes and get in the bathtub and bathe it more. So you won't be here much longer. Thank goodness.
I'm aware of it every time I
Look at
put
my
shampoo
hair.
on my head. It crosses my mind like,
It's
what
gonna
am I
take something
putting into
bigger
myself
than us to
right
come
now?
and set the record straight. Bigger than us, because obviously holding a picket sign out protesting, they organize the protests to make it look like there's something happening. Oh yeah, we did this today. Nothing ever changes. It just gets worse
Well, we
decade
have
after
to change it
decade.
somehow. We can't
I know,
not.
I do. I know. I
We
can't
can't
It's
not-
do
illegal to
we have
protest,
to do
yeah?
something.
without it. They got you from every angle. It's like,
It's illegal to protest here. You can get locked up for protesting.
Yep.
100
Without a
people, they
permit.
consider that as
yeah, freedom.
an inconvenience, yeah? 100
Well, now
people,
the crown,
but
the
a
crown
million?
does have a different set of rules.
Well, look at
We've
what they
seen it.
did to
We've
the
seen it in
people
Canada.
in-
We've seen it in the UK. We've seen it in Australia.
Look
Yeah.
at the
But
ketchup
look at what
bottles.
they did to look at what
It's
they did to the crowds
Totally
in
different
Spain.
ingredient list.
They were hitting them with microwave weapons.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and they freaked out and they all got out of the way because you have no choice but to run from it.
Otherwise, you
Yeah, they
cook.
did. They hit them with sound weapons.
Yep.
Oh god, that thing is awful.
Well,
Yeah.
no, Spain is still a fascist country,
hmm
and I'm to this day I'm amazed how Marcos slipped the Nuremberg trials, and that's some of what's going on still to this day. With we talked about the Roman Catholic Church and all of that, and what's going on behind the scenes and right in front of our faces as well. And oh my God, the church has so much influence over our planet you wouldn't believe. And again, let's just talk about Gillian's favorite term, the immaculate constellation, ladies and gentlemen. Look up an immaculate constellation.
I've
And
been hearing that term more and more lately too. It's pretty weird.
well, they're here. I mean, what are they going to do here in a few 6 months, a year, when these planets are so absolutely obvious at night that we're, when Atu gets a little farther away from us, we're going to see that purple body in the sky at night.
Wow.
And it's going to be huge and then get smaller and smaller and smaller. But the purple one is the one that sticks out the most because we don't have purple in the skies normally.
Right.
And of course, the big old red destroyer is Saturn. And Jesus asking that question last week, and it had not crossed my mind that might actually be in effect. Because I always was going, okay, they've got cross references from 1980 information to Planet X information. They're all mixing up in a blender. But he may have a serious point. We might see more devastation from a close pass of Saturn. We've never seen the Saturn up close before. We've seen her for a while, and she was tiny, 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 and then went away. And now she's back and big, and boy, is she big now. I saw some photographs today and yesterday where I was like, that's not a Saturn shallow moon, but that's definitely a Saturn. So it is moving farther to the side of us, and during the day it'll be due south instead of south east in the midday, and then working its way around all the way till sunset. So it's all changing, and it's getting big, 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 big. So it's insane what's going on. And you've discovered clouds. I love that, Christoper. Yeah.
It's been incredible to watch it move from at sunset from the, pretty much the west, northwest, all the way over to the north, northeast.
Yeah, it's going faster too.
Yeah.
The transition has changed hugely, even in the last few months. And I was looking back at some of the postings. Everybody's using the older, the 2017 shots, and in some of Jesus's. And the moons were little tiny circles next to, Saturn and Atu. And I went, oh, I remember when those moons were that small. And now they're, filling the skies. Okay, I got the parental hackles. My oldest daughter walking by coughing. I was like, wait. Okay, she was playing. So I was worried, when you're a parent, you hear a kid cough, it bothers you.
Of course.
Any sound, sniffle, sneeze.
Yeah. I got a headache. Oh no! Instant parent mode.
And then they go, "Leave me alone. I'm old enough already. Leave me alone."
Yeah. I'm fine.
I'm just tired.
Let's get you some aspirin. No, I don't want any. I'll just go lay down. Okay. Yeah, Shiloh gets more headaches than I do now. It's scary.
Goodness.
I think it's her diet. She doesn't. I can't talk her. I literally have to hold her down just to feed her a vitamin.
What's her salt intake like?
Pretty good actually. She does she likes salty corn chips.
Mm-hmm. But I meant just regular table salt.
None. She's not a salter.
Okay.
No, but does.
Well, she needs to have a bit more salt in her system.
Okay. I'll
Reduces
sneak it into the
headaches.
food. I'm always really light on the salt, but I know for a fact everybody was for years telling everybody, oh, don't take salt in your diet. You need salt in your diet for your brain. Otherwise, you don't have brain activity. That's part of your electrical process.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, there are people out there that probably put way too much, and then they've got hypertension and diabetes and all sorts of other things. But yeah, you need some salt in your diet.
Hello, Matt.
Hey.
Matt is here. Hello, Matt. Who else is
here?
Minnesota.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, did you show that video of the Minnesota lightning storm, Rebecca?
That was a purple one.
Did you send me a lightning storm?
I think I sent it to you. I can go back and check.
Oh, I do have it. Yeah. Let me see. I wrote it down at least.
That went over Matt yesterday at 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah, well, we've had rain since Thursday.
Yeah.
It's still raining now.
Look at that. Okay, now this is a backpedaling low. The low is over just above South Dakota, but you're looking at the top of Minnesota. And that is a backpedaling super low pressure system.
Whoa.
That's huge.
Did you see what? That was cool, Sam. See what you're saying.
4 states.
See, there's that little nib at the on the western side of Minnesota. So you're looking right at Minnesota and Iowa underneath, and then Wisconsin is to the right.
Wow.
And so look at how electrical that is.
Look at when it just shifts.
It was 9:30 yesterday, Central Time yesterday, over Minnesota and North Dakota and South Dakota. And that backpedaling low is now working its way over Wisconsin and Minnesota now and into Canada. And up with it is bringing all the hot air.
Sure.
That is a backpedaling, rotational, backpedaling low pressure system going the opposite direction of our normal weather. And you can see in the bottom left, it's coming in, but up on the upper right, it's going away and to the west.
Yep.
That is highly electrical.
Is that a high front hitting a low front stop?
It's a cutoff low that is formed over the top of that versus that storm
so
that
it's
went
coming
through last week with rain and then over the top of Colorado and then worked. It's completely an odd direction. It's not supposed to be there, but it is. It's going different than it normally would or should, and that reverse. This is what they're calling those cutoff lows. What do they call it in Europe? A retrograde low.
Retrograde low. Retrograde is back.
Meaning it's backpedaling, and it stayed in one place over South Dakota and North Dakota, southern North Dakota, for probably twice as long as it should have, and it's backpedaling and just stable. And these are causing these freak storms. And it could just as easily be, if you look above this, it could be the bottom underneath of Nepacity. We don't know. And this could be the electrical effect between the two planets, for all we know. But they're way to prove that unless you're actually there to witness it.
Pity they're not
right. They're pointing down, not up. Right.
They refuse
look at the
to
perfect
point up.
circle that it is, with a core.
Like it's got a curved circle look. That.
Right. Right. Which would be the open core. You know, electrical discharge between bodies and planets. So, you know, I mean, we can't absolutely say, but look at the shadowing, look at the light.
It's like pushing.
And I believe, and I have to blow this up on this shot. I don't think it shows, but let's see. 2353. Yes. I hate UTC. You could never translate. You got to pull 5 hours off of UTC. So it's roughly 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else have we not looked at so far? Also, Sam, you sent me this video of this dust storm.
Oh, yeah, the dust storm that went through Chicago yesterday. And they had not had an event like this since 1934. And this is, of course, what the meteorologists are now calling a derecho, but derecho is a southwest sandstorm, not a weather storm.
Whoa.
Oh. It looks like the Middle East.
Yeah.
Yep, or New Mexico or Arizona or Texas. But this is happening
wow.
in Chicago, people.
Look at that. That's incredible.
So where's all this dust coming from?
This was where what blew up in Kentucky and Missouri and all of that. And that's the damaged dust that got all the way up there from all the tornadoes that kicked everything up.
So that's topsoil that's been lifted up into the atmosphere.
Right. It was probably removed
and just
from
carried along with
Missouri
the
and Illinois and all of that, and Iowa and Ohio. Well, not Ohio.
Could be eating that dust.
Oh, yum.
I don't know what hit them.
Well, now remember the Dust Bowl era, people.
Yeah.
Remember what happened?
Dirty it's going to be in them high rises.
Oh man, they got their work cut out for them.
If you're watching topsoil being blown away, what happens to farms when their topsoil blows away? You can't grow anything.
Left. No.
That's it.
But I was going to say that's also the result of the extra weather anomalies we're having with all the heat. So if everything's in drought, it's very easy for the topsoil to get picked up and carried.
Right. We have very similar to the Dust Bowl era problems occurring for the last 3 to 4 years, and they've been talking about it, but everyone is ignoring it. You don't hear climatologists actually talk well anymore. They just say, okay, global warming, and then that's it.
Well, we had another news article pop up yesterday that said Australia is going to experience drought again. And there's 8 states at the moment, or counties and out the back, that are really suffering from drought. Even though we had all that rain hit Queensland and all the flooding
in eastern Australia for the last couple of years.
Yeah,
but it boils off right away.
Lake Eyre is starting to fill up, and that only happens every 15 years. Yeah,
well, I would really hate us to see another Dust Bowl era loss of food, and we could. again, check produce products, how much, our output. Watch the I don't even see the farm report anymore, which is weird. They're not even, and I used to watch it every day. Like 5 o'clock in the morning here in Montana, I would watch the farm report, and I don't see it anymore. And so that's
we used to
weird.
have a program on our ABC called Lifeline and Landline, and that used to talk about the farmers and what they were going through. They don't play that anymore.
Well, they talked about crop prices, how the pig market was doing, how the chicken market was doing, how the cattle market was doing.
Yep, everything.
In Montana, and soybean prices, and then they started growing hemp fiber up here in Montana, and of course there's a big to do about that. Oh, you're growing marijuana? No, this is hemp. That's completely different.
Right.
And then some farmers get busted by feds, and it has nothing to do with marijuana, even though it's legal in the state. Oh my God, I can go on and on.
And hemp is one of the most hardiest materials you can use.
Oh,
Clothing,
we could
wood,
reach
everything.
society alone on hemp.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean,
And it's so much easier to grow. It only takes 6 months to grow that, whereas
Did you
food
know-
crops take up to a year.
Did you know that original Levi Strauss blue jeans were made from hemp fibers?
Made from hemp. Yep.
And they lasted 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I had a pair of Adidas shoes made out of hemp rope in high school.
Yeah, and they'll last
I
forever.
didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was.
It makes better paper than trees. It makes suitable toilet paper.
Yeah. George Washington grew it.
You can use it to wind up
they rope.
Everything.
Well, back in the sailing days when we had the long ships with all of that rope, you had to, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina was growing nothing but hemp to make rope out of it. It's as strong as, you have a 200-year-old rope and it's still fine.
Yeah.
And look at the quality of it, the way it's been put together.
Fibers laid
so
down
much
so
skill
nicely.
in that.
Yeah,
So
we have to
much skill.
rethink it. We have to really rethink how we do everything.
We need to reboot society. That's what we need.
A world according to me, dang it. No, I would never presume to want to tell everybody how to do things, but
we need to be smarter.
Yeah, but they don't listen to smart people.
No.
You know what? I'll reiterate this from the Vietnam War. When the Viet Cong took over Vietnam, they removed professors, teachers, art teachers, politicians, doctors, nurses, the scientists were all vanished, unalived, in great numbers. And we don't respect scientists anymore, people, and we are worried about how the Kardashians are living. So maybe we ought to look at that.
They've given us a bad name, Sam, because of the people that were representing us in the past. Just look at Mr. BG and Mr. F. I won't mention their names, but we have to look at those people that have been promoting the science that have been doing the damage. They're where we've lost our trust.
Yeah, we are unfortunately so TV driven.
Exactly. How many people come home from work and just plonk straight in front of the TV?
Yeah.
Shut their brains off. It's
Not only that,
education.
only one news source. They watch one news source, and we know there's a whole bunch of people that are completely been programmed to a really scary place in their own minds through fear. This is why part of why we talk about facts, not fear. There's been an entire segment of our population in the United States, I'll leave it at that. I know there's probably going on around the world, but that have been brainwashed into a point of belief that is astonishing to this day to me. That's not the United States of America I ever grew up or believed in. And somehow all of a sudden there's a whole group of people that think it's okay to be really, really bad people. And I feel horrible for you, and I don't hate you in any way, but boy, what happened to you? So you gotta multiple news sources. You have to listen to opposing opinions, and I do. And I stomach it as long as I can, and then I move on.
Well,
but
I know how
we need to be informed and not hide our heads in the sand.
I know how you feel. My daughter's objectivity is completely different to mine. And we clash on so many things simply because she's subjective to other things. And I've grown up in a totally different lifestyle to her. So growing up in the 60s and 70s and seeing
Right.
where we're progressing now, oh my gosh, I sit here and I think, what is in your future? How are you kids going to cope in the future
Yeah,
if you
what
didn't have the
world
same
do you live in?
grounding?
Because that's not the one I ever heard of.
I was
It,
explaining that to Thomas the other week. We used to have the milkman, the bread delivery, the fresh fruit man, crystal soft drinks, orange juice. We used to have everything delivered to our front door. And we never worked on Saturday and Sunday. The shops were never open past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone used to spend time together in the weekends. Kids
right.
go here, go there. You'd be in the back of the car without your seatbelts, going around corners,
Yeah.
playing punch buggy. That was our lives. You know, drinking water out of the hose, the garden hose.
Right.
That was
Right.
our lives. Now everything's consumerism. Buy this, buy that. You have to have this latest version of this phone, and you got to have this and skull candies and oh
And
my
the
gosh.
scary thing is that now, if you don't have a phone,
Yeah.
and your employer cannot call you at 7 o'clock at night or 3 in the morning, and have you jump to and do what they want you to do at 3 a.m., whether you like it or not. And I wouldn't even hand out my phone number or my email address just for that reason. It's like when I'm off work, damn it, I'm off work and you can't call me. And I am not
Exactly.
on, I mean, I'm not on salary, so how dare you? And people are working 24 hours a day to be successful because they're barely making any money anywhere. And if you are making a lot of money, who are you ripping off to get there?
But see, that's what I mean. There's a lot of keyboard warriors out there making lots and lots of money, but there's nobody out there servicing the community.
Right.
All the manual jobs have gone.
Yep.
That's why they're
Except for
replacing us with
birds.
robots.
A few years ago, I used to say there's no man jobs anymore. You know, the forestry skills, we go out and cut, you know, timber and you can find firewood, but it's rare now. And it's weird. I mean, we've seen industry change. We've seen since 2000 alone, we've seen an entire societal change in 20 years. And to me, that's a small segment, but to everybody else who's now 25, that's their entire lives. But to me, it's just, you know, it's like a third of my life. And wow, have we changed? Wow. This is not the planet I grew up on. And I feel like an old fuddy-duddy saying that, but it has direly, even since 2010, everything has changed since 2010.
Yep. I agree. Nothing's the same. People's attitudes have changed. The way people do things have changed. You know, everything's changed. It's only, I don't know what they're anticipating, but I know it's going to affect a lot of people.
Well, you know, we talked about the Pentagon not being able to balance its budget for 7 years straight now because, you know, there's money vanishing for. And God, we have,
so it makes me wonder why
people, like we mentioned earlier, Armageddon. I believe Rodney said something about Armageddon. Most of these younger people believe that it is coming, and we weren't raised to think that way. Sharon and I, and Rebecca.
No.
That's not anything that's in our vocabulary, but it's generic. No. My kids knew about the zombie apocalypse when they were 4 years old.
Yeah,
That's not
media.
No, and I did not teach them that. They were not exposed to that from me.
Nope.
They got that from their media, from their tablets or whatever they were using, or the internet.
The games, the PS5 games.
Right.
See, and this is the influence on the young kids. They get them involved in the games. And this is where I've got to put my foot down with my nephew. He's very into weapons at the moment. And I keep going, why do you want to build weapons? You know, what's with the purpose of these knives and these guns and stuff? Oh, that's just the way it is. And I've gone, no, it's not. Where is these influences coming from? And again, it's all on the computer. They have access to all of these games that influence them. And because there's no emotion and no feeling involved, when you point a gun at someone and shoot them.
Right, numbed.
But in reality,
All I
in
have
real
to say
life,
to you, I mean, look at TV, look at YouTube, and GTA. Everybody know what GTA is?
yep,
Grand Theft
Grand
Auto.
Theft Auto.
And
Yep.
you go to YouTube, and that's all you see is these idiots stealing cars and then wrecking them, and then dying.
Mhm.
By the way, don't steal a car in Arkansas and try to run from the police. They'll kill you for shoplifting. And
We had 4 teenage girls stole a car in Victoria and they made it to Sydney in it. They had the police on the run over 2 states. 14-year-old girls.
Louise.
And what's bad is they'll go to court and they'll get arrested and all that kind of stuff, and then they're out the next day. They can do it
Yeah.
again the next day. There's no punishment.
oh, they're kids. What are we supposed to say?
Right.
What are the parents doing?
Yes.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
my
we're-
immediate thought is, what are the parents doing?
Yeah, stealing cars, punching hookers, and crashing airplanes. Ha ha ha, DJ.
Oh.
Yeah, GTA.
Guys. I see
Yeah.
Jesus is here. I figure let's go
All
ahead
right.
and bring him in so he
Yeah,
can
he
get
can talk
into
for a
this. I know
while.
he has something to say about girls stealing cars. I don't know, but his
As long as it's not his car.
Utah.
Before
Yeah.
DJ started
Boys
talking
and
about
girls.
crashing
Ah,
airplanes, he was
Long
talking
as it's
about.
not-
Hey, Jesus.
Hello, Zeus.
How's
Hi,
it going,
Liz.
guys? How y'all
What am I
doing?
doing?
Bye.
So girls stealing cars, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get a little bit more context there? That sounds like something I wanna hear about.
Well, as I said, it used to be a boy thing.
Now
It
it's
used to be a
girls.
boy thing.
No,
But
it's
the other thing
hectic.
I've learned
No.
with some of these teenagers these days,
There's no
It's like-
there's no distinction anymore.
No.
but not only that,
Jesus.
a lot of these kids have given up and they've
Yeah.
said, it's all your fault that the world is the way it is and you want us to fix it? Hang on a minute.
Well, what they've done is there's, and I don't completely disagree, but that are so the thing is now that they're blaming everything on the boomers,
Oh,
or is it our generation? I don't know if I'm Gen X or if I'm freaking millennial.
Yeah.
I'm like
Yeah.
I'm your age, Jesus.
I feel like
born in
I'm
19.
Hello,
Gen
your
X.
age.
I really feel I'm Gen X because I just feel like even though I might just miss Gen X, I was raised very
Exactly.
Gen X, you
Okay.
know, with
I'm the last
play
one.
outside, drink water out of the hose.
Well, Sam and I are very much boomers.
Don't come back home until it's dark. That kind
Right.
of shit, you know.
I mean,
We're boomers.
dude, they had they
You're
talked about how
boomers.
they had a commercial talking about, we come on at 10 o'clock at night. Do you know where your kids are?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a real thing. That was
That
a
was
real thing. That was
definitely
an actual
An
commercial.
issue at my house.
That
That was
would
the
come out
80s,
like
yeah.
7, 8-ish as soon as the sun went down. Yep, that was a
Yep.
real thing, guys. That was a real thing.
Hmm.
We have
Yeah, and my dad would yell at me if I get home late after dark. And it's a school day tomorrow and all that. Well, Dad, I walked 10 miles to get home. I'm sorry, it took me a little while. What are you doing 10 miles away? Well, I didn't know. I just,
Oh yeah, I used to venture out pretty far on my bike. Yeah,
They're
it's,
not
uh,
real
yeah,
life.
and you
now,
were moving up the mountain.
now parents freak out if their kids go around the block. You know, it's
Yeah.
You know, we
They're watching
just
them,
we
they're
just got
watching them on a
some
phone app because they stuck something on their shoe.
exactly.
Yeah.
We got some neighbors here in my neighborhood, and the children actually play outside. One of my neighbors the other day has been complaining on the Facebook group, our community Facebook group, about the kids. I'm like, dude, I love that there's kids out there. Shit, at least they're playing on their bikes
hilarious.
outside.
They're complaining about
Mhm.
they're complaining about dogs barking here.
Right.
Oh my
You know,
god! Yeah. I love seeing kids outside. I think it
Yeah.
gives.
I
I
find
love
it
hearing
crazy
dogs
that-
bark and
And it's
birds
nice to
sing.
see that they're not
Sure.
obsessing over their phone, that they're actually playing outside on their bikes. You know?
Right.
Yeah,
They should-
exactly. Like like those guys in ET, the extraterrestrial. Like bikes in America. It's like my classic idea of what children in America were like, because that's the movie, the that we watched when we were 12 or like 11.
Yeah,
or
we
something
rode
like
our
that.
bicycles all over.
You
Now,
would
when I
go
lived in
on your
Minnesota, we'd ride
bicycle
8 miles
when
into
you could
town
learn to ride it, and you didn't
every
come
day.
home until it was dark.
See,
You used to
Sarah,
put a baseball card and a peg
extenuos,
on the back.
I think that should be an actual term, because I feel that I'm an 82, right? I was born in 82, so what's that?
Wow.
I just missed it.
You're a youngin'.
Thank
A
you.
baby.
Thank you, Sam. I don't know if that was
You're
It's
a
a
youngin'.
baby.
Dave.
but,
Yeah, I was working for the Bureau of Land Management in 82.
I was in
no,
high
but I
school.
feel like I was
You're fine,
raised
baby.
very much Gen X. Like I feel like I'm Gen X at heart, but technically, I guess I'm not technically. But
Gee, are you the baby here? Are you the baby?
I think
You're the
Christopher is.
baby.
I think
I think
Chris
he's the
is.
baby.
How old are you?
What month were you born here? I was born in 1982 too, so
Oh, so
Wow.
But, yeah, they're the baby. There you go.
Oh,
was.
June.
Yeah,
Well,
Right,
Who's-
who's
who's
born-
got seniority here?
born
What month
first?
were you born? What month are you born in?
July.
Yeah.
July. Oh, so you got seniority, I guess. Was it? No,
Oh.
I do. I'm born in June. We're about a month. About a month.
Yeah.
You are the young one there, Jesus.
He's the
Yeah.
baby.
Yep.
Can't believe it.
But my weather's been overcast and overcast and overcast, and we're getting so much rain down here.
Yep.
Everything
too.
is so green.
Yep.
Calories are kicking my ass.
Yeah.
I mean, what else? That's about all I can say. That's all I have.
I
on
had a super sinus headache
my
last
end.
night.
I've had a few night visitors recently. That was nice. But in the day, everything's just too. It's just too cloudy, too smoggy out there to see anything.
Usually it's me saying, oh, it's cloudy for days and days on end, but now it's been like blue and you get shit coming over at the wrong time of the day, so you kind of almost miss it. You're like, oh shit.
When it happens, it happens.
Skyscrapers,
But
they're coming.
it's been a little further in between sightings. I noticed the other day I had a really close one, but what happened is that as they came really close, it just overcasted everything. So it's like I could see them for a little bit as they were coming in, and then once they got close, it just completely whited out my sky. And
It just muffles everything up.
Very white
doesn't it? It just muffles it up.
Well, remember, there's a big cloud. There's a big cloud between Attu and Uri, and then there's a drift cloud that runs off the bottom of Nepesity sometimes that will actually white out us in with a mist or a moisture.
See, that's kind of what's been happening.
That
Usually when it's Uri doesn't really cause too much weather or anything, but it's what I've been getting as it passes, and it's passing so quickly that I think it's Nepesity. It just really brings on a lot of moisture. We haven't had rain bombs per se, but it's been very consistent rain, so it's kind of nice, honestly. I kind of like it.
Yeah, that makes sense, Nepesity having the mist, because she feels like, if you look at her for like ages and ages coming towards us, it was as if she had coattails behind. She was dragging stuff ever since I seen her. Like she was dragging stuff, and it must have been her OCGs. But to me, where I was in South Africa, it looked like she was dragging like these tendrils and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and eventually when she started
Nicole's
coming over,
talking
it
about
was like,
Zizol.
what?
I tried Claritin. I found Claritin actually semi-tolerable. I have not tried Zyrtec, and I have heard about Zizol, and I thought about it, but I didn't buy it.
Try Zizol. That's what I use. It's great. No side effects. No drowsiness, and it works really good.
Cool.
I use Sudafed.
Yesterday morning, I was sitting there
Sudafed.
with the garbage can in front of me, sneezing and sneezing and sneezing and
Yeah, I've been
sneezing.
doing that all
And then
week.
I'd take a breath, and I'd spit, and then I'd blow my nose, and then I'd sneeze and sneeze, and I couldn't quit. I couldn't even take a
Welcome to
breath in
my
between
world.
sneezes.
Welcome to my world. Yeah.
And apparently they don't really.
Dandelions.
Apparently they don't give you a shot anymore for allergies. That's
No.
like a big thing now.
That's weird, isn't it? They give you these things called.
Yeah,
Well, I did
remember-
have the allergy test.
My older
I'm
brother-
allergic to grass, and I'm allergic to some form of wheat husk, barely, but I'm more allergic to grass. Now, if I go out and I sweat and I lay down on grass, I'm gonna have a rash all over my back.
Oh, yeah.
Over with.
I'm, I in high school, if I,
Yeah,
at track, and then you'd go lay down in the field on the grass, and I'd get up and I would be covered in a red rash within minutes.
right.
And
You're
I
talking
do get,
about
I
high
do get
school.
pride.
That's so weird. You can still feel it.
Uh-huh. Gee, did we all have the same blood group or something?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah,
I'm
probably.
positive.
Of course, you're
You know,
from an old. Yeah,
here's the
I'm.
thing, I try to.
I'm hybrid.
I only take any medication and this is pretty standard procedure for any medication for me. When it comes to I only take whatever I absolutely have to take. But when it comes to allergies,
Right.
I like to kind of wing. If it's really bad, I'll take one. But I like to kind of get used to it, because the more you kind of take something for allergy, the more you're going to be allergic to these things. So I try to kind of expose myself a little bit here and there, so I don't.
That's why local honey is so important.
It's been really bad lately. Also, the headaches, which I really blame our second star for, have been absolutely out of this world. And I've noticed that as soon as the sun goes down, right around 7 or 8 a.m., my headaches just goes away. There's something about the sun. My brother tells me you've been doing night shift for so long, you're becoming a vampire. He said, but I think it's just there's something about it. It's never really had that effect on me, but lately, I would say this entire year, probably starting around November, it's just been so bad with the headaches for me. I don't know what's going on.
I'm going to ask you the same question, Jesus. What's your salt intake like?
I'm big on salt.
Okay. Do you use Celtic salt?
I usually use just regular salt, but I try to make a habit of using Redmond's because it's so readily available here. We have so much of it, and it's so the processing thing is not very minimal because it's here local. But
right, you talking about local salt flats in Utah, right?
Yeah. We got
that's from the inland sea that came in literally from British Columbia all the way in the coast of between Alaska and British Columbia. There was an inland inlet that went all the way down into Utah from inland sea, and I believe that was God, my brain knows this number, but it was anyway. I'm not going to throw a number out because I'd be wrong. But yeah, there was an inland sea only a few million years ago here. I've got to go cut pizza. I'll be right back.
No worries.
It's supposed to be like some of the best salt you can get. So
yeah, because if you put a crystal of Celtic salt on your tongue, it stimulates your brain to take up more water.
Right.
And that's our problem.
Yeah, well, it opens up your cells. It opens up your cells, right? For it to
See, people see our cells as these round things, but they're actually in layers, and they're not quite. So people think they're just full of water, and water just goes in and comes out. It's not exactly the same. It's
sodium potassium pump.
Well, yeah, you've got your sodium pump and you've got your potassium pump, but at the same time, to keep our blood level at the right percentage, this is why they give you 0.09% salt when you go into hospital, to increase your hydro. So to get more water in, they give you the 0.9% of salt. That's the first thing they do when they admit you into hospital is put you on the drip.
See, that's another one that when I increase my protein and reduce my carbohydrates, what it does is in order for your body, when you eat carbohydrates, there's so much water that your cells hold to do with the carbohydrates. So when you quit eating so much carbs, your body releases a lot of liquid, a lot of fluid.
But at the same time, it takes a lot of effort to break down proteins as opposed to carbohydrates.
Yeah, it does. It does, and that's why it's so good for fat burning. Is
Yep.
To eat protein.
Yep.
But when I did that, I released a lot of water, and I was where they told me electrolytes are an absolute must if you're going to be on a
Yep.
high protein, low carbohydrate diet. But I
Yep.
just can't make a habit of it. I just cannot make a habit of first of all drinking more water. I just can't. I have a hard time drinking water, and I know coffee is a dehydrator, so
Yep.
it's like a double whammy for me. So
Yeah,
yeah,
coffee.
yeah,
Yeah, coffee's a diuretic. Makes you express more water.
yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Have you tried jasmine tea or something like that as a substitute?
No, I have not. I'm still at that point where I'm kind of refusing to give him my coffee. But honestly, like, I don't know what it is, but recently it's not. I've cut down to 1 cup or
Mm.
one of these big
That's
cups.
huge.
It is. But I used to have 2 of these. Now I just have 1 because I just can't tolerate more than 1 cup of coffee. So
Doesn't
hopefully
coffee
I'm
give
kind
you
of weaning
terrible
myself.
acid?
What's that?
I tried coffee and it smelled great, but I couldn't take the taste. It was too bitter, and it was just so acid.
That's when you add creamer,
It is. It
a
is.
little cream,
Yeah.
a little sugar.
A teaspoon of sugar.
I can't give up my coffee. I'm not prepared for
Yeah,
that.
coffee has gotten worse in the last decade.
I'm right there with you, Rebecca. I gave up a lot. I'm
Right.
coffee and no,
right.
that's my no.
I don't drink pop or anything
Yes,
else.
I,
Drink
I
water.
will not entertain the idea at this moment. I will not entertain the idea.
I know.
Now,
Is that-
Zeus,
Is there nobody here that drinks
congratulations
tea?
on all the weight that you have lost. Congratulations. That's a big
Thank
effort.
Yes.
It's been consistent small changes, but consistency is key.
And you
Consistency.
can see it. You can see it in your face how much difference it's made.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually at a lower weight than my license now. I might
Awesome.
have to go in for a new license
Very
here
good.
soon. But yeah, it's been great. I feel much. Every pound feels better. Every pound feels better.
More energy and more vibrancy. It's good to
pain.
see.
Less pain.
Yes, that
Yes,
too.
less pain. That's the one.
You
Yes.
get pressure on the
Yeah,
joint.
but and Tara, you're just mentioning it. The sunshine too. Like God, it is. Even though, again, I think you should kind of limit your time in the sun, but absolutely get some sunshine in because it is so great for your.
And we don't know what the ramifications of the larger star are on our skin. We have no idea how much melanoma is going to be created by this, let alone the toxic amount of radiation that was released from Fukushima alone that has created all the thyroid cancers and all the black sand beaches in California being radioactive. And again, if you're in California and you're running on that beach, avoid those black sands area because they're radioactive as hell. And they've been announcing this for a
Samuel?
decade, people. Yeah. Yes.
Will other people also have gotten the cancer that you got from there? Was there other people? I mean, there must have been
Yeah.
other people.
Type in, go look up the thyroid cancer increase percentage in the last decade in Canada.
Oh yeah, they're actually. I think insurance has stopped covering also some of those things because
Right. Because my doctor correctly told me, they didn't ask me if, they said when. When were you exposed to a great deal of radiation? And I remember
And you were in
heard
Montana when
insurance
it happened,
company-
or where? Sorry.
Right.
yeah.
I was in Montana and I went out for about 3.5 to 5 minutes in a rainstorm chasing my lawn furniture down the road because we got a freak storm and it rained really hard. And by the time I got in and changed my shirt, because I was wet where I had to change my shirt, and my hair was wet, and within 20 minutes, my skin was on fire, my face was on fire, the top of my scalp was on fire, my shoulders, my elbows, and my back, because I bent over to pick up the chairs and pile them up. So I got rained on my back, And everywhere where my glasses were sitting, because I ran outside with my reading glasses on because I was in that big of a hurry. And I had blisters on my cheeks for about 2 years. I had blisters on my scalp for about 3 years. I had blisters
Wow.
on my
Ask me how that
shoulders
could
for
have
a year.
happened to you. That sounds insane, but it's happened to you because clearly you've been sick with it. You got it.
Yeah,
And your
and
doctors
my
asked you
thyroid
when.
cancer is starting to be a problem again. And I'm just ignoring it. I don't want them to remove my entire thyroid. They wanted to day one, and I told them no. And they only took half of it out. And I need the rest of that. And my last blood work, I tested out okay that everything was still functional. I need to do a new one. But yeah, and she asked me when, and I remembered immediately because when my shoulders and head started burning, I ran into the shower and I took a shower. And ever since, like years after that, every time I even put hot water on the top of my scalp, it hurt. And I still have a very sensitive scalp now. And I walked around like a zombie for like 3.5, 4 years. And then I got that lump in my throat that started out the size of a thumbnail, and it ended up being like the tip of your thumb, big, and I couldn't swallow it. And I'd swallow things and it would get stuck, and I had swelling and all of this. And so it was very painful, and I finally went to the doctor, and they said, "Oh, yeah, you have thyroid cancer. It's exterior thyroid cancer, which means you were exposed to radioactive material." And in Montana,
So what year was that? Did you say?
Well, it was Fukushima happened in 2011.
Wow.
In April 2011.
That radiation
look
went
at
around
the
the
tsunami.
planet.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
insane.
Oh, yeah, and it
that
went straight across
planet.
over here in the northern hemisphere, Montana and Canada. In Saskatchewan, they were having radioactive grass readings. They go out in the middle of Saskatchewan and read the dirt, and it was pumping 25 rads, which is high.
Yeah, those things
And
go crazy.
25. If you spend an hour in 25, you're critical. It's going to affect you to the point where you could die, and it's cumulative. It doesn't go away. The more of that shit, and it went up in the atmosphere, and it went over to Canada, and it went to Montana, and we got it was like 6 or 7 days after Fukushima blew up, and we got a freak rainstorm, and I ran out and I chased the table and 2 chairs down the street, and they were those stitched yard furniture with grass or reeds, so they blew in the wind, bro. And I went in, I got them back in the yard, and within 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then I came in, and within 20 minutes my skin was on fire everywhere that water had touched. And I mean, I'm still affected
Are we talking
by
about
it.
2011? Fukushima?
Yeah, 2011.
Fukushima.
Yeah, Fukushima.
Yeah.
It was like 6 or 7 days after that happened. And
I'll
if you look up
never
the rate
forget
of thyroid cancer in Canada, it's up like 3,000%.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I had a friend in Canada who also had to have their thyroid removed.
Skin cancer is one of those. I think skin cancer is one of those things that insurance companies and as well as health insurance companies are no longer covering because of the extreme numbers that have been coming forward. So that
And
says a
your
lot.
thyroid is where all your immune cells are made.
Right.
So if your immune
Tara, are you talking about lion's mane tea? Is that what you're talking about? And if so, would you let me know how it goes? Because I've been really curious about ordering me some of that stuff. It seems to be.
Yeah,
really
I've seen that as well.
supposed to be
Lion's
very
mane
good for
tea.
you.
I've actually
Yeah.
seen that as well.
And you
Yeah,
can't do the
I've
grapefruit.
been kind of dipping my toe into the whole mushroom thing, and it's it's incredible. The whole thing with the mushrooms is absolutely insane. It's just such a fascinating little world, with those things. So yeah, let me know how that goes, Tara, if that's what you're
Yeah,
thinking.
there's a bunch of eclectic
Katie
people
Jo,
here that were talking
congratulations.
about mushrooms here.
Congratulations. I believe that you graduated, or one of your kids did.
Katie
I think
Jo
it was you.
did.
Katie
Yeah,
Jo.
she did.
Yeah.
Katie Jo, congratulations to you. I know that takes hard work, so good for you.
Right. Good job.
plus with everything else going on around you, and you've consistently got through all your studies. Congratulations.
That's hectic.
That's
It really
dedication.
is demanding to study and have a family.
Well, yeah,
And
she has
work.
kids. She she does the Facebook group. She's everywhere. So the fact that you
How
still
do you
hang
find
out
the
with us
time?
here is also appreciated. Because
Yep.
I know when
I'll be back
you're
in a sec.
I'd imagine being a mother,
Wonder
especially,
Woman.
your kids' age, that it's they keep you busy. So
How she does it.
yeah, that's why Tara. It's why it's why they. What is it? If it's labeled a disease, it can be cured legally with doctors can't legally tell you or something like that with medicine prescribed to you or advised to you natural cures because
Well, there are pharmaceutical companies that are giving kickbacks to doctors
Oh, yeah.
to promote their product.
yeah they are they sure are.
And there's so much money in the background. Anybody who works in the medical provider in the pharmaceuticals industry is fabulously wealthy. They get high paychecks just to work for those companies because
Well,
they're making billions.
Well, look how much right now. So Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, they're doing these the GLP-1s that Americans subsidies. So we basically the American people funded these medications. Yet we pay the highest prices,
Right.
5 times higher than other countries pay for the exact same medications. When the American people were the actual ones that funded the research that went into making these medications. So we really have gotten screwed so badly here in America, like so badly.
We have paid for a good portion of the rebuild of Europe.
Basically, we're basically
Yeah.
funding all these things, and we're paying the highest prices for them. That's
Alexander
insane.
was saying something about wanting you to see something in Messenger.
Oh, okay, sure. I will check it and see.
Yeah, I don't even have that going.
Tara, when I started changing my diet, as my point, my changes in my diet, I think they call it the paleo diet. I only eat stuff that we've been eating ancestrally for thousands of years. I don't like to eat anything that's relatively new to mankind's diet, even though we've been here much longer than they tell us. But there's a lot of things that once I started eating whole foods and got rid of all the processed garbage. Oh God, what a difference it makes! What a difference it makes just changing, just getting anything processed out of your diet. That alone is a miracle worker.
Okay.
The word weed doesn't usually scare me.
See what everybody's up to. What do you got for us, Rebecca?
Okay.
We just hit 5 hours.
Yep.
5000000.
And I'm still awake.
Go, Gillian.
2
it.
in the morning. Well, you're supposed to do daring stuff on your holiday, aren't you?
Are you still on your
Sorry.
week off, Jillian?
Yeah.
Nice. What have
Yeah.
you done? What have you been doing?
Stuff in the garden.
No, yeah.
Yeah. A bunch of other stuff happened, but I mean, I put up my greenhouse thing as well, and built a little mobile barbecue that I got to practice with, just in case there's an outage. I want to make sure I can make food, you know. But
You should be using a barbecue grill regardless.
yeah, well, you see, I don't know where to put the thing now. It's a really cute little thing, but where do I put it? Where do I stand it? Can I put it? You can't put it on a table when you're doing it.
Barbecue season.
I
love cooking on the grill.
Charcoal at Walmart is really expensive this year.
Crazy.
Of course it is.
Yeah, it's getting ready for barbecue time. Let's raise the prices.
Really good staycation.
Well, charcoal comes in from China too, and so that too is all going to go up in price. And we are the shortages will be here, and then the money, nobody's going to be able to buy anything. And God, most of you guys have not gone through a real recession like the 70s.
Right.
Oh boy, it's not fun. And if we go with 2 more quarters down, we'll be in an actual depression. So,
Sam, I think we've been in a recession.
Oh yeah, we have been for quite a while.
We've been in a recession for a while.
Well, when you watch the prices double.
In fact, I heard somebody say that if you compare our economy now with the actual depression, it's actually pretty close.
Yeah, we're already heading there.
We're pretty much there.
I'll start getting cut next. Then you see people lose their job. And I remember back in the 80s, in the 79, 77, 80, you couldn't buy a job. And that was at the end of the recession. And, and we're seeing already, the trucking issues. And by the way, solidarity to the subway workers going on in New Jersey right now. But, that's a hell of a lot of money. They already make way more than they realize. And they're asking for $50,000 more a year. And
hang on, baby. Hang on.
Oh, we got a little one.
You got my kittens.
Oh, okay.
Feeding time for the kittens.
Cute. I thought, what is that? Are my shoes squeaking? What's making that noise? I thought it was coming from inside my house.
A tiny little bottle.
They're tiny.
First, I thought it was the fire alarms going off or something. I'm like,
yeah,
no,
I
that
thought
doesn't sound
who's
right.
got birds? It sounds like little birds.
Yeah, baby. Yes, I have the birds and the crickets. I got it all here.
Down there, Sharon's gone tropo. That's a term in Australia, correct?
Yes,
you go tropo or tropo.
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 Let's go,
okay.
Tropo. Let's go, Tropo. They already
Sharon,
asked me.
I can't even imagine.
What exactly is Vegemite? Can you? I was seeing that you were explaining it in one of the last shows, but I think you got I don't know. So the conversation kind of ended up somewhere else, and I ended up kind of getting curious because it looks kind of gross. It looks like it doesn't look like food. It looks like a bad version of peanut butter.
Well,
that would be nice if it did, but no, it's worse.
Actually, it's a byproduct from brewing beer.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and it comes out like a paste, and they put it through what they call a condenser to remove all the water, and that's when it turns black and very thick. But it's got all the B vitamin minerals in it, so the niacin, the thiamines, the riboflavins, all the B vitamins. And it was brought out just before the war in 1939, so it's been around for a while.
So it's like
it's a spread you put on toast very, very thinly, and it's sort of like and during the war they used to sell it also, and they used to make beef broth soups out of it.
Right.
So it's multifunctional.
It's almost beefy, but it's sort of bitter and it's kind of greasy.
Highly salty, very salty.
Right.
Really
it sounds like Bovril. Vegemite's like Bovril.
I had a friend mail me a jar.
Was it one of those like post-war Is it one of those post-war kind of ration kind of foods where?
No.
Yeah.
It was just that one of our brewing companies, I think it might have been Foster's or something like that, kept getting all this sludge, this after sludge, and they thought, what can we do with it? So that's when they decided, hey, this is full of minerals and things. Let's market this.
Yeah, it's like
which is how we have, which is almost the way how we have seed oils now. They were never meant for human consumption. How cute.
Rebecca, look up.
Rebecca.
Oh, let me see the baby. Hang on, let me make it bigger.
Well, let me get him out of the way.
Okay.
Hop off the tower. Here you are.
Oh my gosh, he's getting big, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh,
2
yes.
months now.
Oh my
2 months. And he's kept his blue eye.
Oh,
Yeah.
how
Too
precious.
cute.
I know.
Considering-
I know.
Considering how I found them, my
I
goodness.
know that. I know. That's a miracle in itself.
Yeah, we tinies
I
with
love
just
them.
their umbilicals
I love
still
them.
on. They're
Yeah, they
gorgeous.
did. They still had their umbilical cords on.
How cute.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. I love it. I
Yeah.
haven't named them yet.
Yeah.
You're going to be keeping them pretty much. Looks like, yeah. I think
I
you're
think
already
so.
a goner. I think you're a goner already.
And they're teething very badly.
Oh
As you
yeah,
can
they'll
see.
be chewing all on that bottle, eh?
This one's the meanie. He bites his brother.
Tara, drinking is one of those things that I just cannot ever really do again. I was a big drinker back in my day, but after I stopped and then I tried to drink again, it's horrible, just awful.
I don't like the feeling of not being in my own senses.
I hate it.
I hate it.
I hate feeling that way. I hate it.
Yeah.
The dopamine hit, nice, kind of gives you a little dopamine hit, yeah, but it's a high price to pay for it. No, thank you.
Yeah, it's a high price to pay for all the horrible you feel afterwards. It's not worth it.
Well, the reason why they tell you to drink water while you're having alcohol is because the alcohol, when it reaches our brains, creates a chemical called acetaldehyde, and it's highly volatile, and it's a scavenger for water. That's
And it
why we
will-
have the headache.
Yeah, that's why you have the hangover, because you dehydrate your brain.
Yep. That's why they say drink for every glass of alcohol, you have a glass of water.
Yeah, no.
But I don't drink, so it doesn't matter.
Nah.
You're hanging on by.
I don't
Oh my gosh. Cheeky little bugger. You're such a cheeky little bugger, aren't you, huh? And the claws. Oh my gosh. Scratchy.
Yeah, because they can't retract those things for months.
No, that's right. That's why my hands look so all scratched up.
Hey, Rebecca, do you have
You guys want me to go outside?
Pardon?
I was gonna say, Rebecca, do you have that? Remember that video that you were watching, that you were discussing when I joined your TikTok right before you got off? The asteroid video. If you, not whenever you can bring it up,
Sure.
I really would like to discuss that with Sam, because it's been difficult to answer the questions I've been getting about it. I believe it's an asteroid, but it's. I think there's more
trying to
questions.
remember.
I think I sent it. I think I sent it to
Oh,
you
you sent
last
it to me? Oh, okay.
I think I
Okay.
sent it
I
to
was
you
like
last week.
trying to remember where I was looking when I think I was just looking at Facebook. You know, it was on Facebook. That's what it was.
Let me check. See if I do. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure I sent
But
it to you.
I can find it, or you can send it to me. Let me look.
Yeah, I sent it to you along with the
Oh,
lamp.
sure enough.
Along with, yeah.
From last time.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
maybe it's already ready to go. Let me look. Maybe it's from last week. Let's see.
All right, now I'm smelling ketchup.
Hang on.
Somebody out there has got French fries. I don't smell the French fries, but I do smell ketchup.
Oh,
Weird.
Well, my
See the
daughter's
fries.
making bacon and eggs.
I'm gonna go outside. It's looking pretty weird, so
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Chris.
log off and then
All right.
I'll
Not
come back on.
strongly smell it. Weird.
Yeah, it's, I don't know what's happening. I think Yuri's in the southeast sky, so we'll see what happens when I go out there.
Yuri
I'll
in
be
the
right
south.
back.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yuri would be in the southwest sky
Oh,
right
sorry,
now.
southwest. That's what I meant. Southwest. I'm dyslexic. You
Spinning
know
me
how
out,
that is.
man.
Yeah, right. I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Don't do that to
Okay.
my head. Yeah. Oh my God, people.
Nothing to
you
show
know-
here but only rain. Grey
Again,
skies and rain.
15 years, people. We've been talking about this for 15
Finish, puppy.
years. And
Finish.
Rebecca, didn't you long ago think this would have gone viral by now? We kept saying, oh, it's got to go viral any time now.
I know. I really can't believe it. I thought it would, capture people's attention
What you
more. Like
doing,
when
puppy?
somebody heard, they would just automatically fall, and believe
Hey, Bubby.
that,
Hey, baby.
Doggings. It's quite the opposite, actually.
I remember Dan on YouTube. He thinks
Most
we're the
people
most
don't
batshit
believe it.
crazy people that ever thought of a theory ever before.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought it was going to be bigger still
You go.
by now.
Green potatoes.
Well, we just hope that, God, like Jesus' capture the other night at night,
Right down.
there's the planet sitting
I
there.
know. It means a lot to us, but most people, like Chris is saying, oh, you caught a cloud. That's great. Congrats. It's like they're just,
Wow.
Meow.
Yeah, I'm spinning
I know
myself
you
in
know.
circles trying to figure out what it's going to take for people to realize that, and again, maybe when they get just a little bit smaller here in the next month or 2 or 3 or whatever, that they'll be more visible because they're they're such huge cloud sky pillars right now. I can see where a lot of people would have trouble, but once you start defining that rounded edge and you see that for yourself, and then you see the dark
baby.
rounded edge versus the light sky color, once you start to see that, it should be pulling people into reality.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Yeah, I love blackberries. It's clear in Central California. Yeah, and the problem is the closer you are to sea level, the harder it is to see. I don't know why Gillian up in Scotland's always getting some great shots, but she's close to sea level.
As I said before, Sam, I think right now people in the lower elevations are getting a much better show than us up here high because we're just too close, way too close.
Yeah, it's like
as much as I want, like I'm looking forward to them getting a little further because they're going to be really fun to photograph and make.
I don't want them to leave
and all that. It also means that they're leaving, and it's going to be bittersweet for me.
Yeah, what are we going to do when they're gone?
I don't know, Sam. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself, but I think about it every day.
Well, we
much.
better
How
start
long
writing
is it
books
gonna
or
be
something,
before they're
and
gone?
Well, supposedly, guys, this is the year that we're supposed to have extraterrestrials known publicly.
So,
That
Sam,
almost looks like the long box.
that first
so-
one, the first one. Can you rewind that real quick, Rebecca?
Yeah. Oh,
So you said it was the asteroid, the middle one. You know how you have the 3 circle asteroids, one coming down and the other one's at an angle.
Yeah.
So
Heat
this is an
asteroid,
asteroid,
and then
but is this one of Yuri's asteroids, or that's enormous?
can't be there because look where the sunlight's coming from. This has to be okay. This is directly the opposite. So this is either Atu. Yeah, I'm going to say Atu because the sunlight is directly behind us in this shot.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
probably have the red asteroid.
This
the
is
Texas-
north. This is north, Sam. This is north, a little northeast, but more north. It's directly north.
Midday.
Yeah.
Okay, well that would be Atu, and then the Texas Cube, and
Wow.
the red asteroid, and all of that. And that crazy cross pattern just above the building by that little sign above the building, sort of, a little bit more to the left, but straight up above that is where the Texas Cube is.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, you can see the base of
And
the
then you've
cube.
got the red asteroid is going vertically down away from you, in front of you.
So I've been getting some really weird questions about this. I was told the other day that I should look up the sky machine thing. I'm like,
It's a machine. There it
what
is.
is it with the
Caught it,
sky
Jesus.
machine thing now? It's
Oh, hey, a whole new there's a brand new crop circle series that just popped up in the UK again. I got a copy of it. I think I sent it to the Montana Skywatcher, and I didn't include it to Rebecca. I may have, but I don't.
You could
think I
see
did.
it looks like a rock, guys.
And it shows.
It has features of a rock. It has the texture of a rock. Even has the shape of a rock, amongst other things. But it's definitely
Well, you got the red asteroid, dead center,
Wow.
middle left.
yeah. And this is kind of scary
And
honestly.
it's going vertical from us. Atu is. But yeah,
It's scary, I'm not gonna lie.
we're in one end, you know, and
They're cutting you off, Sam. What are you saying? What are you saying that they're cutting you off?
Top secret.
Yeah.
Oh, nearly got smacked in the head.
Donald, you've been told to go look at the sky machine. I thought I saw one of those comments on one of your posts on TikTok as well. I'm pretty sure I saw it. I hate that guy who I think his name is Sunman who does those videos about the sky machine. I hate that he's on this whole sky machine thing because his videos are he's catching the planets pretty cool. I just wish that he had a bigger, broader view of what's really happening, because he would make a hell of a sky watcher if he understood what he was looking at. You know?
But he's probably in that frame of mind of living in the Matrix, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the sad part. Everyone's
It is.
been exposed to the Matrix movie, and that's how they think that we are.
Yeah. Well, they
Goes
took it
beyond
too.
that.
Well, they took it too literal, Sharon. I think that movie is great, but it's a metaphor. Like it's it's so. I agree. There's definitely
Connotations of things that relate
yes,
to what we're
similarities,
experiencing.
and
But
there's definitely we do live in the Matrix, but it's not literal the way you can't take it too literal. But it is a huge. If you know how to learn, if you know how to read between the lines, that movie. There's a lot of Easter eggs there. A lot of
Oh,
Easter
yeah.
eggs.
Yeah.
But I
it's
think
like
people take it
Jason
too literal.
Brashears. It's like Jason Brashears. He keeps going on about how we're living in a simulation. And I sit here and I think, can you prove that you're in a simulation?
Well, they keep
How do you
pushing
prove
that.
you're in a
They-
simulation?
They do keep pushing that though. Like that, I've
Yep.
been seeing just about every science thing is now pro simulation.
It's all pseudoscience. All of it's pseudoscience. It's rubbish.
Yeah.
You know, how can they prove that we're in a matrix unless they can actually, you know, put it in some sort of form, a visual form for all of us to see? And it's like them disregarding our field on the planets. They're so easy to dismiss us, but they're quite happy to sit there and run with their own narrative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm back.
No, they can.
What's going on behind
The whole
you,
internet,
Chris?
You
the
know,
whole internet shut down
really?
on all of it.
the sky
We
machine
wonder.
is one of the craziest
Inventions.
ideas I have about this that I've heard. But it seems to be taking quite a hold. I mean, I've seen that guy go from a few thousand followers, and now I think he's like 40, 50,000 followers just in a matter of a few months. And I'm like, how? Like why? How would you believe something that crazy? Yet I'm handing you something that you could actually digest and actually prove. Like you can actually see it. There's more proof to what we are, to our model than than any of that.
Than any other visualized model.
Yeah, we're the crazy ones. I just don't get it. I don't get that. Like, some people will believe
About
the
5
craziest
years
shit,
ago-
but they'll draw the line at planets. I don't get that. It really frustrates me. And I
About 5
can't
years
believe, and I
ago-
can't help but think what they told Sam. I think about it all the time. They'll
About
never
5
believe
years
you
ago-
anyway.
About 5 years ago, there used to be a guy on YouTube called Andy, and he had the Boogeyman channel, and he was on with his wife. And he's supposed to have built one of the most elaborate telescopes that he could have. And he kept going on about the Sky Dome and the simulation. And then he believed that he photographed what he called the space elevator, because he was another one that went on about the simulator. And then he had photographs which looked like tubes, and he kept saying, "Oh, they're space elevators." But how do you prove that? How do you prove we've got space elevators? Come on. China wanted to build the biggest one to the moon. How are they going to do that?
No.
Using graphite carbon and stack.
Well, it sounds a bit like the
Subatomic
Tower of Babel to me.
I don't know. Seems like Hollywood.
But see, this is the thing. All this whimsical stuff gets believed. The hardball truth gets dismissed.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the point, Sharon. I think that's the point. Is that you open the floodgates to information, and then there's so much out there that you don't know what's truth from what's lies from reality. And
what appeals to an immature mind too.
Yeah. I think that's the
The
point.
scary shit. If it's nut job and scary, then they're right in there feeding in on the trough. And if it's a weekly
people love
regular
it.
thing,
People love that
they get
fear.
bored.
People get addicted to that fear thing. As I've mentioned before, I've seen a lot of people come and go. Come to Montana, Sky Watchers, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, but it's the next step into the next
evolution
conspiracy thing, There's few of us that stay and actually learn the material, and then there's other people that are just passing through on their way to their next scary conspiracy theory.
And also the money boys that did that, We had a bunch of people that spent 5 weeks learning, and then off they went, and we know more than they do, and these guys they're lying and they're grifting and they're trying to get how many times people after me over anytime any fundraiser whatsoever, and yet everybody out there in YouTube and TikTok is living off of these fundraisers and money and YouTube money, and yet the moment that I ask for help,
Sam, those same
then
people,
I'm wrong.
Those same people that called your mechanic, those same people are asked for donations on their platforms as well. They have their Venmo, they have their Cash App, everything on there. I know because I personally saw it on their YouTube
Christopher,
channel.
I've tried to buy you a coffee, but my card won't let me pay for one.
Oh, what? Oh,
I tried to buy you a coffee, and my card goes, no, doesn't support
we always
my
talk
card.
about, buy us a coffee or something like that, and I found this website. It's actually called Buy Me a Coffee.
Yeah. It doesn't
So I
like
signed
my
up for it.
card. I can't use it.
Well, I'm still waiting on your boomerang, so I think it's at the post
what?
office. Yes, I just got a.
No. Maybe
I just
it did
got
get
a
held up.
note in the mail
Like
saying I have to go pick it up. So
like an actual boomerang is
It's only a little wooden boomerang about this big. I thought, when he goes
talk
up the
about
field
technology.
and takes his pictures.
I mean They sent me a thing in the mail saying I have to pick it up. It's mail from Australia, so I figured that's what it was.
Probably thought it
Yeah.
was a dangerous weapon. You're going to take someone's head off with it. You know, like wow.
Oh wow,
Or
How
the
guys,
does it
Australian
actually
feds or
work?
something.
Terry, do those things actually work? Do they actually?
yeah, they do.
They do. They are
They do.
aerodynamically designed to actually come back to you if you
Right,
know
it's
how to
wing.
throw them.
And talk about technology. I mean, the indigenous tribes have exposure to unbelievable technology in that wing.
Mhm.
And, granted, it's possible that somebody actually found a stick laying on the side of the road and threw it away and it came back and went, oh, let's do this. But there's more to that. I had a boomerang when I was a kid. And they work. And
I had
boy,
one
they
too,
also
but
hurt. You don't catch them right, they hurt.
I never was able to make it work, but I was 8 years old.
You got to angle throw it. You got to throw it at the right angle in front of
And
you.
you have to have it back in a certain angle. So you have
Right.
your elbow pointing where you
Right.
want it and where you want it to throw and come back. And that's the launch mode.
Huh, interesting.
So you have to
You're
have
gonna,
it
you're
all.
gonna have to give us a demonstration, Chris.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
it's
I have
like
to
the
get it.
Clovis Point
Yeah,
and
we
the, and
can't wait.
the spear sticks that cavemen used to use.
Yeah, I'll end up throwing it and hitting myself in the head.
The Clovis Point, the spear
Jackie
tip
can
that
take a
cavemen used to
picture.
use with a stick, they would actually put the spear in a stick and hold it at that same angle. And
Yeah.
I know how to make those as well. But that stick increased the spear speed and power like threefold, and that's how they hunted mastodons and mammoth. And believe me, there were people. Cavemen were not all the way back to the dinosaurs, but there have been multiple civilizations for well over, God, at least almost we're heading towards 1 million years. But
And now
we
it's
were
sport,
changed.
throwing javelins.
Right, we were changed 400,000 years ago. So,
Mhm.
and that's the DNA that's all talking here and thinking today. But we're not originally what we are is not original from Earth. God did not make us. Demigod did, and we are a product of. And that's the Matrix thing about it. That's really the big joke.
We're not very adapted to this place, Sam. Like we have
Oh,
back
we used to be.
problems, we have eye problems, we have a lot of things that we shouldn't be dealing with if we were native to this land. But we're not.
Well, we're not perfect, and we're not the first version, and we are the contemporary version for what we are working on.
Yeah.
And of course, the commodities are still being produced on this planet, and then when this goes by, we'll start all over again and do it again. And it sounds crazy and far fetched and out there, but that's really what's going on. The truth is the Nibiruans, the Anunnaki, are back. And once you get that in your head, and the big door opens up, and there's the garage door opens up, you can see the daylight in the neighbor's yard and all the clearing things in front of you.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine
Anunnaki
telling?
are back.
And that's what's proliferating the media at the moment, the Anunnaki. So many videos coming out about the Anunnaki.
And
Yeah,
where
yeah,
are
and
they
then they're
getting all
mixing in.
this history about the Galactic Federation
Exactly.
and the Pleiadians, and they're just
Exactly.
absolutely going apeshit on these channels, and you sit there and
Yeah.
watch
Well-
it, and it's believable. It is entirely believable,
Well,
and it's really
You yourself the
incredible.
other day said to me, Gillian, when are we going to get first contact? Well, first contact has already happened many, many, many years ago. I am an example of first contact. I have had
but you hit
extraterrestrial
smashed.
meetings all my life. And when I got one of these races alone comes to visit me as a child because I'm supposed to do something, and another faction decides to try and stop me, and then later when I grow up, I'm met by another faction who then fills me in on all this information. And I hope that actually, I hope that we are first contact a disclosure for everybody, and I still believe that we are partially responsible for some of that disclosure. So first contact has already happened, and there's a lot of people, including Pleiadian messages. And I always weighed that. It's like, well, how could the Pleiadians came down here to put a video out for us? No, well, maybe, but it is important enough.
Don't
And
forget those Andromedan contactees.
yeah, we've had
Well,
contact
Sam,
with alien races forever.
Even though I think we get we get a little disheartened sometimes because it seems like we're in an echo chamber, talking about this stuff. But here's the thing: this information, it's out there. Once it's on the internet, it's there. It's not going anywhere. And even though it might not take hold in our lifetime, which I
Right.
really hope it does, but it'll take hold.
Yeah, we have 115 shows.
It has to. It's out there. The information is there. It'll come across the people it needs to come across in due time. I try not to. I try to think of it as this might not happen in your lifetime, but we are the ones responsible for getting those for getting that ball rolling. You are. We are all responsible for getting that ball rolling, Sam, and that's something that nobody can take away from us. And even though we may not live to see the fruits of that, I think that we will be remembered, at one point or another.
Wow, look at that.
I had somebody ask me about that, about our view count. And they said, well, with your view count so low, are you thinking about giving up?
No.
Yeah,
That's
they
not an
want
option.
to
Just
give
the
up, yeah.
beginning.
No, that's not an option. That's not an
Yeah.
option.
Yeah, we're just getting warmed up.
Yeah,
We're
it's just
giving
the
it a go,
beginning.
man.
Yeah.
And also this, as I was telling somebody recently, like I wouldn't, yes, I want people to wake up to it, but I also, a lot of it that I do is more of a big part of what I do is for personal reasons. Like I love doing this. Like it's I enjoy watching this. It's one of the greatest things that ever happened. Like quitting would not be something that ever crosses my mind. So if we wake up people or not, I think that's just kind of a bonus. It is
Yeah.
the ultimate goal.
Well, we
here.
get to talk to our friends,
but-
and it's all laid down. In the future, we can watch ourselves and laugh. Look at the right side of the sun.
Yeah, look, it's got that.
Doesn't it
same
look a
thing
little
with all the
elongated on one side, not the other?
It looks a little
Yeah.
egg-shaped, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the other sun. The
I'm
baby
looking
sun
for
is
that
on the
second
side.
star on the right.
Baby sun. Na, 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 na.
Yeah,
Sorry.
baby.
Baby
sun,
shark,
na, na, na,
Yeah,
na, na,
baby
baby nun. Baby sun. na,
And
na,
look
na,
at that
na.
rather interesting. Look at the only cloud in the sky.
Look at that thing's got a bullet shape. Look at it.
Yeah, that's the faceplate of Saturn's yellow moon and the ion. That's the ion tail right there.
Sandy Cheeks, can you
The
give me a
faceplate
little
on
bit
the
more
bottom
context
that's that punch plate.
on what you mean by eating good for your blood type? And can you give me more specific details? 'Cause I'm pretty sure I've heard about that before. That every
Oh,
blood
I've
type.
read
Tribal
that book.
Knowledge Academy's
Can
full of
you
how
give me a little
can
bit more
look for your
context?
blood
That's
group.
actually interesting.
I've read that book, and it's talking about the minerals and things that are associated with your blood type. For me, an ARH negative, they recommend that I eat plenty of omega-3 and omega-6 fish oils.
But would you say, Sharon, that it's based in reality? Like it's actually
Well, I
real?
wouldn't
Like it's
say
actually
so
makes sense?
because, again, I think it's another one of these philosophies, and I think when they've broken it down by blood type, I think they looked at it from the point of what metastasized here and also what is better for our metabolism, because they were looking at all different functions of bloods and how they operate. And I'd much rather go back to cell salts. What are my cell salts? Because an analysis was done by a guy in 1914, and he was looking at the salt residues after he disposed of bodies through, burning them up. And he realized that because it takes us 9 months or 41 weeks to develop in the body, they were saying that the last 3 months is where we're depleted in our cell salts. I can send you all of this. Apparently, because I'm a Leo, and I don't have anything from September, October, November, I need a lot of magnesium salts. Whereas you might be born in June, you don't lack July, August, September, and they might be the magnesium salts. You might rely on potassium. But I have all that information for you. But in regards to eating for your blood type, I think what they're trying to do is to help you stimulate better red blood cell production.
That's actually,
And that's all it's on.
It is based on science then. That's interesting.
Well, no, not necessarily. As I said, it was based on a philosophy.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
Okay. So the philosophy is that every different blood type has a different mineral and vitamin uptake.
so
and
it's
that's
kind of
not
like an
necessarily
astrological
true.
thing, but
But it's not necessarily true because your genetics also dictate
yeah,
your cell structures.
yeah.
So it's not
Yeah, if you're a
consistent. It's
hybrid,
not
Well, that
then
sounds
you're a
interesting.
blend of
That does
stuff.
sound interesting because I have seen a lot of new things when as people are trying to target specific body types and
Well, you look at
whatnot,
what's on the
blood
market at
types
the
and stuff
moment.
to accommodate your specific needs, which
Yeah,
I
well, look at
actually
what they're
think is
promoting on the market at the moment, like glutathione, Q10, all of these things that have been identified as processes in ourselves are now being taken up by all these health nuts to try and say, oh, look, this is how you get better mineralization. This is how you get this into your body. But all you're doing is creating very expensive urine. That's it.
See, that's what I mean. Is that there's a lot of good information.
Yeah. And as I said, I
there's
can
a lot
provide
of
you with that if you want
hoo-ha.
it.
Look
Yeah,
at that
absolutely,
sun.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. And the lead asteroid's cutting in below the ion tail.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
But
I'm
the
gonna
only
go to
cloud
the
in the
next
sky is that ion tail off the face of the Saturn. And if you look at the dark blue shadowing up to the upper right, you
Yeah.
can see that huge big thing is blue. Is Saturn right there.
Wow.
Next question is that dot is that dot up above? Is that the side orb with with a long box cube directly above that tree? See that
It
high
could
little
be.
circular dot?
Yeah, see
Yeah.
it right above there.
Damn
Above the
bust.
Dang,
train
in
almost.
comes a
I mean, the
bus.
bus.
I know,
A
right?
That's
bendy
a
bus.
big bust.
Sorry, I'm used to trains.
But look how big the sun is.
Yeah,
Hey,
huge.
Yeah,
It's
I just said that.
huge.
Look at it.
and there's this huge dust storm that's rolled in.
Are you getting it there?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm heading back to the house.
You don't want to be breathing that rubbish.
I know, right? I mean, it's just, I don't know. Before I left the house, I took some pictures and I posted them in the group. So
You can see the
you guys
dust.
can go look at it there. But
Yeah, but I
yeah,
can
it's
see
just,
that white ball that's right at the end there. Look at it.
Breathe
Look at
through your
that.
t-shirt.
Let's go by the tree. Look,
Yeah.
above the tree.
and so the dust is creating this effect with the light.
Yeah.
Pretty
And you can
neat.
see the rounding of all the. I can see it. I don't know if you guys can, but exactly
You
what
can
Sam
see
is
it.
saying. Like you can see the curves of the planets on either side of the sun. It's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
that's
big
insane,
dark blue is
isn't it?
very large as Saturn. It's
Wow.
huge.
She's close. She's close.
Yeah, and we believe that Saturn is actually larger than Earth by a small amount.
Imagine.
No way to measure it, but by what I've seen, it appears to be. Not only that, I mean, its atom is small compared to all its other, the big
Look at
gas
the blue on
giants.
the other side
gas
too.
giants,
No shit. Look at the
water
blue. Yeah.
Okay,
Nice.
that was loud.
Sorry.
Awesome.
No, not your fault. Not your fault.
Does that mean we have to go
Yeah,
back to
I'm
masking
thinking
again?
about going buying more M95 masks, people. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking we might need them.
high particulate, get rid of it.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking
Oh,
to
I must
myself
be
because I was
doing
sneezing all day yesterday, going, God, I should be wearing one, and maybe I'll be better off.
When you're doing the grass.
No, I'm just breathing. I'm suffering from the allergies in the house and the cat and all of that.
Yeah. And you said it's very dry there.
Yeah, and as long as I'm boiling water, I can keep the dust and the pollen down because then it gets moist and settles down. I run the
We
fan.
have the opposite here. We have the opposite. It's so dry. I mean, so much humidity and stuff. We just get black mold on everything.
Right, you got to flip your bedroom mattress and all of that, and yeah, I
it's
live
terrible.
in Minnesota.
Absolutely terrible. It affects everything. Everything.
Well, we have 17% humidity, where you guys probably have 90.
68
God.
usually.
90% humidity, awful.
Yeah, disgusting.
Just
Yeah,
call,
I got
talk to anybody anybody in Florida right today. Oh my God, they must be it's 110 in Florida right now.
And they can't even keep hydrated with that kind of temperature.
And that's why these
Keep
people
up
are all
your
walking
electrolytes,
around with
people.
bottles of water everywhere nonstop. And God, don't buy, that fancy $5 bottle of water. Holy crap, you're kidding me.
No.
Oh, it says we're at 89% according to the BBC in Inverness. The humidity is 84, but in Nairn it's 89.
Yeah, we have desert dry here up here. Our rivers are full. We're all the way up to the top right now because we had great rain last week. And it's 63 degrees right now. It's kind of nippy and cold outside, but it's very dry. Very, very dry.
That would be hard to breathe.
Chance of precipitation 5%.
Gold went down again. It took a big drop last week. Weird. First time I've seen gold go down in a long time. Right now, gold is going for $3,205.30 an ounce.
Nice.
Didn't someone flood the market the other day with some gold?
Yeah, that was right. Yeah, that's what happened right before the
drop.
The tariffs went in place. There was a whole bunch of Washington, D.C. insiders that sold off everything. Made a bunch of money, and then everything
Must be
crashed.
nice to have all that inside information.
Yeah, and then after the markets dropped, then they came back and bought everything at cheap again and start all over again.
That's how it works.
Do it.
Yep.
I wait till it's
This
rock
is the
bottom
biggest
and then
fleecing
come
of the
and sweep it up.
entire world. Well, I personally am missing money, and nobody's telling me what happened to it.
Awful. It's just awful.
And you can't find any department that's going to put you in the right direction either.
Well, try calling them.
That's it. You're on the
You're gonna
phone
be on
for an
hold
hour
for
and a half,
10
just waiting
hours.
for them to answer the
You're
phone.
really lucky.
So what
if
happens
you can
here?
actually get
You're on the
somebody to
phone. They
answer
put you
it.
on hold for 30 minutes, and then it cuts you off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they get to the end of their day and they cut you off.
Yeah, you got to call
Yeah,
them with two
I-
I
telephones.
called them and called them and called them, and I've been on hold for 30 minutes, and then because due to the volume of calls, we have disconnected your calls and ask you to please
Yeah.
try in a few days.
And I suppose the office is, half an hour away from where you are.
Yeah, it's 40 some miles away from here. 30 some miles.
And
30
then you
some
got to
miles.
make an appointment.
Right,
Now you sit there with the rest of humanity and you get sick.
and your
'Cause,
appointment is
I
2
had
months
to-
from now. Yeah.
I had to do that last year for some reason. They wanted to know something, and I went in there, and I just started talking to the woman, and she turns around to me and she goes, "I refuse to serve you because you're giving me attitude." And I went, "Huh? I'm explaining my point to you. How am I giving you attitude?" And he goes, "You're being very aggressive about it." And I went, "You ain't seen nothing yet, love." You want to see aggression? I'll show you aggression. I am calmly talking to you, trying to explain. What, is it because you've got the headscarf on and I'm not one of you? Come on. So, yeah, she said, "Go over there, sit over there, wait over there for another 20 minutes until I got another person that didn't care about attitude." But that's the thing, they give you the runaround. They make you feel guilty for asking for something.
Right, like we're the bad guy, and they're I know.
Yeah.
Guys,
sucks.
we everybody needs to take a really big drastic chill pill and a be kind to others pill, and we've forgotten that because a certain person has taught everybody it's okay to be an asshole publicly, and I don't like that. Even if I dislike people, I am polite to them, even though I want to wring their neck.
Yep. I smile at them whenever they're going off their brain, and I just smile at them. It makes it angrier.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
The best
Always
reaction
fun
in the world is watching
That's
someone.
that's why I was telling Gillian, when she said these people coming at her about her dogs, I said, just act stupid. Smile at them, go, oh, I'm sorry. And then they're disarmed. They don't know what to do.
Yes, we've had many discussions about that, haven't we, Gillian?
Meow, is that meow?
Oh, that's a crow outside. That's a crow.
You've got a wildlife show out there.
Well, you can't avoid them, actually. The ones that I don't like are the ibises. We call them the bin chickens. They're everywhere. Yeah.
We have
They're
magpies
everywhere.
nesting in our tree right outside my window. And they
Oh,
are
watch out for
noisy
breeding
and they're
season.
mean and they eat eggs and you name it.
Yep.
And
Do you know that I got hoofs? You get hoofs for your dogs to chew, right? So the doggies, I got them beginning of the month. I get them it's like one hoof, and it's usually got something like a filler inside, like oats or something. And they must Theo was charging about the garden, and he's just dropped it, and he's gone back inside. He's gone back and got the squeaky cactus that looks more like a and he's like, and running about the garden with it, and then he's forgotten his hoof. But they're not expensive. But the point of the story is that the crows were sat in a row up on the roof, and there was 2 seagulls on the other side, and they're all going, and they're ugly sounds they make. So
yeah.
Then it waited until I'd shut the door and we went away, and I sat down on my bed and I was doing my reels for the show. And the next thing I heard, this pushy thing is trying to get itself into the air, holding onto a hoof. And it's up with a hoof, and then Theo launched out the door and raced it, and he jumped up in the sky, like with his tail right out. And that thing dropped the hoof, But it's wild. I can't believe that a bird could carry something that's quite as heavy as it.
Oh, well, there was a story. There was a story in the 70s of a 3-year-old that got picked up by an eagle and carried off into the nest. And when they went looking for her, here she is sitting in the nest, perfectly okay 3 days later.
Oh, no way.
Never ever happened in history before. A person being like, they take dogs and cats and things, but never picked up a human before.
That's wild. Like picked up a poor human.
all the mountain
a
lions
little
do that
3-year-old
here all
playing
the
in her
time.
front yard.
Oh God.
Yeah, there was reports this year in the United States and in Montana as well as Colorado where they were warning people with small children in the yard. Age 3 through like 9. Do not unattend your children. There's so many mountain lions around here right now that you're going to lose a child over it. And there have been
we're having those problems here too, Sam, with mountain lions.
right.
They're
A lot of
getting
people have
closer
been
and
attacked.
closer to the city.
Yep.
Another
So why are they coming closer to the populace?
Well, because the populace is going to them.
Well, here in Salt Lake, here in the Salt Lake Valley, we just keep building more and more into their habitat.
Right.
More and
Like
more.
everything else.
Yeah.
Right.
Encroachment.
And right here, we're basically in a bowl surrounded by mountains. So anytime that we build up higher, which is very common now, everybody wants to live on the foothills of the mountains. It's going to displace a lot of wildlife. In fact, recently we put in a wildlife overpass, which there was so much. It was a few years ago, but there was so much people going back and forth about how it was a waste of tax dollars, and actually, they're saying that they might not even use it. Within hours, there was bears and there was.
Yeah, if people knew how many cars actually hit deer and elk and bear and damaged their
I
cars.
just seen a post of a poor moose at the side of the road that somebody had killed, a female one, and it had been dragged. You could see the, smear.
Yeah,
across
last
the
year
food
they
pan.
had to stop the whole entire road from I-15 from here to Evanston, Wyoming, because they're well not Evanston, but a little closer before Evanston, because there was so many there was a lot of huge elk migration.
Right.
I was
You can
just
type that in.
traffic, so they had to take entire herds of elk
Right.
and round them up and get them away from the highway.
Yeah, go to YouTube and type in elk herd crosses the road in Montana. Oh my God, they'll go through fences like string, like it not even there. And I've had to, for BLM, we had to repair elk fence all the time, and they go through it like it was not there. And we're talking serious barbed wire, and they don't even feel it.
Seen
They
what
snap
an
it.
elk looks like up front, like up close.
Yeah,
Those things are, God, scary, man.
they're huge. They are huge.
Those,
Yeah, well, we had the elk came down here in our yard this last month, and I've never ever in 23 years of living here, I've never seen it. So something weird is going on. Of course, around the 15th of this month, which was 2 days ago, we had events, but also around the 15th of last month, also we had some weird events going on, people. So there's some stuff happening, and I sure feel something, again, the other shoe's about to drop. And we're in the freak zone. And what's going on in the sky? And there have been a lot of reports of some weird sky activity, these one-off opening portals and all sorts of shit all over the sky, and straight lines.
The sun, Sam, is what's had my attention more so than ever before.
Something
is just getting my attention to the sun, and
yeah, well, I really think that I saw the video. I watched the released footage of the sun this week, and it does not look like the sun I spent the last decade studying.
no, it's too big.
doesn't.
It's too.
The surface behavior, the waves, the flow, everything, it doesn't even look the same.
Well, it doesn't feel the same, Sam. It doesn't feel the same.
No,
I don't feel. I don't feel it's very nourishing the way it's supposed to be. Like, it's nourishing for a few hours, and then after that, you need to get the hell away from it. It's just, it seems more problematic than it used to be.
Oh,
Let's
talk about this 3 years from now after we see the changes. And I also have that feeling like something's wrong with the sun, and I need to pay attention to it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right.
No, it doesn't.
And yet, you pointed out to other people, you've been ridiculous. That's our sun. No, it's not. Look how huge it is.
Yeah.
And it's like some of those video clips and movie clips that I've been sending you, where you can actually see the sun behind these guys. And it's perfect blue sky, and the sun's just up there, a little ball of orange stuff. And now you can't even look at the sun without it burning your eyeballs to the max.
Yeah.
I believe what you say, Sam, and I had that revelation with Gillian a couple of months ago. I said, I'm convinced that our sun is sitting behind our binary right now.
Yeah.
I'm convinced.
I have never seen the coronal holes. There's hemispheres on the sun. There used to be 2, and now there's 3 or 4 of them, and there's this wave pattern that is behaving on the flow of the sun that I've never seen before. And I've been watching the sun regularly for over a decade. I mean, I do a sun study a couple of times a week. And it's not been a lot, but as lately, and Nicole sends me, hi Nicole, stuff, and it does not look like what I've been watching for the last decade. It's totally different. I think NASA is showing us the larger star.
Nicole,
I wouldn't
you know,
be
I
surprised at
watched
all.
one of The Incredibles. It wasn't the first one. I think it was the second one. And you're right. There's a lot of scenes in that movie that are like, holy shit, that's a freaking planet. I don't like. I don't want to go again conspiracy or whatever, but I do. I don't know about that movie, but I do know that there's a lot of old stuff that seems to be not what I remember it. Maybe as they want to normalize all this shit in the sky, it seems like a lot of it is still. I don't know. It seems like a lot of old shit is being maybe manipulated. I don't know, but there's a lot of. Who was it? Somebody posted a picture or sent me a clip of something recently of old movie. Who was it? Was it
That was
you?
me.
Was it you,
That was
Sharon?
me.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, wow, those are the skies I remember. Really boring, really bland. The blue was very consistent. That's what I remember. But then when you look at movies, you keep questioning yourself because you see a movie that's a little older and you're like, I don't remember ever paying attention to the sun, to the sky on some of these. So I don't know. I think about that all the time, Nicole. I think about that all the time. I'm like, is it that they redid these movies and kind of stuck these clips in there just to kind of normalize it? I don't know, but
isn't that what they call the Mandela effect?
Yeah. See, this is what I think where the Mandela effects kind of may come from, is they're trying to normalize something and they kind of take this old stuff and they kind of make it more. I guess today-ish skies. I don't know. But this is something I run into all the time, Nicole, where I watch a movie and I'm like, this looks like it's a little older than when the planets arrived, but I don't know.
Anything 2015. Everything after 2015, that's when the skies changed. And it was visually more pronounced.
Right.
I've noticed that.
What Nicole is saying okay, so what Nicole is saying is that The Incredibles came out in 2004, right? And that's prior to when we believe the planet's got here. Yet a lot of the scenery in that movie seems to be our skies from today. So I get kind of confused, and I feel like they're fucking with, honestly.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Like,
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I wouldn't either,
because
it's digital, right? It wouldn't be that hard to change the background. It wouldn't be that hard.
No.
And how would we remember? I mean, we already can't remember if Fruit of the Loom had a cornucopia or not. I know it did. I know
it did. Yeah,
it did have
it's
a
like
cornucopia.
Pikachu had black on his tail.
Yeah. Yes.
And they're saying, no, he never had black. And I'm sitting there going, am I going mental or what?
So I think I really think they're messing with this. I really think they're making us question our own sanity. But I that's a good point that you brought up, Nicole, because I think about that all the time. Sometimes I see something a little old and I'm like, these planets weren't supposed to be here at this time, but here they are. So are they normalizing it through digital manipulation? It's very possible.
Absolutely. Yep.
But as I was saying, maybe I had a bunch of VHSs. You can't mess with those. So I would like to go back and look at those VHSs. I don't have them anymore.
Look, I am your father.
Speaking of that, I can't find it anywhere. Sam, I was going to keep my end of the deal and watch Star Wars, but I can't find it on any platform.
I'll tell you what. I was talking to Rebecca about this. I did find them at the store in town. There's a used DVD store, and I will buy the series as far as I can acquire, and then I will mail the two, whichever one of you guys want it first, and then you have to mail it to the other person.
And then whenever I finish, I'll just send it off to
Rebecca, and then because I it starts out like I think the first movie is 5, 6. It's either 4, 5, 6, or 5, 6, and 7 are the first movies.
But that was in 70 something, right? It was 78, I believe, when the first one came out.
79.
$79.
79.
Okay, so I looked for it on this bootleg app that I have to watch movies, but the link was not.
I will go.
Star Wars is like highly protected.
I will go this
I
week
got
and
them on
buy all of
DVD.
the
I
Star
can
Wars
burn them
movies on
for you.
DVD.
It's really hard to get them on any bootleg.
Do you you have a DVD player?
Legality with the movie. I can't find it. I can't.
Yeah,
I tried because I really do want to get it.
I will burn you some copies.
That would be great. I would
will
love
burn
that.
you some copies.
And then if you could send it to me, and then I could send it to Rebecca. And
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're going to do that for free, sure, and go ahead, because to me it would be $40 or $50 to buy all.
It'd be cheaper to do that. It'd be cheaper to do it because I tried every. It was my thing for the last couple of days. I'm like, this is my homework assignment to watch at least one of them.
Oh God! Yeah. Can you imagine him starting out at A New Hope?
I got rid of my Hulu account, and then I got Netflix. Netflix doesn't have it either. I tried.
I've never had
Paramount doesn't have it. Nobody seems to have it. I think the only way is I could rent it on YouTube, but I don't know.
Yeah, how many people sell their original copy on DVD of Star Wars? I don't think very many people would.
No.
And me, I have a few thousand DVDs. I mean, I have 3 bookcases full of DVDs, and I'm not selling any of them.
No, you probably shouldn't do it.
I have a movie theater in my home.
I still have my.
I don't even have a DVD player. So.
I don't either. I'm gonna have to go buy one. I will order one.
Right.
I will order one off Amazon.
Actually, Target sells a really good Sony DVD player for about $45, $47. Of course, wait a minute, that's old prices. So, but Target has a really nice by Sony DVD players. They last longer than anything else. And they have just these really cheap, small little DVD players by Sony. Target carries them.
Yeah, I remember those.
I have bought 3 of them now.
Well, Sony was the original DVD. I think they invented the DVD, so
That's possible.
They exactly. They had the Sony Walkman in our day.
I remember that.
Oh,
it didn't work. Well, the tapes worked well, but the CD Walkman was just
it was horrible. Yeah, you couldn't.
I would look at it
couldn't
and it
go
would
jogging
skip.
or anything. It'd jump and rattle.
I could give it a dirty look and it would skip.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I used to wear my Walkman while mountain biking. Now, when it was the tape player one, that thing skidded off mountainsides and went across the road 100 times. But the DVD player hit the ground once, and that was the end of it.
Even if it had the anti-skip protection on it or whatever, I think that made it even worse.
Yeah,
what were they called? The Discman
so
or something.
expensive too.
Yeah,
everybody got so screwed with those.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Back
I'll
when we
get
were
onto
real
that
cool
for you.
before phones, before flip phones.
I think I've got
even,
the whole lot of the Star Wars stuff. I'll burn them all for you.
That would nice. I'm gonna order a DVD off Amazon or I think Best Buy.
I have been trying. There are many Star Wars fan-made films out now on YouTube, and
there's a lot of animated series. There's a lot of animated series. I did like what is that one with the guy with the mask? What was it?
Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian was good. I love the Mandalorian.
Rogue One was really good.
And Ashoka. I tried Acolyte, but Acolyte was a bit.
I still have not seen The Mandalorian.
It's good.
Mandalorian's awesome, Sam. You'd love The Mandalorian.
I don't know who plays him, what's his name, but I love that actor. He's a really good actor. Whatever.
Oh, jeez, what's his name there? Yeah, he's like.
It's like a Latin name or something.
Yeah, he's a Latin actor.
Yeah, even though he never shows his face, he's a good actor. I like him.
You can tell by his voice.
Yeah, he's lovely.
Yeah. And Baby Yoda, well, don't get me started.
Oh my God,
that thing is so cute. It's just I want to keep it as a pet every time I see it.
That thing reminds me of Groot.
Can't keep Yoda as a pet.
The race of beings that Yoda is, there were, I believe, 3 Jedi Masters from that race. and they're actually going into the back histories now finally, and some of that is being introduced in YouTube, so you can look all of that up. But yeah, Baby Yoda, and there were two other majorly strong, powerful Jedi from that same race that Yoda is, and I can't remember what their name is. It was an interesting name.
Yeah, that's the guy there, Pedro Pascal.
What do you think, Pedro Pascal? There you go. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
that's
what,
him there.
what do you think that? Yeah, him. He's great. I love him.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
He has a few good movies where he does a very good job. Yeah. But where do you think that character was based on? An actual little alien, Sam? Like, I mean,
No, I don't think so. But I mean, look at the premise of the Force and everything, and how Yoda is, of course, a little green guy, a little tiny small guy, but he's like the most powerful current Jedi of his age. So that, I think he's more of a metaphor than a reality. But we've had on Earth, we've had so many captured bodies of aliens that were smaller than us, and the little tiny winged aliens, and the skeletons of what the people called fairies over the years.
And there's a lot of videos and old stuff about smaller. I mean, look at what's his name, that guy from Las Vegas, Area 51. I don't know what his name is, but
Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar,
Yeah.
like he said, one of those little spaceships was designed for like a 4-foot being.
Yeah.
He said that
And
it
the
was too
Greys-
small for an actual human. That it was.
The Greys run very short, from like 4'6" to 5'4", somewhere in that height. All the Greys that I met were real. They're shorter than you, and they're gray and green, and they're really smelly, and their skin looks really freaky. And when you push on them, it bounces back after you release it. It's weird. I don't want to tell you the rest of the story behind that. But the Greys actually do work for other races. They're not on their own. They do well in our atmosphere where the other races do not. And they talk about the spaceman handbag. I'm pretty sure that those other races, the Pleiadians or the Nibiruans or whatever, or the Dracos or Octurians or whatever, I'm sure they all need to carry those resuscitating.
So they're more So you're saying they're more adaptable to changing conditions,
right? They can. I think they can even exist in deep space without oxygen. I'm not sure. I don't know, but I know that they don't suffer the same atmospheric problems that the Pleiadians would, or the Nibiruans would, or the Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them. And that's why they work for them, because they do the lifting. And the ones I met first worked for the government, so and then later I met another batch that worked for the Pleiadians, so I know that they work for the other races. And people think they're independent, and they're not. They're a past tense lost race. I believe their planet blew up or something like that long ago. Anyway, I don't have all the details. I only have little pieces. I wish I had more for you guys, but I mean, I'm already handing you 7 planets and a star.
Yeah.
So
plenty more, Sam. I know you got plenty more, but
there's things I can't talk about here.
Yeah,
and if I did, then
I'm gonna give you a pass there, because sometimes I'm not sure how much I want to hear or how much I'm ready to hear.
Exactly.
right. Well, a good portion of what I could say would scare the crap out of a lot of people, and that's partially why I don't go, hog wild. And this is my real face, and this is my real name, and I'm not R7, the guy in the funny mask. And
So you say, Sam. So you say.
Yeah. Little do they know. I'm thinking of.
I seen on some of those stories that we watched, the histories of the Anunnaki, how they came through the hammered bracelet, the asteroid belt of our solar system to get here. And they talk
Through
about
the
their
Oort
long
cloud.
journey and how dangerous it was to get the ship out of the way so they didn't hit it with their ship. And when the dude landed here, how he needed to make sure that he had his eagle mask on, because he wasn't sure how he was going to cope with the atmosphere. Then only about on the third day or something like that, he removed his helmet and he discovered that he had adapted.
Where
But
do they
before
get
that,
this
when he
information?
did
Yeah.
initially land on the planet, he actually had to adjust to the planet first, because he said all he wanted to do was sleep when he got here. And then
Well, you know,
after
if
that,
I was to go
started
to
to leave.
Scotland tomorrow, and I would have to come out of my high mountain altitude to be at sea level, I would suffer for about a week or 2 weeks from altitude transition. It happened to me when I was a kid in Montana. I was in Minnesota. I came back to Montana, and I had a bloody nose that I ended up having to go to the hospital over because it wouldn't quit eating.
It happens to me some when I go to down to Las Vegas. When I moved down there, it really kicked my ass. When I came back, moving down there wasn't bad. It was moving back to Salt Lake.
Right.
Going back up, that really kicked my ass.
Yeah, you get altitude.
Sickness is
It was like
quite
my
a big
blood. I
deal.
had high blood pressure for the first 2 weeks of moving back until your body kind of transitions to that. I get that a lot from people I pick up at the airport who've never been here before. Who tell me that they on the way here they got a nosebleed and on the plane.
I got nosebleed when I came here because it was a different altitude and the toilets were going a different way and the sink stuff went a different way, and I was like, they said, don't worry, even the water in your brain's going another way now because you've just come from the other hemisphere. And it took 33 freaking hours to get here in 3 airplanes.
Oh my gosh. How many hours, Gillian? 33?
33. I started traveling on the 23rd and only got here on the 24th.
That sounds brutal.
Yeah, it sounds like standby,
It sounds brutal.
33 hours. One flight took 9 hours and then it got an extra hour added on. When we went over the equator, the plane bounced and all the lights went out. It was quite interesting.
I've never traveled by plane. The only time I've been in the air was in Las Vegas when I took that
when we got
that trip over the Grand Canyon. I don't know, those helicopter tours. But I've never been on a commercial airliner. I've never done
I got stranded in LAX on standby for 2 days. I ate Burger King straight for 2 days.
Right.
Slept on the bench outside of Burger King at LAX.
My standby experience was in the Denver airport. That was fun.
Yeah, I hear that one's
scary place.
Yeah.
All the murals and everything there. That's weird. And the big horse with the red glowing eyes out the front.
Yeah. And when it happened, I didn't really know too much about it, So not knowing and then going to, I had 20 hours I was there. Just being able to walk through the place, it's like, what is going on?
Well, have you seen the statue at Denver Airport? That big towering statue that looks literally like one of the gods or a demon. And by the way, you should see what's underneath Denver Airport.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got all.
Yeah, anybody wants you want a good conspiracy theory look, find out what was under how construction started and how long it took to make that place and how important it is. And
I said the same thing about Hoover Dam. Isn't there something under there?
Yeah, that's an old
sites.
It's an old PSYOP CIA think tank thing underneath. Yeah, under Hoover. Yeah, a lot of underground stuff that we don't know about. Well, you should, I'll just say this briefly. You should see the installations at the border between Texas and Mexico.
Oh, man.
Partially in Mexican, partially it's directly right at the border, underground. And if I publicly told everybody what was going on there, you'd want to leave the planet.
It's not just one level, it's multi-level.
Well, just so much shit has been going on for so long that I don't even dare begin. And they've been preparing for this since the 80s, you guys. Since the 80s, they've been preparing for what we're doing right now.
Yep.
And a lot of it is not good.
That's why the Vatican built that telescope called
Right.
Christoper.
I think there's a lot of people already down there.
Eloys and the Morlocks.
I wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised if there's people already down there. The reason
Well,
why,
yeah, and I for years believed that some of these, God, here I'm going to step on out there on the edge here. I think that some of our missing children may have been taken and told that the Armageddon already occurred.
Well,
Tell me
And
that we'll take you to a new planet
there might
and start again.
Well, there might be people.
Possible.
Yeah, there might be children down there. That way, they're adapted better to those conditions.
Well, imagine
Yeah.
living in the
better than
dark.
some of us older folks.
I have been in one. I worked briefly on design for the apartments of homes for people. And so if you're ever in one and you find you're living in a round room, that's my baby.
I
was
couldn't
on
handle
board.
the claustrophobia down there. I don't think I
Yeah,
could do it.
the round rooms help with the claustrophobia. And you, and,
Because there's
and
no
when you're
sharp
down there,
walls.
when you're down there and you know you're down there, they give you medication because it's an anti-anxiety medication, and everybody down there's on it. And they just hand it out like candy down there. And because the elevator ride is very long, and it's not comfortable. I've been in one, and wow.
Doesn't the pressure increase as you go down too?
It's uncomfortable, and you can feel it. You feel it in your stomach.
Mm.
You feel uncomfortable, and they medicate you for that.
Yeah, I couldn't handle that. I don't think I could handle that.
Oh, it's not.
My
It's not.
brother's room is down below ground, and there was a time where when he first moved to Las Vegas, I took over his bedroom. I didn't like it. I hated it. I ended up moving out of there probably a month in. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing this. I hated it.
Yeah.
It just feels, I don't know, feels wrong. It just doesn't feel right.
Our opal fields here, they're all living underground out in Cooper Pedy. You go to Cooper Pedy and there's nothing. Only a couple of telephone poles and stuff, and you go, where is everyone? They're all underground.
Oh, are they living in the earthships, which they call earthship homes? They're buried underground.
Yeah. They've got hotels, they've got normal houses, they've got restaurants, they've got everything underground.
Well,
Why?
you
Because
how
it's
cheap
so
it is
hot.
you only have to warm up your house 20 degrees instead of 50. So it's way cheaper to live in what it's called an earthship home. And you can build it out of tires and all kinds of wasted products and
aren't they doing that a lot in Australia now, where a lot of people are actually
New Mexico,
building
Texas,
underground because it's getting so hot in some areas that the people are starting to build underground. I think the Hobbit houses, those are perfect. That's what I would do. Is just have the top of my house maybe clear to where I could get some sunshine in, but that would be a great way to build, actually.
If a tornado goes by,
I would be able to do that. But to be completely covered by the earth, I don't know.
Yep.
That would really mess with me.
Well, we only have to look at our Parliament House. That's got grass up the sides and up the top to keep it cool.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about right there. That I can do.
Yeah. And then
One
you've got
open
shopping
exposed
centres
walls,
that
you
have
got
got
windows.
open gardens on the top of their roofs.
Skylight.
Yeah. That's what I would do. Was use that as a skylight.
And a dome and a rounded dome, and that round shape is huge.
Yes,
and
I would have to be able to see outside, Michelle. Like I could do where most of my house is underground, but I would have to have that view of outside and sun and stars and all that.
So it'd be like on the moon with all the other little glass domes up there. I didn't say that.
Yeah, notice they're finally starting to talk about the backside of the moon and that big ass hole.
Yeah.
And in remote viewing, we found that back in 1980.
Wow.
Yep.
That was the first thing that my team ran into, and they were giving us targets, and meanwhile we're finding that there's more, because we were supposed to only look at Russia, and then all of a sudden we started noticing that there was more, shall we say, thought process involved in. There were more minds that were of our ability that were popping into our spectrum. That was
Didn't
weird.
you also say you're
And
getting a lot of
the whole thing about
resistance
remote viewing is, excuse me, that you blurred out.
I said, didn't you also say you had times where they would resist you and send you back? ever
Well,
come
when you
across
run
a brick
into
wall?
other, yeah, when you run into higher entities, they'll shut you down or scare the shit out of you.
Yeah.
And that's we discovered there was a base on the moon, or at least I did. I had a conversation with a couple people. We weren't supposed to do that, but we did anyway. And we turned our work in, but they never ever told us whether we were right or not. But then after
So they
when I
give you
started
a
doing the internet,
coordinate.
I would have hated
yeah,
that. That's horrible. That's horrible.
So that's all you got was a
information only goes
coordinate.
up, not down. And they never corrected us. That it
I
never
would
told
hate
us
to
if we were
work
right
on
or wrong.
something that I don't know the outcome of what I'm working on. That would really drive me nuts.
It does. It bothers you.
Screw
And
you guys. How do you
they
expect
redact everything, and I got in trouble. I think at one point in time for not allowing them to redact, and I shared information, and I got yelled at. With those conversations that you're not supposed to have amongst each other in the project room. But anyway, when I started doing internet and talking to people around the world, and then I found that I was getting this information through not intentionally, because you don't have to intentionally remote view. If you're good, it just happens. It just comes to you, like the meatballs last week, Jesus. I'm still chuckling about that one.
Yeah,
And
no, I knew it was going to happen eventually, Sam. I knew you were going to do that eventually. But
Is that right now, Gillian?
that caught me
Yes,
off
it is.
guard there. I'm like, I'm eating meatballs.
it kept bothering me. It's like, why am I smelling meatballs? Why am I smelling meatballs? There's no meatballs in this.
They were more like meat triangles, but I think
Well,
think
it
you
was the
got it.
smell of hamburger and
Yeah,
and
exactly.
meatball.
Well, they were meatballs. They're
Amazing.
just they
Yeah.
weren't the perfect.
So on, and I didn't have
Definitely meatballs.
any way to correlate whether I was accurate or not. But then over the years now, I have highly become to trust my skills because, but not only that, everybody that knows me personally knows that I'm weird and I say strange things that I shouldn't be able to know about. And I don't intentionally do it, but sometimes I can be a little bit overly frank and say things that I think are normal that other people might take personally. If you catch my drift on that one, and I don't mean to insult anyone ever, but yeah, I can be a pain in
You're
the ass.
probably one of the most informed people that we know of, Sam. So never think that.
Really, what am I? What do I know that you guys don't know? I thought you guys knew.
You know about the planets because you can see them in your mind. We
That's true.
can't. We've got to observe them from our own perspective.
Right? Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Look, as I said to you before, I know hundreds of psychics, and all of them have varying different systems that they use and things that they can rely on. But again, I know which ones are frauds because they're the ones that go fishing. I can pick them a mile away, but the legitimate ones that do have the skills and have honed their crafts, some of them are mind-blowing. I can see some of their skills, but they are nothing compared to what you can do. Nothing.
Well, it used to be a game at parties. People would go, "Oh, hey, give Sam your car keys."
Yeah.
And I can hold your car keys, and I can see huge chunks of your life. It flashed by me at 100 miles an hour. And I have to grab, 10 pictures out of 50 and try and make a pattern out of that I can understand. And I'm semi-accurate, and sometimes I'm dead on, other times I'm absolutely wrong. But
what is people's reactions when you tell them things like that? They're aghast.
It scares. I have scared more people than I have amazed more people. I have had people come back and went, "Oh my God, I didn't listen to you. I should have. You told me not to do this, and I did it anyway. And then now here it is 6 months later, and oh my God, you were right." And I just know things that it's just common to me and just completely self-evident. And I don't know how, but there it is.
I think that you've learned to hone into that and to kind of trust it.
And it becomes trust.
It's one of the things that I learned a lot coming to Montana Skywatch is kind of just run with what your gut tells you. A lot of most of the things that, and I think Chris could probably agree, and Rebecca and Gillian and Sharon, a lot of the things that I videotape, that I time lapse, that I photograph, a lot of that it's just something that tells me go outside and start recording, or just go outside and see what's happening.
You get that
A lot of times it happens, and I'm just looking, when I'm driving. But there's a lot of times that I'm inside of the house, and something just tells me go outside, and you just run with it, right? You just go and you go outside, and then the most amazing thing happens, right?
Yeah.
I think you have learned to. You're on a higher level of that, where you've gotten so good at it that you
Your senses are so highly developed.
Yes,
is what you're trying to say.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yes,
I feel the cat walking behind me. I feel cars 5 miles away. I know when there's an airplane in the valley. I feel it. Go ahead.
And as a mum,
raising your hand.
it's funny.
Yeah, I just
it's funny.
I just found out I have to leave. So we're only going to my wife's dad's house, so it takes like 10-15 minutes to get there. So I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
I'll
be back in 20 minutes.
Alrighty.
Look twice
Okay.
at the intersection.
Yeah, if you guys are still there, I'll be back.
Wild
What I used to
of
do.
the moon. I'm sure it's the moon. Sort of think
Yeah,
it's the
Zeus.
moon.
If you can hone your skills, you can do things. Because I used to do that with my kids. I used to be at the sink doing something with whatever it was, and my kids would come in and ask me a question. I wouldn't turn around to face them. They'd ask me a question, and if I didn't give them the answer they wanted, they used to screw their faces up. And I used to say to them all the time, "Don't you pull that face with me?" And they'd go, "How do you know?" And I go, "Because I've got eyes in the back of my head."
No, but it happens. What I've done, what I've become good at is, so I deal with a lot of people at my job, and usually because I work late at night, usually a lot of them are drinking, but a lot of them are a little bit more in their sharing. I get a lot of people to tell me their life. Their entire life story 5 minutes after they've met me, and I'm glad that I inspire that trust. But sometimes it's easy. Sometimes the energy that I feel when they get into my car, sometimes I could feel if they're sad, if they're happy, if there's something, and I'm rarely wrong. I can just sense that energy, and I'm like, I think this person needs to talk, or I think this person needs to be left alone, or I think this person, etc. And I'm typically not wrong.
Remember, it's all frequency.
During last week's show, I went out to cut pizza for the girls, and I'm sitting there, I'm cutting pizza, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, my brain goes to Minecraft, the game. If you've ever played Minecraft, building the blocks and all of that, the square people, the sheep, and all that. Yeah. So I'm cutting pizza, and all of a sudden, my brain goes to Minecraft, and I have no idea. And I said to Shallow, Why am I thinking about Minecraft? She says, "Oh, we're playing that in the other room." They haven't played Minecraft in months, and yet, so there was no reason for me to think of that. But I was in the game, and she's standing next to me, and it's like, and I read her, and without even realizing it, and yet it completely overwhelmed my inner thought process. Why am I standing in Minecraft world? And I was dead right, and that was literally last week's show when I was cutting pizza. And it just, you just step into it. You don't search for it. It grabs you. And like the meatballs, or like, when I was talking to Gillian, I kept seeing that darn Christmas present on her front table. And I said, "What is that Christmas present?" And of course, that was years ago. And that was
what about those other people? What about those other people that say they walk out their apartment and they're all of a sudden, they've gone from 2015 or whatever year was, and they're back in the 1940s?
That's got to be weird.
Time warping. Have you ever heard of the time warping?
Well, I imagine there are, it's like spirits and stuff, where you have ghosts that cross the road regularly, Civil War soldiers. I really think there's eddies of time. I think there's energy levels that pass in events. I think that time is fluid. I think time is all around us.
I think we're connected. I think we're connected to other points in time. Kind of like that. And I've said it before, like that movie Constantine. Remember how he just kind of goes from present
realm
world
to
to
another.
like the afterworld or whatever. I think it's something like that. Even with the people in our lives that pass away, I think there's still some kind of link there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's always you're always connected to
Yeah.
anything energy. That's proton
Which they
proximity. Like
call it, what do they call that? The two atoms are tethered together. What is
yeah,
that?
proton
Quantum.
proximity, likeness, identification,
Yeah.
harmonic.
I think
You guys having close contact with me can elevate your protons because of my harmonic, because I met a Pleiadian, and therefore, if we're connected, which obviously we have been because I spend so much time with you guys, and I don't have to be there to connect to you because I mean I'm there sitting next to you, smelling your meatballs. You know, and I get that it's weird, and you know the most prominent awareness slap is all of a sudden I'll get this weird smell that is I know is not connected to my home, and that happens all the time, every couple of times a day. And I what's really weird is when people drive by my house and all of a sudden I'm taking a vacation to Las Vegas. Like what? Oh, this guy must have, and there's no way for me to confirm that because they're the guy that drove by. But that's what happens.
You mean you kind of just access or get a peek into the
Yeah,
memory?
I get a piece of something that you go, where the hell did that come from? Oh my God, you know, I'm looking at a magazine, staring at a you know an underwear commercial, and all of a sudden I'm thinking about going to Las Vegas on vacation. What? Where'd that come from? And that's the way it is. Even people that drive by me affect me.
I used to have this habit of being in the right place at the right time.
And you don't necessarily want that to happen either, because it gets confusing. It's almost scary sometimes when, especially you know, years ago when I was doing the bars or bartending, I would always know to look up at the door, and trouble is about to walk in the door, and I was always right. I always knew when the next asshole was about to walk into the building.
Yep.
And I would actually tap my friends on the shoulder and I said, hey, look at the door. Look at the door. This guy that's about to walk in, and they, you know, go, what? The guy that's about to walk in with his girlfriend is going to get in a fight within 10 minutes. Watch. And I was never wrong. Or at lunchtime in high school, me and the guys, we'd all get in the car and we drive out in Ed Keeley's old 64 Nova, and I'd go, guys, turn the radio on. Led Zeppelin's on the radio. And they'd look at me, go, well, how do you know that? I said, turn the radio on. And they'd turn the radio on, and Led Zeppelin was on the radio. And how do I know that? It's just there.
Yep.
And
Again.
I think that's, and I think we need to learn to, be more in touch with that, because I think it's something that we all
everybody
we all have
think
it.
sometimes that these are just random thoughts, you know, random glimpses and pictures in our head.
No, there's meaning behind it.
You know what I get pretty often is when I come, like, say, to an intersection or a railroad crossing or something, I get these glimpses in my head of sometimes not so nice things that,
right,
you know,
what gets me is when people hand me money.
I used to think they were random, and I used to think that it was just maybe me being negative, you know, thinking the worst case scenario. But for all I know, it could be something that horrific that happened at some point in time at that intersection or at the rail.
I'm to the point now where I don't even everywhere in public I wear gloves. I don't touch door handles anymore. I don't touch cash. I don't touch money. Because when people lay money in my hand, all of a sudden I get the last guy that is evil.
3:33 a.m.
That's what I thought. And you're awake still.
I just
Yeah,
took
money
most
carries-
incredible pictures of the moon. Sorry, Sam. I was just
Go
listening
ahead.
to what you
Money
said.
carries bad vibes. People's car keys carry vibes. Things that they touch.
Jewelry.
I occasionally, if I buy groceries, when I'm putting them away, I'll get a vibe from the guy that stocked them on the shelf.
Amazing.
That's the moon.
Well, there's so much, you know, we're connected. Everything. There's no empty space.
Amazing.
At all.
Gorgeous.
You know, there's always something between me and this computer, and There's something there. There's no, whether it's energy, whether it's anything, there's always something there, and we are susceptible to these energies. You can
Well,
feel
you
it
have to realize.
when somebody walks in the door, when somebody gets into a car, it's a measurable energy, you know.
Yeah, it's always there too, and you just have to learn to trust yourself. And if you say that there's a separation, then you're limiting yourself, because there is no separation between anything, even the galaxies far, far away. All of this is connected to each other, and we talked about in previous shows about our genetic memory. Everybody from 2,000 years ago in my bloodline is still connected to me. And
we are our ancestors, and they are.
Yeah, all of that's inside of all of us.
And we carry a lot of those memories in our DNA. Mm-hmm. It's why.
The places that you go to as well have a memory as well, a memory in the stones. If you touch them, and you come back. I mean, there was a place that we went to for one of the ninja camps, and when I came back from it, I would always have dreams, especially when I was really still hyped up and excited about something. So when I was discharging after those kind of events, I had one of those dreams where it felt like I was flying in like a hover device over this red earth many years ago, when they were looking for something down inside the caverns that were inside this mountain. And it was a big upright mountain that they said had been there for 250,000 years unchanged. And that was part of the protection for Gordon's Bay and Betty's Bay in South Africa. But
mountains don't last that long. Mountains don't last 2 million years. They get washed away and re-risen.
250,000 years. That one.
Well, landscape changes every 75 years, guys. The mountains that were, it's funny, the granite in Montana, for instance, was at the bottom of the sea 250 million years ago, or even 60 million years ago. And so mountains don't last, and landscapes change, and they're currently worried about the movement of the North American plate and sort of a possible rebirth of the southern volcanoes, which is weird because it's supposed to be closed off. But who knows what's going on? I am again very interested in those underwater volcanoes off the coast of Vancouver and Washington and Oregon. Yeah, spooky.
That one's been in the news quite a bit.
A lot of people are freaking out about it.
Indonesia and Japan.
And Indonesia right now is just mega.
They're worried about Japan because it's gone so quiet. Everything else around it is blowing up, but Japan, it's sitting there bubbling away.
Their southwestern volcano just went off last week.
Yep.
So there's prophecy about that. Something happening off the coast of Japan by that Japanese manga lady who said
that's the southern pit plate boundary. That's the Indonesian
not the northern
plate. That is really
the southern one. She's seen the two plates, the two dragons rise up.
Yeah, if that one goes, Japan is going to suffer, and they're really worried about it. And that's the Indonesian plate just to the south, by southwest of southern Japan. And then, of course, there's a western and an eastern plate as well. That's why they had that secondary quake after Fukushima tsunami quake. And that they're still upgrading that. They still think it was a 9.6, which is like, we've all forgotten that. And, God, I've watched every inch of tsunami footage, dozens of times, and it's like, people, you have to realize that our Earth is really loaded for bear right now, and we could all.
She's
God,
beautiful.
If anything goes off.
She's beautiful, and she's violent.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that other shoe to drop. I feel like something is really close between now and August.
You can feel it.
Yeah, between now and May, again, the May 27th date is big. and then there's more. There's one in July, and then there's one in August. And I'm not trying to that's why I'm not throwing out the dates.
No.
But there's something brewing, really big, and I think they're trying to keep us distracted in many ways, not to even be ready for that. And again, Nostradamus, Baba Vanga, or whatever, talking about the 2025.
Casey, all of them.
Edgar Casey, yeah. They're all mentioning 2025. So
they said it was this year. And as you said, if we're right in the middle of the peak, if it's taken them 15 years to come here, and we're in the peak now, and it's going to take another 15 years for them to leave, imagine. We've already experienced the first 15 years of their arrival. What's the last 15 years of their departure?
I remember 3036 is supposed to be, we're going to, get hit by this, unknown asteroid. And then they recently said, well, maybe it won't because it's changed. And oh God, you could wring their necks.
I don't listen to them. Anyway,
I stopped listening to NASA when we caught them in so many lies. It's like, and after the bumblebee thing in the sound studio, in the stage, in the ISS stage, and I wonder what footage they're showing us live anymore, because I don't even watch it anymore. I gave up. I was just tired of being lied to. And then every time something really cool happens, they turn the camera off. You wait for hours, you watch it and watch it and watch it for something, and bang, you finally see something, and then they go blank. Okay, it is Ricola time again. Dry throat.
Cola.
Pissed off. I hate people at age of Caligula. Why are we talking about Caligula, Sandy? One of the least favored Roman emperors. Oh. As I rub the pollen out of my eyes one more time.
Oh no.
What do you got for us, Rebecca? We're all gossiping about God only knows what.
Where it could wash that out of the air.
Uh-oh. Big yawn.
Right.
I almost heard what you had to say.
I was thinking maybe if rain up your pollen tissue. Pollen. It wash it out of the air, right? Rain.
You're skipping out real bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not important.
Okay, the pollen thing,
Yeah, well, if it rained. I said if it rained.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah. It'd help you feel better, I would think.
I could, go in the bathroom and you put a clean washcloth to my eyes, stood cold. If you put cold water on your eyes, it helps a lot.
Yeah.
Wash all the crap out of your eyelashes.
Ouch. Rough.
Yeah, wow.
What else do we have? Well, I mean, that's what I was just going through, seeing where we were at. Like, we've covered quite a bit. But, oh yeah, I wanted to show you this. This is short. I just saw this video on TikTok, and I'm like, wow, that is so cool looking. Look at this.
Okay, I always love to see new stuff. Oh, that's easy. That is a Saturn's yellow moon.
Short. Yeah.
That is a Saturn's yellow moon right now. We're going to see a lot of her. And look at everybody's outside looking at it.
Yeah.
Look where the light is coming from. That is a Saturn's yellow moon. Very big, very bubbly.
Yeah.
And this is what Jesus was talking about last week, where, this is Saturn, the red destroyer. And look at that. That is her moon. It could be a Saturn, but I think that's a Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
And look at the color.
Yeah, it's pretty.
And it's huge. And
even the color on the pavement and such, how yellow.
Yellow.
And orangish,
And look how diffused the light is. This is obviously just right before sunset.
Yeah.
Yep, and this is to the right of the sun at sunset, and we're probably looking north, probably due north, and this is a Saturn's yellow moon. And we've been seeing pictures of this for a month or so now, and everybody just automatically associates it as normal clouds. But look at that rounded edge.
Yeah, look at that thing.
This is the close pass, and Atu's moon did it too. But this is cool. God, what a shot! Save this video, people. Download it. This is quite real. This is a planet, you guys. It's actually a moon of a planet, and God knows what she's going to do this year with close passes of a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn. And that was a really good point that Jesus brought up last week. I hadn't even thought of that. Like, oh God, what is it going to do? Yeah, I am rubbing green stuff out of my eyes like crazy. Well, not green stuff, but balling it right out of my eyes. That's what I get for opening the windows.
And then on TikTok sent me a copy of this, and I haven't really watched it myself yet, so I don't know what to expect.
The moon. Is this just a shot or a video?
It's supposed to be moving. So,
okay, I only saw one picture. Now that
I don't know, maybe it's
left.
Let me speed it up.
Head left
there. I think this is that. There's something in the.
Yeah. People at nighttime, we are going to start seeing the planets. So, after sunset, a couple times a night, go outside, look around. That could easily be the Pan asteroid, or that could even be the Skull asteroid. Yeah. That kind of looked like the Skull asteroid.
Did you get those moon pictures I just sent you?
To me?
Yeah.
No, I have not. I didn't know you did that. Okay. I think that's all that really stood out to me in this video. I didn't.
Yeah, it's one of the asteroids, and that could easily be Atu's moon at night, just like Jesus' capture. And yeah, look at that. That's way too big to be the moon. It does kind of look like the moon, but it's way, unless they're, down south of me. I'd love to know where it was coming from. Yeah.
Wow.
Now we're going to see the planets at night before you know it, regularly. Oh, the Dark Night satellite. Yeah. Ash pudding. It's been around forever. It sits up there and watches Earth. It's far enough away. There are a lot of new ships that look very much like the Dark Night satellite, and people have been cross-referencing that as that. And I talked to somebody this week about that as well. That it looked like the Dark Night satellite, but it's a newer ship, and the Dark Night satellite has not come out of orbit to enter Earth atmosphere. It's still way up there in the same place that it's been for 50 years now, 70 years. It's been around there forever, and it's probably a space station, that sits off, in the distance, and we've known about it forever. It could even be a ship where the occupants are dead. They've been there so long, we don't know. But I doubt that. But there's multiple factions up there right now running around and flying their ships all over the place, and we've seen the Imperial probe droids and all that other crap flying around. And I can't wait to find out what's on that video on my page and find out what's inside these. Of course they're going at lizards. And it's like the moment that their credibility goes out the window right there on the spot. The moment they start talking about Dracos and the lizard race. And you cannot have prejudice toward any particular race, because we don't know. You don't know if they're good guys or bad guys, so don't jump there. I think the lizard race is getting a bad rap on this planet. And the shape-shifting Dracos, blah, blah, blah. We don't know that. And from what I understand, they're the lesser of two evils. So there's more to that, but I don't want to go into detail. Yeah, I saw some top secret footage stuff from NASA this week, and I'm watching these guys talk and, tell their story, and I just stand there, shake my head going, oh, man. if half of what you say is true and the other half is bullshit, scary. Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. It's just not the same version that I heard. Pandora's box with that question. Which one? S. Ricolette. Dark Knight Satellite. Okay, all right. Yeah, there's lots of new ships up there in the last 6 months also that we'd never seen before, and we're starting to get a catalog of them. And I need to add a new file and start saving them all in one file. Yeah, Dark Knight Satellite's been here for 75 years.
Hasn't it been here for a long time?
Yeah, we have interaction with aliens in public with our governments all the way going back to 1947 and before, I'm sure. And the Incan and Aztec had direct contact with aliens, and they weren't the Nibiru Anunnaki. They were different, higher races. They directly mention in the Incan and Aztec writings, actually mention Pleiades, which is where they got their math from and where they got their stellar cartography from. There's no other way they could have that.
There's Gillian's moon.
Yeah, and they're even calling this phase of the moon a new stage. And I saw that printed somewhere on Newsfeed, and I just laughed and moved on. She got her coffee.
Mm-hmm. And my Vegemite toast.
No, I did not smell any popcorn, but I was smelling something fruity and weird a little while ago when I walked out of the room.
Vegemite toast?
Oh, gross. I don't know how you eat that. You were just raised with it.
It's an acquired taste.
Yeah, it's an acquired
thing. People eat smelly tofu and horrible whatever
God,
fermented
smelly
beans.
tofu. Oh my God.
No.
I watched a video on that like a week ago, and these guys are puking. I mean, they opened up that container and they're just ralphing on it. I love it when these people lose it.
It's like your Norwegian fish.
Yeah, the surströmming. Yeah, and rotten shark that the Swedes eat, or the whoever, the Scandinavians eat.
This is nothing compared to that.
Oh yeah, well we talked about that before, where I was eating pickled herring as a child, and your average person would not want to eat that, and yet I was raised on it.
Germans love it.
I don't like it, but I can eat it.
Pickled what, Sam?
Pickled herring.
No idea what that is.
It's fish that's been treated in a vinegar solution.
Okay, fish, no thank you.
And the Dutch live on it.
They call them roll mops. Roll mops. The Germans love it too.
Yeah.
But then I wouldn't eat anything that came out of Asians. I wouldn't be eating tarantulas, thank you.
Oh yeah, they in Asia they eat things that are still crawling and living. Those eel worm things. They eat them while they're alive. What is it? Gok from Klingons? Yeah. Or they hand you a squid in a cup of water, and then you hold it upside down, and you have to pull it out of the cup of water before it squirts ink on you, and then bite its head off.
That's it.
And it's alive.
No.
And then in Japan they have the puffer fish.
Yeah.
Certain people are allowed to actually prepare puffer fish.
Right, and if it's not prepared by an official guy with a license, you could die. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'll pass. Well, we talked about this in many shows. I mean, it might even have been previous other shows where, there's an entire industry that salvages sewer grease.
Yeah, China.
Yeah, in China. And in the industry where people crawl around in the sewers and they collect the grease off the side of the sewers, and they boil it down, filter it through a t-shirt, and then sell it back to the restaurant.
No thanks. No thank you.
Yeah.
And look at how some of the food is prepared in India. Dirty floors with their feet. No thank you.
Yeah.
No thank you.
Well, now remember, what about desert beer or desert alcohol? The women,
I've seen them make. I've seen them make bamboo alcohol where they
So the
actually
women chew
inject it with
stuff and then
alcohol.
they spit into the container, and that's the fermentation process.
That's the same as ayahuasca.
I mean, spit alcohol. Thank you. I'll pass.
Hey,
They do
but
the
we
same
don't
with
have to go that. We don't have to get too complicated. Just we recycle our own crap water. I cannot process that. Every time I think about it, I just can't process that in my head. I'm like, why? 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 I just don't. I can't even begin to wrap my mind around that one.
Oh well, yeah. If you're on a major heavy antibiotic regimen, they actually will put a tube down your stomach and reintroduce fecal material.
Yes.
And I hear that does wonders for people, though.
Well, it rebalances their flora, their natural flora.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're getting
Well-
gross. We're getting when I get grossed out, we're really over the edge.
DJ,
Have you had
it
pizza
doesn't
yet?
get any more disgusting than those India street food videos. I can't. I can't. It is so bad. It is so
You
bad.
know what makes me laugh, Jesus? I'll have to say it. Anal bleaching.
Oh,
That
Jesus.
cracks me up.
we are some weird human beings. We do some weird shit.
Bleaching
really do.
what?
Especially in the name of beauty. I mean, there's this orange man that walks around thinking he looks beautiful orange.
And yet he misses all the important bits.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
and the rings around his eyes.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine what the rest of the world thinks when that idiot walks into the room with his paint, and you can clearly see that he's not even doing it well.
How can
And-
you take
I
someone
hate his
seriously?
expressions.
Like, how can you take somebody that thinks he looks good dressed in orange?
Well, have you guys seen our dear? I got to say this: our dear vice president and his mascara.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
I mean, this guy wears mascara. Jesus Christ, what are you? Of course, the guy that has sex with his couch. So yeah, I gotta quit. I gotta quit. I gotta quit.
Oh, gosh.
There, you know, there's no end in weird. There's no shortage of weird. There isn't. You know, when I moved to Las Vegas, I realized that we're all a little weird in our own way, but some people take advantage of the right.
Yeah.
They really do. We have become such strange species.
Yeah, just go hang out at Hollywood for a while and meet 8 different Spider-Man walking around.
Hollyweird. I call that Hollyweird.
Just go hanging out with the LBGQ community for a little while.
Yeah, those are some strange folks. And then don't forget the goth community. And wow.
We've got a medieval fair next weekend, so that's where I'll be.
Yeah, the SCA people. I love the SCA people. Society
Steampunk,
for Creative
medieval,
Anachronisms.
What is SCA?
Society for Creative Anachronisms. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but
Do you know what an acronym is? Jesus?
What's that? Do I know what?
Sorry.
she's chewing. Give her a moment to chew.
I said, do you know what an acronym is?
Isn't it like it's not a synonym? Yeah, it's an abbreviation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what is it? What,
Well,
what
the
Can you
people that dress
There I
Right.
ask, what is it? What does it stand
Can
for?
you imagine a society full of them? Oh my God.
Well, there's a bunch of people that get dressed up in medieval costumes, and they go to
True.
Comic-Con, and they get all of their space gear, and the space people.
Aliens.
When I went to Phenomicon, I've never been to a convention. It was my first one, and there was a costume night, and it was as fun as it was weird. I'm not gonna lie, it was a little weird, but I had fun with it. But there was some instances where I was like, "Geez, this is a little weird even for me."
Years ago, I made armor that I spent several $1,000s just making the suit of armor, and it was leather armor. And right now, I wish I had it right now, but I don't. I got rid of it because it was hard to transport, and it weighed about 30 pounds. And you couldn't hang it on the hanger, and it would
My
actually
daughter-
break your closet hanger.
My daughter
And
every year would ask me to
they're
make her a
very into
costume.
it.
Every year.
You know, there's people that are there's people that make swords for a living. The Connecticut, I think where is it Maryland? Anyway, there's some really great sword companies out there that are making full length swords. I have a few of them. I have a fantasy barbarian sword. I have a homemade sword that I made out of it's out of a Spanish blade, and then I also have a katana and a ushigi, samurai swords, and that's less than I used to have. I used to have a bunch of swords. I want a Roman short sword. I really do. I don't have one, but it's a bunch of money you throw away to nothing. Then it hangs on your wall and rusts. No, I had to have that fantasy barbarian sword, and that damn thing's so heavy you wouldn't believe. Can't do anything with it. It's too big to play around with. And I haven't checked it in a while. It's probably rusty as hell by now. Yeah, sure. Then I'll have a sword. Watch.
It's probably run out of batteries. Okay. How about some Star Wars?
Yeah, the lightsaber. That's one of the ones where you stand out. Yeah.
That's Landau. Landau
My internet.
Calrissian. That's his one.
There you go.
There,
Yeah,
I
we got all that
it.
stuff.
I got it.
Cool, without all the cloud.
Yeah.
Now look at the face of the moon, Gillian. It doesn't look like it's got the rabbit. We call it the rabbit here. We have a rabbit jumping over a fox or whatever the Japanese one is.
It's not there.
No, it's all changed. It's all upside down for some reason. Or sideways? Yeah, sideways.
Yeah, well, that's how I took its picture now, and that's it, the right side up that I took it.
Yeah, it's changed. It should be that way, from what I can see. Anyway, definitely different. And bright. Why so yellow?
The sun's coming up from the left, I would imagine.
Have you still got light outside too?
It didn't get dark.
It hasn't got dark at all. Gosh.
Not much.
At 3 a.m. in the morning, your sun will be coming up in a minute, won't it?
It's 4 a.m. now, and it's already bright. It's already bright.
Gosh. So you've got the longer days, we've got the shorter days. Our days are about 7 hours worth of sunlight now. 7, 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, keep an eye on all of that stuff that's supposed to be and isn't anymore. And years ago when Nibiru first got here, people were freaked out because it was light illuminated in the northwest sky until midnight up here in Montana. Everybody goes, "Oh, look how light it is." I was, yeah, because the sun's shining on the bottom of a big planet right there, and nobody listened to me.
No, that's the worst part, when they don't listen. And yet people have got so much to say. What's next, Rebecca?
Well, let's see. Where did we leave off here? Oh, I heard somebody injure. Hey, Chris is back. Cool. Welcome back, Chris. He made it back. Wow.
He's changed his shirt again.
He is back.
Wardrobe malfunction or wardrobe change.
Yeah.
You're on mute, Christopher. We can't hear you.
I'm back.
Can't hear you.
All right, good.
It's getting dark there already.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's
it
still
cool,
light
Sam.
here.
I'm pretty sure we saw the, you know how we saw the faceplate earlier?
Yeah.
It moved like to pretty much it was in the northwest. It moved all the way to like the north. And it just, I took pictures of it. It's really cool. It makes this like huge horseshoe looking thing. It's awesome. I'll post it in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's kind of dark there because I just looked out the window and it's still fully light here.
Yeah, I think it's from the dust.
I was gonna say.
Did that travel up there too, where that your parents-in-law are? The dust?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you feel
Yeah,
it on
it
your
just
skin?
came out of nowhere. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
it
not
is
fun.
starting to get dark out.
Mm.
I re-looked the second time and it's like, oh, it's a little grayer out there than I first thought when I just walked out there. I just had to go get my asthma inhaler.
It's still going
for
at
the breath
7
here.
hours 20.
You know,
Still going strong.
my ears are ringing. Woo! Yeah, that just kicked in. Wow. I wonder about that too, where all of a sudden you're just one of your ears just goes pee, and I've been having that happen a lot
Oh, I
lately.
hate that.
And I'm wondering if that's planetary as well.
I don't know. I have all my psychic friends telling me there's somebody trying to tell you something, and I go, well, I wish they'd be more audible.
Yeah,
just
write it down, mail me a letter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's an easier way to communicate.
Oh my God, there are times that I just wish I'd have more information. Then I catch myself and go, wait a minute, I don't want to know anymore. I already know too much. Please no.
So, is there anything else to watch?
Yeah, if you want me to, I have a short video of some pictures from Petty Vasco.
Oh,
Our
cool.
friend Petty in Hungary.
Yep.
So let me get
Yeah,
that.
I will have to go to bed soon, I expect. But I mean, we're nearly at the finish line, aren't we?
You look pretty wide awake, Gillian. Considering this is way
For
past
somebody that
bedtime.
missed an entire night of sleep.
Yeah,
My
been
dogs
up
are
all
lying
night.
tits up under the table
I
here.
think your holiday has sat well with you.
Oh, if only you knew, Jesus.
So,
If only
yeah.
you knew. Oh my
Got 3
God.
more hours.
It's
3
been
more
a
hours
very,
to go,
very,
Gillian.
What's
been a
that?
very active week for you, hasn't it, Gillian?
Yeah, we won't go there, will we, Sharon?
No, it's been crazy.
2 more.
Absolutely mental.
I can't imagine.
Stop bunking on your brother, you perv.
I can tell she's trying to. She wants to stay here till the end.
You're doing great, Jillian.
This is short.
Hey,
This
you're
is short.
tired
It's
when
only
you get
5
people.
minutes. 5
Yeah.
minutes. 5 minutes. This is a short video. It's just a slideshow of some of his submissions.
Yeah, I hadn't seen his work. He's been gone for a little while, and now he's back.
Good. Glad to have you back.
Yeah, I'm looking at the date. It is the 10th or let me blow this up.
16th.
of the 5th.
I think
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
start with
yesterday.
the most
Wow.
recent and then work your way back.
Yeah, look at that.
I've seen it too. Look at that little bubble next to
Oh,
the
wow.
sun. Hello.
Look at
Yep.
Matim. Is that Matim?
Well, that's the one I've been thinking is Mary Moon,
Okay.
Ah,
Isn't that
because
a
I've been
sun?
seeing that a bit.
which is in front of Matim.
Isn't
Right.
that the sun?
I
Good.
thought it was a lens flare.
Well, there is a lens flare as well, but
But there's a
Yeah.
bubbling of it too. Bummer. So it's obviously a lens flare. And that
Oh,
one is
that
double.
looks like Attu's moon really bad.
Rebecca,
Look at
will you
the-
put on the email for pictures for Sam for I Love Blackberry? Is asking if Facebook is
Skype
going
it,
to
yeah.
send pictures and videos. You could post on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, but if you want to send in pictures to put on the show, this will probably be better for you.
That's Saturm's yellow moon, big time. Look at the size
Yeah,
of that.
huge. Look how big they are.
Yeah, in the last week, Saturn has gotten way bigger.
I
And
agree.
that one picture where we were seeing the yellow moon in the people's yard, and they're transitioning faster. They're smaller and they get big, and they're coming at us way quicker than they used to because they're very close now. So the movement has even changed. How fast they're moving has changed. It's weird. Yeah, look at that
These
yellowing.
colors. See these colors at sunset. The reason why you're getting these colors, guys, is because you see how it's lit up on the side, kind of like on the bottom. It's because you have light working its way underneath that planet and just lighting up the bottom. Here we go. We got this glow. I've been seeing this a lot right around this time after sunset. This glow.
It has the stripy effect
it's
too.
spectacular. Wow.
There's
Look at
that
his
black
land.
dot.
Yeah, the great black dot. In this case, it's red, but this is the black dot again. Wonder what that is, people. That would be the Empire Orb.
See?
Yep, smack bang there.
And this is the long. That's a trail off the long box or yellow moon. But again,
that
that blue
deep
is
there?
the yellow moon and lead asteroid and its atom. Now this one, yeah, boy, look at that.
Where's the skull hiding lately?
It's of course always between Attu and Uri, so therefore it is in the middle. In the middle, front to the left of Uri.
I swear I saw it this morning, giving a big grin.
Look at that. This is
Yeah,
a perfect
sometimes
example,
it's
guys.
concealed.
perfect
Sometimes it's
example.
concealed and then it's there.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's true
Perfect
though.
example of what to look for, guys, right here, and how
Yeah.
easily
That's
they
Attu.
do this.
That big Attu, and that is wow. Look at that. See, where's the light
Sky
coming
pillars.
from?
Is that Attu's moon and Attu again?
Yeah.
They're sky fillers.
And
Like Sam's
this,
drawing.
I'm gonna
It's
scream the side edge of Nibiru because look where it is. It's on.
Cool.
It's on the right hand side of the sun, being beyond us on the left. So this has got to be inside of Nibiru.
Hey, great.
Well, you said we might be seeing the moons and Nibiru, so even in mine.
Yeah, I'm amazed we haven't seen them. Maybe we haven't.
I've been seeing two smaller. I hate using the word orbs, but they say two circular shapes that don't really seem familiar. I was thinking maybe one of the extra ones of Saturn's, but
Yeah.
it could be a Malsaru. I don't know, but
Do we have pictures of a Malsaru and Nana, or
what's that?
We didn't really see them on the pass this time because Isatum was in front of them all the time. And last time it wasn't. Boy, look at that.
Look at that. You can see the surface.
The light is coming from the far right. So that has got to be Attu's moon, and Attu has to be.
Golly, they're right in our face just now, Attu and its moon.
Yeah, God, I wonder if Uri is rising above from where he's at. That is weird. That could be the ion trail between Uri and Attu right there. That whiteout.
January 14.
January. Okay, that makes a difference. Wow. January. Earth's a brain. What was going on in January? Yeah, that's Uri. Very large Uri rising up in January.
Oh, look, yeah, well, you can see that's Uri there because the stripes are on it. Look.
Yep.
It says January 1st at 9:15
it's time to
a.m.
start looking for some property in Hungary?
Yeah.
Right.
Look at it. Oh,
Check and see
God.
if they're higher up than me.
They're a little volatile earthquake-wise right now.
Yeah.
That little
Like
land
all
bridge
them nasty
between
floods.
Istanbul and all of that
look.
is moving.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
February
that's
9th at
definitely Attu's moon.
3:15 p.m.
Oh, look at that.
February. Yep. Yeah,
February
look
9th,
at that's purple Attu, absolutely sitting in front of
Oh,
you.
that's so cool.
Great.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Yeah, tell me that's not a planet, people.
Somebody take a screenshot, please. Oh, look, it's got its moon in front. Oh.
See how the ball. See, guys, if it was just like an anomaly, a cloud anomaly, whatever, it wouldn't hold its shape, right? But
And it
it
wouldn't
holds
be
its
reduced.
circular
It was
shape.
longer than
It even gets bigger as it gets closer, but that circular shape is still there. A cloud is steam. It's gas. It's not solid. There's no way a cloud can do that. Like there's no way a
Look at the
cloud
spot
can
on the
make a
sun.
perfect circle, let alone hold it for hours at a time. There's just no way. And if you think that's possible, maybe you need to go back and do your homework and know that what clouds are, because clouds won't do that. They just can't.
How many
You
new
remember
names did they
that
come up
early
with?
Uri photograph?
20-some.
The early Uri photograph in about 2014 or 2013, and we see the face of Uri. We see the stripes,
says-
it's always the same stripes. And then you go all the way up to 2024 and 2025, and the exact same stripes are on that. So, and it's like 10 times as big. So
April 5,
you
April
can't make
9.
this shit up. It's real.
Not at all.
April 9, 7:30 a.m.
It's such an awesome feeling when you realize, for the first, when you actually let yourself realize, oh my God, this is real. Look at that.
Yep.
It's
Giving
awesome.
me the itchy eyes now.
That's
Oh my
the yellow
gosh.
moon, and the lead asteroid is smaller back then.
April
And that's
9,
when it was still going from
8:27.
left to right.
Once you get over the disbelief, Chris, once you allow yourself to just accept this, because it's crazy.
Go to
Like,
bed.
you have
The colors in that.
like making that distinction,
more.
crossing that line between this shit is batshit crazy, but it's really happening.
Which is March
It's not
12.
something that everybody apparently can do. But if you can get past that, get past what we think we know and what we've been taught our entire lives.
Yeah, that's Atu moon and
accept
Atu
things for
and
what they
Uri.
are, shit is absolutely bananas. It's just freaking insane. But
It is. It's crazy.
16.
it is so crazy, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it's real and it's actually
Yeah, look at that.
happening.
There's the side edge of Uri right there. That it's kind of masked partially, but that whole dark blue thing in the corner on the left is the side of Uri, people.
There's a curve right there.
Yeah, you can see the curve.
March 16, 9:30 a.m. See, look how high the sun is in 9:30 their time. Whereas 9:30 my time, it's still just trying to come up over the horizon.
Right, here too. Of course, he's closer to the equator than we are.
Of course.
That's right.
And they're going into summer too. What's that? March 16, 9:30.
Boy, that's quite the thing.
Started. Yeah. Yeah.
And notice the real cumulus nimbus clouds here. They're the tiny little things on the edge of the horizon there. And everything else above is completely different clouds, people. They're way farther back. You're looking at the bottom of Uri right there. No, wait a minute.
And they're higher up too.
No, that's the edge of Nibiru.
Yeah, a picture of was that your mom that you posted, Chris?
Yeah.
So those clouds, you could tell they're not in our atmosphere. They're not part of our atmosphere. Those things are way out there. They're completely separate of us. And it's crazy how there's something that there's a towel there where you could I think you mentioned in one of your videos, so you could tell how it's not in our atmosphere.
Right.
But I find that so cute, so interesting sometimes that it's so close, but at the same time it really blends in. That it could be our clouds, but they're not. That part of it really messed with me for a long time.
In 2017 and 18, when Uri came toward, or 16, 17, Uri came toward us, got bigger, and then went over to the right-hand side. That was weird. And then it came right up in our faces, Uri and Atu, and that's when we barely even knew about Atu.
That's when I started was Uri and Atu.
And they were coming in from the right, and then they went to the left again. And the process on that, when you could see the cumulus nimbus clouds at the horizon, and then there was massive sky filler going all the way up side of Uri in weather progressions we'd never seen the like of. Ever since 2018, the majority of our sky completely changed. way from what was even remotely normal all the way back to 2015. And then before that was another scenario when the smaller planets were coming in. Then we actually had normal skies up to a point. But if you looked over there, well, there's the planets. And that was the abnormal. But then over 2018, 2019, the whole ball game changed. They all got so huge that it was just mind-boggling at the size difference. And I would go, look, our normal cumulus nimbus here are here. Look at the lower horizon. And everything else way back there, going all the way filling up the sky, is not our normal clouds. And people just couldn't bite into that. And then it went over to the left.
Well, you can tell because
I just sent you a messenger text.
To whom?
If you videotape
messenger.
if you videotape it, you can tell that they move independently. The Earth
And rotate.
from those clouds. You can tell that there's a disconnect where they're not moving with us; they're moving separately from us. I've seen this in Planet X Hunters videos. I've seen them in my own videos. I've seen them in Chris's videos and everybody's videos. Like you can just tell. And once you train your eyes to do that, it'll just pop right at you. It'll just pop out, and you won't even. It'll just become like second nature to just notice these things. So, and be careful, be careful. I love blackberries. I've had to learn to balance my. I drive for a living, and sometimes you're right. It's really hard to kind of stay focused, but be careful. Please be careful out there. Always park before you take pictures.
Oh, look at this.
You have a handheld camera like I do. You know. But I still don't recommend it. Just be very careful when you're driving out there, guys.
Oh, look, real stars.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I've seen real stars up there. It's amazing. Montana.
Rodney said it's refreshing to see regular clouds. It is. It really is, Rodney. It really is. That's what I thought when you sent that to me, Sharon, recently. I'm like, oh shit, normal skies. I remember those.
It says it's final approaching Port Colombo. Captain and harbour pilot safely bringing the ship to berth in real time.
Wow.
This usually takes about an hour. And on a cruise ship, it's the same.
Yeah.
Usually have a pilot that comes in. Geez, they get the containers off immediately. 13 hours to take all the cargo off. Wow.
Right, the spiraling planet up to the left there.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, what's that going
Well,
past?
those ships are not as full as they used to be. What's coming over? There have been very few shipping containers coming our direction. And by the way, if you're thinking about Christmas for your kids, now would be the time to buy it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, because there's going to be delays.
Yeah, if even availability. And so, do not even attempt to buy the #1 toy this year. Don't even bother.
Get them something crafty, something they can build.
Something, they can wear. Clothes, everybody hates clothes, but I mean, clothes are even, because those clothes are being made in Vietnam and Malaysia and Indonesia and Taiwan and China. And all of that is going to be, we're going to run low on everything, people.
Yeah.
Like, again, to Steve Byers, you couldn't buy socks, you couldn't buy T-shirts.
Awful. I think a great Christmas gift would be, print out all of the last year of Sam's, monthly side drawings, laminate them. Perfect Christmas gift.
When are we putting it into a book? When are we going to put them in a colouring book?
Yeah, that too.
A laminate book, like clipboards for sky watchers. Must have.
Well, I know Rebecca's working on a website.
Wow.
Now, guys, not everybody's as interested as we are.
Building a website, that's it.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
And that itself has a lot of work. It's not something you can just do in 2 minutes, is it, Rebecca?
No, it's not. And then you gotta learn the hard way on stuff and go back and start over, and then you don't like it, then you got to start over. No, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like,
If you're like me,
yeah,
you're
it's nice
perfectionist, it's
because I
like,
can.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Start again.
But it's nice that, you know, I mean, I can just keep it once I get it done, you know, then I can keep it updated, you know, with new relevant
Right. That's
stuff.
how I felt with the Facebook group. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't want to, you know, let everybody start coming into it, and then I'm like, it can be changed later, right? So just turn it on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a website's a lot different. I would imagine.
Yes.
Well, you have different variability on a website. Like
Yeah, I'd
this,
want
we
that
can
to be,
do
like,
live
perfect.
and all the rest of it. But think of all the things that Rebecca can put on her own website, not just movie clips and photographs. She can put up literature. She can put up book reviews. She can put up anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Anything.
There's so much
Right.
freedom with a website.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So, and it's
Yeah,
paid
and
up
there's
for
not going to be any
right there.
years. I mean, it's all good.
no sense.
Look at that. See that rotating planet right there?
It says the ship's heading towards Singapore.
Rebecca, I sent you a couple of things. It's just a short
Okay.
clip
Look
and,
at that.
and a picture of Atti's moon from 2018 that I wanted to share whenever you get
Okay.
a chance. None of this is new what I sent you, but it is interesting that I wanted to discuss one of the videos and
3 layers gone. 4
and
layers
an old
gone.
picture from 2018 of Atti's moon that I rarely share, so it'd be nice to put that
2
up.
layers.
Oh, and
3
that's such a
layers.
good. I love that era when Atu's moon was so unbelievably huge over the top of us.
So
was
I'm
insane.
so glad I caught that. I don't mean to rub this in, Chris, but
Yeah,
so
I
I've
think
never
that's the best
seen it.
sighting
I'd
I've
love
you
to
have
see it.
not made those years would have been awesome, Chris. You would have. Oh, those years were so amazing.
I have a whole bunch of early Atu's moon photos that we don't talk about often enough. I need to put those in the file and send those to one of you guys so you
That
can put
was
them together.
that was such a great time. Learning
It
wise,
started out small, got big. I can still remember when we discovered Atu had a moon. We didn't know that at first. When in the early sightings of Atu, it was surprising that Atu was next to Uri, and that they were always together. And there was a cloud base between the two of them, which was weird. And then all of a sudden, boom! Atu's got a moon. Holy cow! Look at that thing, the white moon. And boy, we went crazy from there on. That's when everything started to just, unfold. And that's the same time also the first close pass of Nepenthe was in 2018.
Wow.
And that went over the Gulf of Mexico, and everybody got captures of it. And even people in South Carolina and Georgia saw the planet plain as day in the over the Atlantic. And then they got to watch it come in. Deb saw the first time she saw Nepenthe come in and go by, and she's a moderator admin on Montana Skywatcher 2, I think. And
Entering the South China Sea, we encountered a
Right,
much
it's like
higher
flying
concentration
a
of distant vessels.
Supersonic jet.
I love time lapse stuff.
great learning.
look at that under planetary illumination going on there. Back to the tissues.
Welcome to
My
my
eyes are
world.
watering again. Oh, joy.
Oh, Sam.
I know, allergies. Lovely.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Not you too, Gillian.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
look
in
at
the
that.
morning.
Right there, that dark blue on the left, people.
That's what to look for, guys.
Undeniable.
That right there.
Yep.
That's right there. That dark.
Oh, look.
Yeah.
Wow. Whoa.
Magic.
Don't look for
Woo!
CGI planets, guys. They don't look like that. That's Hollywood. No, that's not. It doesn't look that way.
That's the real deal.
Our skies are blue for a reason.
Our skies are blue because of the refractivity of the water.
And
through the
they-
water
the
spectrum.
atmosphere, because the atmosphere is behind us is black. So
Yeah. So anything with an atmosphere when you have the sun shine on it, it's gonna look blue. It's just a fact.
We're looking through
that's
the
why
water.
we're seeing the green of
Look at it
Nibiru
glowing.
and
God, that was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, did you see that weird? I'm sure they're
That
moving
was
the
a
boat
weird-
and tipping, but
right-hand turn, whatever it did.
yeah, it's a planet.
Yeah,
don't
but
know
what
which
I'm
one,
saying
but
is I
damn
don't
it,
know
it was a
whether it
planet.
was the boat that turned.
Well,
Blue
you know, the
again.
boat I'm sure did turn, but the planet did some weird shit too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Another perfect example, guys. Look at how long that dark circle remained there.
Yep.
That
Just
boat,
sits there.
that boat was clearly moving maybe 30 minutes, an hour, and that dark circle was still in the same spot. All right, you can't call it an anomaly when these
Right.
things remain the same shape, the
Yeah.
same everything. It just does. It wouldn't work, guys. It wouldn't work if it was just an anomaly. God, I hate that word. I hate the word anomaly, but whatever.
Anomaly. Anomaly.
It's almost, yeah. It's one of those horrible
Northern
sounds.
skies and other anomalies.
Because
That's
that
Mr.
means I can't.
MBV333's favorite word, anomaly. Sky
I
anomaly.
can understand. I can understand why you don't like that word.
I
Because,
hate the word sky phenomenon. It's not phenomenon. We know what it is.
because it doesn't describe anything.
No, it doesn't. It just it makes it fringe. It makes it taboo. It makes it conspiracy theory-ish.
It's like the word pareidolia.
That's why people don't. That's why it doesn't become actual mainstream information, is because it's still referred to as taboo. It's still referred to as
Yeah.
fringe. It's referred to as less than. It's always it's referred to as alternative. And as long as you have that, people are never gonna accept it, because if it's not in the news these days, if it's not on Fox or NBC, it may as well not be happening.
Yeah, because people are
again,
just so embedded
I
in
like
that.
to use the analogy of if I see a duck and it looks like a duck and walks like a duck, I don't care what the government or TV tells me. If it tells me it's a dog, I don't care. I'm clearly seeing it's a fucking duck, so it's a duck. Right?
Because you know, in here, it feels right.
Yeah.
Wow, it's
What?
bad.
Okay, see, I ran into this one. This one's maybe a few months old, but I want you to look at this dark circle, guys. And
What's the black spot?
That's the sun. That's the sun. That's a black spot in the sun. The black
Uh-huh.
dot. That's the sun to the left. But look how it's bending around the dark blue, guys. Look at how that dark circle is not it's not completely dark and it's not completely lit up. It's half and half. You have half on one side light. Can you rewind that, Rebecca?
Sure. Sorry.
It's like the phase of the moon, is what you're trying to say. One half is
Yes. Yeah,
illuminated.
you can see.
the other
You can
half
literally
isn't.
see that. See, can you pause it right there?
Yeah.
Okay, you see down the middle. You see how it's lit towards where the sun is, and then right at halfway, which is what we see on planets and moons and here on Earth, you have what they call the Terminator line, right?
Yep.
Of day and night, darkness and light, because
Yes.
we're circles, we're balls, guys, and light can only reach so much, and then that's the difference, the distinction between night and day, right? Same thing, what you're looking for in the sky, you're going to see night and day. You're going to see the side closest to the sun, the side that's facing the sun is going to be lit up, just like you see here. This is a dark circle. That's a planet moving in, and it's cutting. Even the light is bending around it, because light bends, guys. You know.
Yeah.
See how it stays dark. If it was just sky, it would just remain blue, but it doesn't. It's dark blue, and it stays dark, even though it's in the way of the light. It's blocking the light, and the sunlight is just conforming to the curve around it.
Yep.
This is why I like time lapses, because it's a good representation of how they move. and why a lot of people are missing them. They tell us don't look at the sun, and I'm not recommending that you look at the sun without glasses, without something, but they're always to the side of the sun. And not that they're always constantly there. Sometimes they move a little out of the way, but when we see them is because you have the light angles as you do right here. You have the sun just doing a little side illumination. And this is what we're going to be seeing a lot more as they go past us. We're going to see all these illuminations coming. We're going to see the other side, the lit up side.
Once they're past Earth, the facial illumination will be larger and larger and larger, just like the crescenting or the half moon and 3/4 moon, etc., as they go past us on that light angle.
Yes.
And that's why Jesus got an illuminated facial nighttime shot, because there is a certain amount of that light shining on the face, even though it's in the darkness and it's beyond Earth.
And
we're on the back
it was not edited, guys. Like, it was lit up like that. Like, it lit up the night
my.
side.
Oh dear.
I see more of that. Yeah, it's go outside for a few minutes and look to the south, look to the west, look to the east, look around, and you're going to see illuminated planets at night. And colored. The colors are going to start coming out here before you know it as well, when they get even farther past us. And right now we're seeing the dark blues, but when the planets get farther away, you can actually see their facial coloring. Look at that.
Here is Atu's moon in 2018, guys. This is dawn just prior to sunrise. This was a cool week. The sightings of Atu's moon this week were insane. I got to see its craters up close. I got to see 25, 30 degree temperature drops because it was so close to us. I could not hold my camera. Things got so cold, I couldn't hold my camera anymore. I had to go inside and warm my hands up because it was so cold.
Oh, gosh.
I think, frankly, a lot of people have missed the greatest part of the show. We got to watch them when they were little tiny, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. No, it's sky pillars. And,
as they go out, be ready, Chris. Be ready. As they head out, it's gonna be so cool to catch them like this, where you could actually take a picture and capture the whole thing in one.
I wonder what the daytime thing is going to be like once they're all past us. And again, what's gonna happen with this star? Oh my God! I mean, are we gonna fry? Are we gonna have to hide in holes to survive?
Hey,
I don't know what's coming.
Hello, morning, Audrey.
Audrey's back.
That was a quick
We hope
nap.
that you
Then
didn't
again,
rush.
7 hours 52.
Wow.
Rodney asked you what was wrong, Sharon. You went, "Oh my God," and then you didn't elaborate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just received a message. A friend of mine in New Zealand, his father passed away yesterday.
Oh, okay. Condolences. We're sorry.
That's why I'm going, oh my gosh. I thought, oh my gosh. I just, Buddy.
Yeah. We're losing a lot of
So-
folks right now. Their people are always passing away. But
A lot of folks are passing now,
yeah.
especially
And
the
I've
ones
said
in
it
their
before, maybe they're
the
the lucky
80s.
ones. Maybe they're the lucky ones.
Maybe.
What
I
a
wouldn't like
crazy
to think
freaking
that.
world. And this is going back to semi-politics and world scenario again, but I'm kind of frightened for where the entire planet behavior patterns are headed, and how some of these, pardon the expressions, but fascism, 1938, 1939, what have we stepped into? There's a lot of really, and not even talking about my government, but there's a lot of governments out there that have suddenly taken some scary turns. And so people, what are we going to have? What are we going to have next year or the year after, 10 years from now? Do we get to
Let's
fix
just
this?
get
Do we get
through this
to,
shit.
or are we just going to be bowled over by it? It's spooky.
Yeah,
I don't know how we've forgotten it. Remember, if you don't pay attention to the past, we're doomed to repeat it.
Fortunately.
History repeats.
Yep.
Good thing. Yeah, we don't need a repeat of the late 1930s and early 1940s. That's for
No, we
sure.
don't. We're
Definitely not.
already there. We are there.
Yeah, we've surpassed it actually.
Yeah, yeah. And they're, Crystal knocked again, and they're singling out a scapegoatism, which is a division of people, and what's
Creating the
scary is
blame
if
game.
you step into other people's hatred. That's really. I thought we were better than that by now. I thought we'd grown up. I thought we, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I thought that those were good things. And we don't need to have that taken away from us. We developed, we got better, we got nicer to people. Let's go back to that.
Sam, here's my theory.
Right.
I don't think it's a theory, but every time the world is changing, there's people who are going to fight it because people don't like change.
Oh yeah.
This what we're seeing right now is a desperate attempt to keep things the same.
The good old boys, 1950.
But the thing is that history, we've seen this in history, where people are gonna push back, but you can't stop change. You might be able to slow it down, but you can't stop it. It's going to happen. I think this political circus, and not just politically, but everything that's happening in the world right now, it's just a pushback from those people who want to keep the status quo. But the world is changing. People have seen that the world is not what they think it is. They know that we're oppressed at work, that we know all this. And once you see, you can never unsee. And I think people now understand how the world works and how oppressed we've been and how used we've been. And I think
Let's
back from this whole thing, it's a desperate attempt to keep the status quo, but things are going to change. And I say that optimistically. I really do. I do think that things will change. But
perhaps
the dawn gets the darkest, the night gets darkest before the dawn.
Right. Right. Let's hope that people wake up before it's too late and see the error of their own. We can't point the finger without looking in the mirror first.
Ha! Didn't I say that to you yesterday, Gillian? I said that to you yesterday.
The way we say it, and where I come from, Sam, is the good judge starts at home. You're gonna start judging in your own home before you judge outwards. Any good judge is gonna start at home.
But they also say in the philosophy circles, if there's something that you critique in some other person, it's something you don't like about yourself.
Yeah, that's always a good
so
one.
Deep down, if there's something you don't like,
it's more about
someone else.
Yeah, that's what judgment really is. It's more about you than it is about other people.
Exactly. So look within.
That's the secret to all the answers too, because everything is already inside of us all. We all know this is something's wrong.
I like what Taylor says. Rebecca's son. He says seek within. Is that what he says?
Yeah, he says seek within.
Seek within. It does. It starts with you. Anything that you don't like about the world, it's probably more related to you and your own trauma and your own bullshit than it is out there. So if something bothers you, maybe look in.
Yeah, because specifically all these people that are so egocentric, they really need to take a wake-up call and look at themselves, but they won't because they just don't. They're so entitled, they just can't imagine.
They have to have a fall guy for their own mistakes.
And oh my God, let's talk about the Karen movement.
They wanted somebody to be the weakest link.
Pin it on. Someone to pin it on.
Yeah, scapegoat.
Somebody else to take the blame.
Rodney, this is what I don't understand about people, especially right now. Billionaires and the elites, they've never had a real human experience. They've never had to choose between paying for gas and buying eggs. They've never had to choose between paying your light bill or paying your electricity or paying your gas bill.
Or getting evicted out of your
apartment. They have those experience. They don't know. They're basically they're not human. I hate to put it that way, but they're really not. They're not like us. They will never understand what it is to be like us, let alone care. And if you're someone who thinks that billionaires give a shit about you, you're living in a delusion. They don't. They barely care about themselves. Like these people are so unhappy. It's not.
Yeah.
Could you know? I can't imagine being a billionaire. I wouldn't want to be a billionaire. Like I would never want that for myself. Like life would freaking suck if I was a billionaire. Like what's left? Just being.
Well, this is why China's going down.
No.
All the billionaires are running away.
It is. If you think they can relate to you. I don't know what is in your head that you could possibly think that a billionaire can relate to any of our daily problems. This asshole can't even say the word groceries. He doesn't even know the word groceries because he's never had to go to the store, let alone have to take what you buy because things are so goddamn expensive.
And what not to buy, and do I get what my kids ask for? Or do I buy this because I have to have that, and not having that choice?
Do I make a healthy choice, or do I buy garbage because all I could afford is the lower quality food? Like these are the choices that these assholes they've never had to do. How could they possibly relate to you? How could they possibly understand your struggle? How could they possibly do shit about you? They're not human. They're really not human.
Yes,
and
I've
in a way,
spoken to these
can't
people.
really, you can't even.
I've spoken to people like this in high flying corporates.
Have you?
And they complain.
They're so disconnected.
They complain. You know, this is why all the celebrities put on so much weight, is because their food is so rich. If it's not cooked in butter and cream and all of the lavishings, you know, it's not worth it to them. You know, they are prepared to pay the money for the top food and the top chefs and all the rest of it. But how many of them are happy? That's what we have to ask ourselves. You can have all the money in the world, but are you happy? Are you fulfilled with your life?
DJ, I kind of agree with that. I think there's two kind of billionaires. There's two kind of elites. There's people who are born into that life. And then there's people who have started at the bottom. Those people who have started at the bottom, sure, they've had a human experience and they're probably good people, yes.
They know what it's like.
If you were born with the silver spoon in your hand, I'm sorry, but you don't get it. There's no fucking way that you understand what it's like to be human because you've never had that experience. So
exactly.
I stand by what I said. I think those self-made people, great people. Yes, absolutely. I think if you're born like a lot of these people that are running the show right now, they were never broke. They didn't. Elon is not a self-made anything. He didn't self-make himself. Trump didn't self-make himself. None of those assholes made.
He got richer.
Bloodlines too.
Illegally. Him and his brother were illegal immigrants, and they weren't even on a work visa. They weren't allowed to work, and they were working in the United States, and they could throw him out tomorrow because he violated his visa, and then admitted it on television. I believe Jeff Bezos is giving away his money. Zuckerberg has been lying to Congress and double dealing both China and the United States. And he's going to get caught on that.
Guess where our info's going?
Nobody prosecutes the rich people because they don't dare. We're in a weird world. You know how big of an a-hole do you have to be to have your first million? I mean, how did you get that first million? That's if you're smart and you have the great invention. Well, yeah, okay, then you get it overnight, but. If you over decades become a millionaire, who'd you step on to get there? And again, Musk firing thousands and thousands and thousands of people in the United States, and nobody's talking about those jobs. You know, that killed our job market, and all those people have no money. They got to go find a new job.
Let's be honest. Who is the biggest recipient of welfare is Elon. He is like subsidies. Let's call it what they are. It's
Yeah, he's
corporate
getting $1 million a day.
the corporate welfare.
Or a month or
You can
something
call
like
it
that.
subsidies all you want and fancy it up, but it's nothing but
We call it
corporate
punch.
welfare that we're paying. The only reason Tesla's profitable is because of the tax credits. That company wouldn't be profitable if it wouldn't be for the tax credits.
Right.
If it wasn't for taxpayer dollars, that company wouldn't exist. So now he looks at people who receive, $500 a month for food stamps, if that, as a bad thing.
God, I wish.
You're the one draining the resources yourself with billions of dollars, and you're taking away from the little guy.
There's 3 of us, and we don't get $500 a month. We get half of that.
That's terrible, Sam.
Exactly.
That's why
And there's 3 of us in this family, and I have to pick and choose what meal I can put on the table for how many dollars. And if you were to go down and break it down, and I saw this, I watch congressional hearings, the Congress all the time, and private, in the ethics committees and all this. Do you know the average person is allocated $2.50 per meal?
No way.
Yeah.
That's not even a cup of pot noodles.
Right. And then that's the national average. And that is, people in California get far more food stamps than people in Montana because of income and tax value. They get more from the state. Where, us, if I was to divide the 200 and I think we get 200 and some odd dollars a month on because I'm disabled and work too hard and have 2 kids and no child support and their mom died and all that blah blah. But we don't near get enough money to even. I have to say, okay, this meal that I'm cooking for the 3 of us costs $10, and that's expensive. And yet it does cost more than that to make a meal now. And we've had to cut down on the quality of meat we're buying. And I have to find a new butcher because our hamburger tastes horrible now. I mean, it's not even edible at the store that I've been shopping at for years and change.
That's awful too.
They went, I don't know what they did. They changed buyers or something because it's horrible. It tastes like mule. I mean, it's like not even edible right now. So I have to find a new hamburger source. And we've gone to pork and we've gone to chicken. And because it was cheaper and now it's all doubled. What I was getting a pound New York steaks, and now they're 15. $15 a pound for meat. I remember one time paying $14 for a pound and a half of hamburger at a store here in Lolo. Because they're the only store in town, and they can get away with it.
Yes, Sam. I have pictures of when I was living in Vegas in 2021 of meat. When I was at the grocery store, I think I took a picture, sent to my whatever. But I have a picture of some steaks, right? And the price was like $4 a pound. $4 a pound. That's 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Now go to the store and see
it's $8,
$4
$10, $12.
a pound doesn't exist. Like there's nothing you can buy for $4 a pound. Maybe ground beef. That's
right.
Sometimes
Not even, yeah. Hot roast used to be $8. Now it's $23.
Yeah, that's awful.
I've never ate more chicken in my life. Going back to red meat. Red meat is more of a treat now.
Yeah, everything is costing a bunch of money.
Welcome to the recession.
Yeah.
One we didn't ask for.
Yeah, one instituted by one person, affecting the entire world.
And it changed overnight, just like that.
And we're not even allowed to actually physically down these people because now it's dangerous. So much for freedom.
Do not become an enemy of the state.
Right. Me, I could be. Where would they deport me to? Here you go, back to Holland.
Scotland. Go to Scotland.
Come to Australia.
To El Salvador.
I would love it. I wouldn't leave.
Yeah, Scotland's cool, except they don't have enough trees for me. But I'm sure there's areas that
There's
do.
a heap of trees where I am. You can
Okay, yeah. On the
They've got all
might
those
get
sites
across
too,
and
you
stuff.
know.
You have to go on
They've
the
got all this.
council list though.
They've got all the good stuff over there, all the ancient sites and things. That's what I want to see.
oh, can you
Yeah, I
imagine?
want to go.
They've had. Well, of course, where you live. I mean, there's been indigenous people for a couple of million years. But
It's
yeah,
60,000, they keep saying.
yeah. Well, lots and lots of old history. I would love to. Tour Australia. I'd love to tour Scotland. I would love to tour Arizona right
Well, they
about now. But I mean,
well
or
they say
Utah.
Uluru. They say Uluru is the solar plexus of the Earth.
There you go. That big
Imagine
red
the
rock
energy
that
coming
doesn't
off of that
belong there.
thing. Yep.
Okay, you got anything else for us, Rebecca? We're gossiping again.
Oh,
We're 8 hours in. What do we got?
well, let's see. We covered most of the major stuff, you know. Unless you want me to find something else. You want to keep going, or
you did some shorts, you did some live stuff. Christopher did
yeah.
stuff. I don't.
Oh, I do have a little short clip from Christopher. Let me show you that real quick.
Okay.
It's his Yellow Moon TikTok.
There you go.
Nice.
It's really cool. Yeah. I like it. Let's get it.
Sometimes I don't remember which one it is.
I know that feeling. I know. Well, we'll see here in a second.
Like, what? Okay.
Now I can't find it. Bear with me. I say it's here.
I'm looking at my notes here, seeing what
Are
I
you
missed.
going to get any sleep, Gillian? Are you going to stay up or not?
She doesn't want to miss anything. I can
Of
tell.
course not.
Well,
Of course not.
since it's my holiday and I'm it's off Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I think I'll be
Right.
able to catch up on my sleep for, whenever it is, like about Wednesday. Yeah.
It's like a rock.
5 a.m. there. Oh my gosh. The longest I ever stayed awake was 3 days. 3 days straight, and all I did was sewing outfits for a community dance. 52 outfits.
Oh God, you're brave.
Is
Yeah,
that the one
and-
where you threw
yeah.
the sewing machine at them and told them to do it themselves?
Yep. They came around, they rang me up at, 4 o'clock in the morning. Have you finished yet? Have you finished yet? And I've gone, I'm working on them. And then my sewing machine broke down, so I had to borrow one from the school. And at 7 o'clock, they sent around a parent to collect all the outfits. I had 3 more to do. And then she rang me up, get your ass here now. So, and I just went, okay, fine. Took the bolder material, took the sewing machine and put it up on the stage, and I went, do it yourself then. So yeah, it was horrible. And I just thought, look, you don't understand what I've been through. I have given up 3 days of sleep to commit to getting this done for you. And with all the hassles, what have you done for me? So if you can't sew, I think it's about time you learn. I will teach you, but don't expect me to do it ever again.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that myself from time to time lately, where I'm driven to research more and deeper and find more and give better answers, and yet then I'm also reminded about how much we've already laid out, and that will occasionally give me a relaxed vibe, and yet uncomfortable, going, well, I don't want to do subpar work, but darn it, guys, we've already come a long ways, and so maybe I shouldn't fret over it. But and then there's the frustrated days that I point something out and then nobody listens, or I'm still asking everybody to go to the YouTube channel and comment about cubes. And what you guys realize that we're being blockaded by multiple alien races right now? The Empire is here, or the Federation. Shouldn't call them the Empire, but the Federation is here. We're blockaded. And
the force. We need the force.
Yeah, we need the Jedis. We do.
You didn't see that, did you, Chris?
I was just going
Did
to
you
say,
see
and I
that
saw
before?
Jesus' hand move. I was like, did he not off, or is he looking at his phone?
Yeah, no, I definitely.
I got all the good stuff.
Yeah, we're coming to visit your
Okay.
toy shop.
Oh, okay. You're gonna have a ball.
50 seconds until 8 hours.
I want the plasma ball.
Sorry, I had to resave it. We're getting there.
You want me to resend it to you, or?
No, I have it. I mean, I have it. It just didn't get sent to my laptop, and then I couldn't find it, so I resaved it from TikTok, and we're all good. So it's saving now. But that also reminds me, there was another video. It's weird. It's like I know I save these things, and I don't know. Don't worry.
Disappeared into the net.
There was
I'll be going
another
to sleep soon. My eyes are starting to shut.
I'm not surprised.
Limbo Land. We're good though. Here it comes.
How's Aussie's ear today?
He seems to still a bit kind of
Off?
yeah.
Yeah. Give it a week. He'll come good.
It's really bad. It's really sore.
Is his brother still annoying him?
No, he's sleeping curled up on his brother's shoulder currently, with his sore ear on top. It's folded open because they said leave it open so he can get air in it.
Yeah, heals better. Oxygen heals everything.
They said put tie his ears back with a scrunchie, but
I
Theo
can just
took the
imagine him
scrunchie
with a
out.
little hair tie.
You know, Rodney has a good memory. The booger on the wall story. Oh God, I regret ever telling that story.
Yeah, I tied his ears up like that, and Theo ran away with my scrunchie. So
Oh gosh.
that didn't work. Epic fail.
Peg?
Okay.
Peg him
It's
together?
ready.
Poor baby.
Now that'll just make him sore again because he's such a Jesse. He just cries.
Yeah, this is the one I just got to see when we started the show.
Yeah, I just got these yesterday.
Are we expecting more rainbow colours off of Casper?
I was expecting a different one, Chris. Okay.
The dark blue, that's a very large, this is for Saturn again, all encased in clouds. It is huge. And look at that round. You can't argue with that round. You can't. Weird.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't argue with that big rounded edge.
Look at it.
When did you
And
take
it
these
doesn't
pictures,
seem-
Chris?
Yesterday.
Cool. Amazing. You see it, then we see it.
Yeah, I've been trying to like condense them down a little bit more, make them a little bit shorter.
Yeah, you'll get more views that way. People will look at the length of a video and they go, I don't want to watch that. And you know, they
Well,
don't
don't they
even
have the
know.
option on TikTok? 10
What else you
seconds
got
or
to do?
60 seconds?
Yeah, I made the monthly featured post for Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and it's like 22 minutes long.
Well, it takes time to show
Yeah.
everything.
It's cool though. I posted it It's on both the groups. If anybody wants to watch it, just go check it out.
And there is a lady I follow. Anyway, she shared this on TikTok, and I thought it was pretty neat. I'm not sure exactly everything I'm seeing, but look at this, Sam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Curve.
Oh my God. Wow.
I know.
I feel like.
Wow.
What am I looking at? Now, where is she?
I don't know. I don't know if she commented that or not. Let me look and see.
That has got to be the Texas Cube.
Right.
That has to be the Texas Cube. See the side orb?
I was going to say, is that sitting right next to it?
Yeah, the side orb and the Texas Cube.
Mm.
And smaller ships, and there's a few ships and a few asteroids, but yeah, that's the Texas Cube. It's got to be, and then it's got to be at 2 is that purple blue body right there in the upper left. Weird. Yeah, that's got to be, because look at that square flat and the way that it's reaching up with the fingering and everything. That is insane.
I was going to
God,
say,
if I'd have seen that sky myself, I would have sat there all day drooling over that. It's amazing.
Pinching yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I get so enthralled by these pictures, especially when they're from coming around the world. All these different angles, different perspectives.
Clouds do that, don't they? Right.
Yeah, right. They don't do
When
that.
have you ever seen a cloud do that?
Mm.
I was just gonna say that. I mean, look at the randomness of the clouds, or the. I can't explain it, but this doesn't look random. This just looks like
These are all the bottoms of the planets, and they're putting off, and the illumination is all weird and
how
dark.
does this become normal? Like, okay, these are just normal clouds. How does it not get somebody's attention that even the clouds don't look normal? They're different.
The clouds are supposed to be big fluffy things, not spread out
giant
like that.
space whale. Look at it.
Look at
Looks
that
like a
rounded
space
blue
whale.
edge with the green right
Space
there.
whale.
Yeah, look at the difference between the horizon, guys, and up
Yeah,
above.
yeah.
You'll always see the difference between the color at the horizon and everything above, because everything above is planet. Everything above is being shadowed, is being darkened, because there's something there.
And that's where the clouds are reaching to. Is the bottom of
Yep.
this planet.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, look at the lighting on the houses. The light's all wrong.
It's too dark.
Terra
Yeah, it's too dark.
725. I think New Mexico is right around that same too. The fact that that's minimum wage, and it still blows my mind. It's just,
Oh God! Speaking of which, they're trying to clip into the federal government minimum wage, where they were supposed to get 15 plus an hour. Now they're trying to knock it down to national government wage.
What's that?
$7.50 an hour.
How do they expect people to live on half of that?
They don't expect people to live anymore at all, obviously, because they're firing 500,000 people out of the government. The whole government is about to break because there's nobody there running the ship anymore. And I am still waiting for a payment this month that I haven't gotten, that I was supposed to get on Friday, and it never got here.
Thank you, Mr. Orange Man.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Orange Man, and the non-elected president. By the way, he's hiding because his stock went down, and he only stepped in to do Doge. Here I go again. so he could cut all the jobs of the people that were investigating him.
Yeah.
He was locked up in multiple
retaliation.
investigations. And when Zuckerberg bought Facebook and all of that, they just fired all these people are getting fired and they don't care. Oh, we're cutting corners. We're going to take out 300,000 employees. We don't give a shit. We're going to have AI do it for us.
Yeah, they did the same to us by getting rid of all of our manufacturing industries.
Right. Well, we sold out in the
1975.
80s and 90s here. We moved to China and we gave our government away. We gave our country away. All for
same
cheaper, useless plastic products that don't even fit together and won't work day one. Bunch of knockoffs. I keep telling you, I'm not buying it because it's made in China.
My fridge has gone bung again. I've got to get the Surface Guy out again.
Yeah. I'm having trouble with my
Third
new
time
water.
this year now.
Yeah. I'm having troubles with my stove, my electric stove that was made in China. You have to run it you have to run 3 cycles to brown 1 pound of hamburger.
Jeez.
It gets hot, cools down, gets hot, cools down, gets hot. It's like finally third time around. I have to switch burners in order to cook hamburger.
I've never heard of that feature.
Yeah, that's that new stove I bought at Lowe's. Yeah, thank you.
Right.
Piece of shit.
Oh my God.
Yes. Well, thank you, China, for taking up the mantle of manufacturing everything with very poor quality and very bad QC.
Well, you know about their tofu buildings.
I do, and there's a section of the Great Wall of China that's been put together, fabricated with rice.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh.
I think they'd be better off, going out to all the diners on Route 66 and collecting all the bubble gum off the bottom of the tables. I think they'd build stronger buildings with that.
More than likely.
Well, like the Mandalay quake that went all the way down south, and the one and only building that in Bangkok that fell was
their concrete's terrible
by the Chinese.
Yeah, the concrete, their concrete standards are awful.
Yeah, they're cutting corners. And look, everybody talks about their empty cities. They built all these cities, but yet nobody can even afford to move in. Now, there is still talk about all these missing people in China. There's a vast population shortage. Now, have more people died or by floods and storms than they're admitting to, or the sea virus? And again, the sea virus is going crazy in Malaysia right now, and Vietnam and Indonesia and etc. So look that up, people. Let's hope and pray it doesn't come back around and being stronger and worse. It still could. Now, we all got the SARS. It is a form of SARS. We all got the SARS virus. Everybody on the planet had SARS. And it took 3 years to do it.
Yep.
And they did not warn people about it. That was hidden. That was remotely. Go ahead.
Well, they say they're detecting DNA in our breathing air. So if the DNA is there, you can see why it gets spread.
DNA of COVID, you mean?
No. Scientists were trying to track down, how we have that stupid 23andMe. Anyway, they were trying to track down, again, the origins of life and all that kind of stuff. And they worked out that a lot of their investigative work, when it comes to archaeology, a lot of it's contaminated because the amount of DNA, our DNA, that's in the air at the moment.
Right.
Cross contamination. It's not good.
Well, they need a better dandruff shampoo.
Look who's here, Sam. It's Penny.
In every day.
Yeah, if you can find something good for dandruff, somebody tell me. It's my life.
Betty's here. Hi, Betty. Thank you for listening. I'm glad you're here.
And your neat video. Yes, very good.
Yeah.
Always great work, Betty. Always love.
Hey, how you doing?
That's pretty awesome.
So 8.5 hours in, guys.
Wow.
Well done.
Yeah,
I'm about to call the guys too. I'm gonna
Yep.
go.
yeah, I'm winding down too. I'm sitting here yawning.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Poor Gillian
And
needs
poor
to sleep
Gillian's
too.
still here.
Look at me. Clinging on by
I
a
hope-
thread.
It is, Tara, it is 6:16 in the morning in Hungary right now.
No.
Wow.
Well, good morning, Petty.
Yeah, he's
Well, I hope everyone has a super week. And again, eyes to the skies, guys. Try and grab as many of those screenshots as we can get.
I don't know. I've never seen that name before. I love blackberries, but thank you for
I
being here.
think they're new.
I don't know if this is your first
Glad
time
you're
here. Welcome.
Thanks for
I
joining.
love blackberries.
Find us on Facebook, on TikTok, but most of us are all on Facebook. We're old
And
school that
don't
way.
listen to naysayers. My God.
But give this a chance before you let anybody talk you out of it. So really cool stuff. Some scary
Keep
a
an
little
open
bit, but
mind.
we try not to focus too much on that part of it. We are realistic, and we address all parts of this. But thank you for being here, and see us. Look us up on Facebook. Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Montana Sky Watchers. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer whatever. So reach out. And welcome. I look forward to seeing you on Facebook. So
And
yeah.
we have
got the same
thousands
name
and
we
thousands.
got the same name on Facebook. I love blackberries.
Yeah, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures of the planets.
Yes.
Tara, when I'm driving and I can't stop to take a picture, I can't tell you how badly it'll mess up my day.
Oh, you get frustrated like I do. Yeah.
Oh,
You must get as frustrated as I do.
I see somebody in the green room.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's Thomas. So I figured he wanted to hop on here and probably tell everybody good night. I don't know.
Hey, Thomas.
Okay, we can give you a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty zonked, but we can
We're
give
getting
you a
ready
minute.
to I'll let him know. We're getting ready to close
Yeah,
the
kind
shop.
of what happened to me though. Then when I hopped on TikTok,
Yeah, I know.
Rebecca's was on her way out, but
Right.
well, I'm gonna call it, guys. I'm gonna head out. We'll
Okay,
talk
take care.
next week.
Take care. Have a good week.
Yeah, good
You
night.
all.
Anything you
Thomas,
want me to send you,
I
Jesus,
know.
any information, just send
Yeah.
it through my messenger.
I
Good night,
definitely
Jesus.
do it. Thomas,
Good night.
bye and bye.
Yeah, we're all good.
You have a good night, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey,
Good
Thomas.
Hi,
Thomas,
hi.
you caught us at the very finale of the show. Hi, Thomas.
You're absolutely right. I just want to say goodbye because I start the
figured.
beginning in the to the show, and after
Yeah.
I sleep, and then I wake up, and I think, okay, just
Yeah.
to come in and say hello and goodbye, and so
I
I don't have
know.
to tell something big.
Yeah.
I feel bad too because Petty's just now here, and it's like, wow, we've been dying to get him on the show, and I'm so glad that everybody out there around the world is listening. Thank you guys. That means a
Right.
lot. It really does.
Well,
Yeah.
Hey, Thomas.
international.
Hi, Chris.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. Now I'm
Good.
top fit. I slept.
Yeah.
Thanks for
I
the
almost
tip,
said,
Thomas.
I almost said Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
My German is not good yet.
Okay, but you're trying to learn.
Goodbye.
Okay, cool.
How you doing? Auf Wiedersehen, right?
Yeah, Auf Wiedersehen. You pronounce it wrong, but
See it?
it's okay.
Don't. No.
Don't come near my daughter. She's a grammar Nazi too. Guten
Oh,
Tag.
boy. How do you
Oh, that's it. There, what she said.
Guten
Guten
Tag. Guten Tag. It
Guten
sounds
Tag.
like that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thomas Gunther. Thomas Gunther.
yeah,
I had a
okay.
German friend called Gunther.
Das
Ja,
ist nicht
so-
gut. Das ist sehr gut, ja.
Yeah, oh. Yeah, das ist sehr gut. It sounds like that. So next time, if I'm speaking English bad, remember you're German.
Right?
That makes us equal.
Yeah. So you have fun tonight, guys?
Yes.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Good show.
A little bit.
Yeah, it has been good.
I've been all day long suffering from allergies, and so it's like no matter where I'm at, I'm not fun. It's like ick. Yeah, I tell you, I need my own little chamber of fresh oxygen and no kids and no cats.
Hyperbaric chamber.
Allergic is not good in any way. So yeah.
Yeah. Get our ionizers and our Faraday cages and our
I
electrical.
wouldn't mind one of those isolation tanks, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I've often thought about what people experience in those dark water floating isolation tanks, and I'm not sure I ever volunteer to do that. Besides the prune factor alone. Yeah.
Yeah,
my brain might go someplace I don't want to get, and would I ever come back?
Well, I consider that like a waterbed, and if you've ever had a waterbed, it's exactly the same. Walking around, waking up surrounded by water, which used to happen to me.
Yeah, I didn't do well on waterbeds.
You lose the nappy pin, and you'd be going, "Where's the nappy pin?" And next thing you know, you wake up next morning and you're surrounded by water.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Great.
Well, if you've ever had a waterbed and then your waterbed heater gets unplugged by accident, that's no fun either.
Oh, and you're freezing.
And then you wake up freezing. Yeah, right.
There's nothing worse than 10 degrees water. Yes.
Too much Loxus.
I would be tempted to just poke it by on purpose and see what happens. I think I've always wanted to do that to a waterbed.
Yeah.
But when they cost so much to replace the bladders, no.
And they don't go good in rental apartments where you go through the floor.
That's right. You got to have a very solid floor.
And okay, we are dingy when we're talking about waterbeds.
Still a thing, because I'm just thinking, I haven't heard anybody talk about waterbeds in like 20 years.
It was one of the first items I purchased. It was the first item I purchased when I moved out of home.
Yeah. What decade was that? Like what, the 80s? 90s?
1985.
Yeah. Okay. That's the last time I've known anybody that had one.
Yep.
Really?
I got the free vacation tour by my father on my 18th birthday, so I got to move out on my 18th birthday the hard way.
By force, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Like,
he said, "Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. You have till 5 p.m. to move," and I didn't even have a car at that time.
Did they tell you like for the 3 years prior to your 18th birthday that you were moving out on your 18th
No,
birthday?
there was no advance warning whatsoever.
No?
No. A lot of parents.
Oh no, my parents told me for years you're moving out. Goodbye.
Yep. Yeah. I didn't
Really?
have any warning at all.
You really meant that?
And yet you still got some that are living at home in their 30s. Hello.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was the best thing he ever did because I became self-sufficient after that immediately. I had no choice.
Exactly.
And of course, and then right after that, the government came and took me anyway. So that was a nightmare. Still is. I still. Every time I hear a car door slam outside my house right now, I look out the window or out the front door. I have no choice because I still have, abduction syndrome from the government alone.
Yeah. And PSD. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm always waiting for the men in black to kick in my door.
Hopefully,
it's never gone away.
Well, we'll try to prevent that from happening, Sam.
Oh well, I'd be boring anyway, and then I'd start, telling the story like what was discussed up above by Rodney. He was laughing for days about the booger hitting the wall joke. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was probably show 80 or something like that. We were all dingy as hell. I went into crude booger jokes.
Well,
yeah, we get a little nutty at the end of the show here, people.
I tune that out.
I've stopped listening to the end of the show because I know for a fact how crazy we've become after 8 hours of talking. And
Waterbed.
Looney Tunes.
Something like a
Been a
gigantic
good
ass
show.
spider that was just in here.
Oh, what? A spider?
Giant
A
ass
spider.
about as big as a hand, man.
Oh, gross.
Oh,
We don't have those
boy.
big
Are they-
things here.
Are they like our
have
husbands?
monster spiders here and badass flies, like big fat ass things. Make me feel chill. It's really like
Flying raisins.
flying
know what's good for
raisins.
that?
Yeah,
You know what's good for that, Gillian? The bottom of a
bug
shoe.
spray.
No spray. The bottom of a shoe, love. A whack. Try and avoid
Splat.
the chemicals. Yeah, splat. Splat. Better than the chemicals. Think about your puppy dogs.
Yeah, if you want to keep them
Yeah.
out, you can put cinnamon on your thresholds and stuff like that. And they'll avoid cinnamon. Ants do. Spiders don't like it much. But if you sprinkle cinnamon on your door threshold or your window, if you have leaky windows, depending on the age of your windows. But if you got ants crawling in a hole in the wall, put
Any of
cinnamon
that
down.
stuff down there, Tyler, is like
Non-toxic.
right inside there.
They'll avoid it. Anyway, now we're it's a good time as any we can end it. We're talking about
Yeah,
silly things.
right. 8 hours,
So,
45
guys,
minutes. Show
I
1:15.
have to go too. So I'll say I love you and leave you. Have a great week. And I'll
Thanks,
probably
Sharon.
catch up with you soon. Bye,
Yep,
everyone.
Nice
Oh.
night.
Good
care.
enough,
Nice to see
Sharon.
you, Thomas.
Good enough.
Yeah, good seeing you, Thomas.
Yeah, bye,
Bye,
Thomas.
bye.
Just one
Hi,
thing.
everybody
Bye.
in Germany and Europe.
Night, everybody.
Good night.
All right, I'm going to reach
If
for the X
Blackberry's
too.
still there, you can
Okay,
send me an
Sam.
email. I can't
All right,
type it in
everybody,
the
see you
chat,
next
so-
week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Remember to like and subscribe. Watch Christopher's movies. Watch Rebecca's movies. They need the numbers. Buy them a cup of coffee, et cetera, et cetera. Talk to you guys soon. I've got the X button. We'll see you soon.
Okay, Sam.
All right, Sam. Good
Bye.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. And
Is that it?
yeah,
Yeah,
it is. I know.
if
Not everybody can
Blackberries, you need to send me a message. You can send me an email at ckuchuris@proton.me. It wouldn't let me type it in the chat, so for some reason it won't let you send an email. So anyway,
All right.
Cool.
Well, guys,
Gillian, you made it all the way through,
I know,
Yeah.
man. Of course, she's tough. She's a champ.
right?
Yeah, that fucking spider. I'm not going to be sleeping. It was as big as a hand.
It's a friendly
That's
spider.
right.
You are not in Australia.
I don't know what that thing is. It's just like hanging there with its great big arms and legs.
It's a friend.
Whoa.
No worries.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'll tell you about my wife's story later, Jillian,
Yeah, please.
with
Yeah,
her
I think I need
spider
to sleep
incident
now.
last week.
No.
No, don't do it.
No, she says.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm ready to
Well,
hear, Jackie.
Yeah. I'll tell you
know.
later. She won't let me tell her. I'll get in
Worries.
trouble. It's
You'll
pretty
get
bad.
beaten with her shoe.
Good night,
She'll
Tara.
rip that t-shirt
Okay.
off you.
Yeah.
All right.
Ready to end the show? Yeah. Go ahead and click the button. I haven't clicked the button yet. Y'all didn't know, but
No, no,
Anyway, good night.
everybody.
Good night,
Good
Becca.
night.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, everybody. See you next week.
Yeah.
Bye.
We'll see you next Saturday, 3 o'clock. Show 116. Be here before you know it. So good night.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye.